Welcome everybody to the British Kart Championships Event 6. This is Rowrah. Nestled in the unique location on the edge of the Lake District, this track is known for its undulating and distinct character. With crests, falls, tight bank turns and more, this track offers a serious challenge for the IAME and KZ2 drivers here with us this weekend. The track is 1,030 metres long. The drivers will first face an elevated first chicane you can see there before heading into the two hairpins, McRae's and Iredale's, setting themselves up perfectly for this long main straight before heading into the Stuart S's and down the hill towards St John's and Sunny Bend. Finally, the drivers will go around Paddock Bend and that will be the lap complete at this one-of-a-kind circuit.
Wow, what a way to start the show. Welcome everybody once again to Rowrah. We're here in Cumbria for event 6 of this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Keol Lynch with you for what could be a really important day in the stories that we're telling across the course of this season. We are now into the second half of the season, Keol, and this is where it gets serious. All these championship battles that we've been building up across the first half of the year, we've got our contenders now. We know who's going to be pushing for those big trophies at the end of the season, but now they've got to go out there and win them. That's
right, it always gets intense at this stage. Thrilled though to be back at this location, as the entire paddock is. We haven't been here in about 3 years. One thing though I do know is going to be a huge factor, which is a complete contradiction to our last event, is the weather. So far it's been completely unpredictable and I do think that's going to be messy for the drivers.
Yeah, Friday was really nice weather during the practice sessions, and then Saturday's conditions, the rain came in. We've got no idea what's going to be happening here today on Sunday for another full round for all of our IAME categories and the finals for KZ2. We could see our first British Kart Champion of 2026 crowned here today. More on that later. But let's learn a little bit more about this Rowrah circuit. We've been out on track with the drivers.
Rowrah. There is no other circuit like it in the UK. It's fast, it's technical, and it is physical for these drivers. You know how this works. We're going to go and get some insight from the track with not only some local drivers, but some local heroes here today.
We're here at turn 1 with Caden Hakura. Caden, tell me about this turn 1. It's a very different turn 1 to what we're used to here in the British Kart Championships.
It's very elevated, it's very steep. And it's really tight and hard to manage that corner.
And it's the first part of 3 corners, in fact, through this chicane. Tell me about turn 2. Tell me about what you're thinking on a race start as well.
It's going to be very tight, very hard. There could be some spins, some crashes. And you better watch out.
Where do you want to be? Where do you not want to be on a race start?
You usually want to be on the inside for a race start.
But it's a tricky one as well, because if you're on the outside, you do actually have a nice line into this third part, this really wide curb, because this is an important part of the circuit as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is, because you don't want to get mugged off the track, and you really have to take that curb so you can get a good exit onto the straight and into the hairpin.
And what about in the wet? Do we want lots of this curb in the wet?
Especially in the wet.
Very good. Well, that was the first few corners. Even more challenges when we get down to the hairpins. Over to you, Keol.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm here with Water Swift driver Evan Owen. Evan, it's good to see you back here after a couple of years. This corner, though, the first of the 2 hairpins, how important is it to get a good exit out of here?
It's very important because someone can overtake you in the second hairpin if you don't get this one right.
And in the wet, of course, we want to take a very different line.
Yeah, around the outside, better.
Here now with Evan at the second of the 2 hairpins. Evan, so you've got a good run out of that first hairpin. This one then is a good overtaking opportunity. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, if you get a good exit out of hairpin 1, this one's a fast and flow. You can overtake and then make it stick down the main straight.
That's right. Thank you very much for the insight, Evan. Let's move along to Andrew with our next driver.
Thanks, Keol. We're here with Aaron Richardson, one of the very local drivers. Aaron, you're based just 5 minutes behind us. We're here at the Stuart S's, one of the most important parts of the circuit. Tell us about the entry into this corner first.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like one of the fastest corners on the track. I think you like open it up loads into it, so you can run straight line off the corner. and obviously it's really good for overtakes.
One of, maybe not the biggest overtaking opportunity, but definitely one of the big ones into here. You know, that gravel trap on the left-hand side is always there to catch out the unwary. And then you're immediately into another tight chicane here as well. How do you tackle a move into this part of the circuit?
Oh yeah, because obviously it's a fast corner, you don't have to slow it down as much as all the other corners. So it's a lot easier to make a move stick. And yeah.
And then this tight chicane as well, which the exit of is really, really important of. Where are you trying to position the kart? Because there's not much margin for error through this part.
Well, yeah, obviously the barrier is really close to the curb, so you've got to get as close to the barriers as you can, so you can get the best exit off the corner so you don't lose too much time.
Absolutely. Lots of action is to be expected in this part of the circuit, and more great corners further down the circuit with Keol.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Here with another very familiar face from the circuit, Jess Edgar. Jess, it's very different for you guys here in the KZ. You're carrying a lot of speed before this right-hander. Then you have to go down a couple of gears. Can you talk us through what it's like? Because there's a lot more on your plate than in the other classes.
Yeah, there's a lot happening all around this track really, but down the hill is really fast, obviously downhill. A couple of gears down and then into this left, which is another gear down, so it's quite a busy part of the track for us.
Do you think this is one of the more physical circuits on the calendar for you guys?
Yes, I think this has got to be in the top 2 or 3 of the most physical tracks for us.
Yeah, I think a lot of you guys would agree. Another thing about you and your family about this circuit, they've been coming for a long time. You've all got a lot of history here. There is your name up on the poster. How nice is it to return to a circuit that you and your family have a lot of history at?
Yeah, it's really nice to return home and race at home, somewhere that I've been coming since I was 4 years old. My first time in a Bambino would have been here, so it's nice to come and race at home in front of my family as well.
Living right across the quarry, you get to stay at home this one.
Yes, it's nice to stay at home.
Thank you very much, Jess, for the insight. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, here we are at the exit of the final corner. The challenges keep on coming for the drivers here at Rowrah. This is another really key part of the circuit, not just because it's the run to the finish line, but it's tight, it's compact. You can make a move if you're brave down the inside onto a very early apex, and then you've got to get your line right through under the shadow of the Cumbria Kart Racing Clubhouse here. It's a great place for the spectators to watch as well. You're in a real feeling of an amphitheatre at this point of the circuit. It's a great place for a race to finish. We're going to see plenty of close action here this weekend across the 2 days of racing, but particularly on Sunday. We're into the run-in of the season now. This is where it gets serious for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. More to come here from Event 6 in Cumbria. You can watch it all here on Alpha Live.
I always enjoy getting the different perspectives on our track walks, and it was good to hear from not only some locals but some drivers who have performed really well here in the past.
They have indeed. We'll take a short break. More coming up after this from Wera Tools.
Thanks to Wera Tools, a fundamental part once again of this championship. But now let's talk something completely different, the FIA International Karting Ranking. Let's hear more from yourself and some drivers about how this affects the championship.
Back in 2024, the British Kart Championships became one of the first national series to be recognised as part of the FIA International Karting Ranking. In recent years, names such as Noah Baglin, Joe Turney, Lewis Werrell have all featured high up the list come the end of the season. But what is the FIA IKR? How does it work? And how is the championship involved? Here with Ian Rogers from the championship officials team. Ian, International Karting Ranking, what is it?
It's a mechanism for drivers to rate themselves against other drivers, both nationally and internationally. So a bit like the tennis and maybe the golf, where the pros can see where they rank in the world. Exactly the same for kart racers and kart drivers.
And how does it work? I'm imagining that different, like the tennis and the golf, different events are worth more points?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at the international rankings, for example, you score depending on where you finished in a race, but also how many participants were included. So if you beat 2 drivers, that's great, but you don't get as many points if you beat 100 drivers effectively. So yeah.
And why is it important to this championship in particular?
I think we've promoted it now for the last 3 years. We've had some really good results, both on the national and international stage. You look at the moment, we've got a British driver, I think is top 8 in the world, which is fantastic. And on the international stage, we've got a UK driver who's actually number 1. So really important to us as a UK nation, if you like, for British drivers.
Mentioning one of those drivers, let's have a chat with Riley Cranham, who was our top junior driver last year. Here with Riley Cranham. Riley, welcome back to the BKC. Welcome back to Rowrah as well. You're here working for Future Motorsport this weekend. Thinking back to last year, though, the myriad of successes that you had, British champion, Kart Masters win, Euro Series, all those points that you acquired in the international karting ranking eventually got you to be the top junior driver. How did that feel?
Yeah, you know, all the hard effort put behind the season, you know, it's good for me. Like, we've worked so hard last season with the team, and it's nice to be recognised for what I've achieved.
Did it change anything for you getting that achievement?
Well, obviously, it's a big confidence boost knowing you're one of the top in the world and the season. So, you know, you take a lot of confidence into your next season, whatever you race, and yeah, it just really helps.
And pretty cool getting one of those FIA President's medals as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, very cool.
Riley, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, from one of last year's top drivers in the international karting ranking from the UK to the current top driver in 2026, Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, it's been a busy year for you already, doing double duty in the British Kart Championships, racing in, you know, the Champions of the Future Academy as well. All those points that you accumulated have given you a really good position so far this year.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I've just been trying to get out in the kart as much as I can. It's important to accumulate the points in the finals because obviously that's where the points come through. It's just about keeping consistent, yeah, and bringing the good results in.
I say that's similar to what Riley said as well, that consistency and being rewarded for it. It's quite a nice feature of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, like you have to keep winning, you have to keep on the podium because that gives you the maximum points. So yeah, it's just keeping the consistency. It's good to see like your points get toward like every other driver, not just your own class. So yeah, it's great to see it. How
do you think you'd feel if you do get to the end of the season and you're still there, top British national driver?
It'll be a great feeling because I'll be able to brag to my friends at college that I'm the top driver. But yeah, it's just a great feeling to be able to get rewarded for something else.
Fantastic. Harrison, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. That's all you need to know about the international karting ranking and how it works here within the British Kart Championships. If you want to check out the latest scores, search FIA International Karting Ranking online.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for the inside scoop there. But let's talk what's happening here this weekend at Rowrah. For starters, M1 Bambinos return with us once again.
They do indeed. They had a good round yesterday. The likes of Presley, Knight, Teddy Smith, all looking good. Let's hear from Shay Downey ahead of the racing here today and catch up with the highlights from Saturday.
Here catching up with Bambino driver Shay Downey. Shay, it's good to have you here at a very rainy Rowrah. But let's talk your season so far. How have you found it?
So I found it quite good. At the minute, I'm keeping on the pace, and if I stick in that second and first, I might just get a trophy.
Exactly that. And you said you had a little bit of engine issues at round 1. Do you think that ironed out for this one?
Yeah. I need to keep going fast, and I need to keep with Prez.
And this is not the only form of motorsport you race in. You've mentioned you run a dual program. Can you talk to us a bit about what else you race?
Yes, I race F2 stock car. I came from last to first. Well, not first, but came last to 6th.
And that was because you had to start at the back because you're a new driver. Looks like you're not going to have to do that this weekend, though, because you've qualified on the front row. What's your knowledge of this circuit like? Have you been before?
Yes, I've been there quite a few times. I've had a couple of practices here.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Saturday's final started with M1 Bambino. Teddy Smith, Presley Knight on the front row of the grid. Rainy conditions for the first time in the 2026 campaign didn't stop the drivers having a clean start up towards turn 1. A positive one as well for Shay Downey, straight up to second place. There was a good scrap further down the order in the middle of the race for George Miller and Nicholas Answer. With the rain, there would be a few spins. Henry Exton falling foul at hairpin number 2. Ryla Stevens had some challenges as well, and unfortunately fell off the lead lap. But it would be Presley Knight taking a second win of the season. A clean sweep of the points here at Rowrah. He takes the championship lead into Saturday, but with strong challenges from the likes of Teddy Smith and Shay Downey.
Presley Knight taking that win there has not only built on his confidence, but he has gained on the championship leader, who is George Miller. Let's move along though to a class that is still close as ever, and that is Water Swift Restricted. Let's hear from your current championship leader heading into this weekend and see what happened yesterday.
We're here with Arthur Bowers in the BMR awning, our championship leader in the restricted category heading into this weekend. Arthur, tell me about your season so far. We started at Wilton Mill, then went to Lark Hall. Tell me about those races.
I got a start. First, we started off at Wilton Mill, where I got a third on the last day, and then we went to
Lark Hall.
And then I got a second and just a second, I think.
But you've been scoring lots of points.
Yeah.
You're leading the championship. You're looking to go further. Who have you been working with? Who's been helping you?
My team, BMR, Tom Grice.
And your mechanic Joe as well.
Yeah.
And what have you learnt from them as well? What's the biggest thing that you've learnt so far this year?
You don't have to win to extend the points.
So yeah, you can keep it nice and consistent. We're here at Rowrah, tricky circuit, lots of corners. What's been Joe telling you about through the practice sessions?
To open the hairpins up.
Yeah, because those hairpins really, really important. How much do you enjoy racing? Because your dad used to race as well. He raced on 2 wheels, you race on 4. What is it about karting that you really like?
I think I like it because how fast they go.
Yeah. What's the fastest you reckon you've gone before?
Probably in a mini.
Yeah. Super stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend, Arthur. I'm sure we'll see you towards the front again, and we'll see you later on in the weekend. Nerves in the air, plenty of rain too, ahead of the first of 2 IAME Water Swift Restricted finals at Rowrah. From lights out, Hendrix Fallat took the early lead. With strong performances through the heats, he had plenty of confidence heading into the final. Elsewhere on lap 1, problems for Patrick Wood. He would spin out before a great battle ensued between the likes of Ollie West, Benjamin Schlivar and Freddie Baker. Back and forth for positions in the top 5 they would go. In the end, Freddie Baker would win out on his way to a podium finish. Problems in the second half of the race would befall Ollie West, who span out at hairpin 2 and be joined by Ollie Woodall. But it was Hendrix Fallat taking a maiden BKC victory. A brilliant display ahead of Freddie Baker and Arthur Bowers. Let's see what happens in the final on Sunday.
Fantastic result there from Hendrix Fallat after the form he's been on so far this season. Could today be another win for him?
Could be indeed. Well, we'll see later on with the IAME Water Swift Restricteds. Their heats coming up in the not too distant future. More previews of more of our classes coming up after this from Demon Tweaks.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Thanks again to Demon Tweaks, as always, for their continuous support of the championship.
Yes, let's move on to Water Swift then. The stories are growing and growing in this category in 2026. Coming into the weekend, Mason Hibbert, off the win in Scotland a month ago, had another victory in Europe and was looking in really good form. Championship leader at the start of the race meeting. Struggled in practice, struggled in qualifying as well, was not looking good for him at the start of yesterday's racing. Before we look at the highlights though from the final, let's catch up with one of our drivers also in the Fusion team, Charlie Clough, and then get the latest from what is going to be a very dramatic class here today.
Here in the Fusion Motorsport awning, catching up with Charlie Clough for the first time this year. Charlie, it's good to see you back. You had a really positive start to your year over in Europe as well. You were definitely deemed as one of the drivers to watch. How's the start of your season gone?
It's been a tough season so far. We're hoping this weekend goes better than it has at the start.
We have seen you have some ups and downs so far. What do you think it's going to take this weekend to push that little further?
Just keep my head up and try as hard as I can.
And here at Rowrah, we know there is some significant elevation changes. There's some really fast flowing corners. Do you think you're one of the more experienced drivers in the field? You raced, of course, various circuits over in Europe. Do you think that's going to help you this weekend?
Yeah, because I've been to this track quite a lot of times and hopefully that helps me.
And this is the point in the season now where we see drivers kind of turn it around. They can get the results they're looking for. Specifically, you last year, we saw you get some really positive results, especially towards the end of the year. Is that what you're looking to do with Fusion for the rest of this season?
Yeah, try to get a bit better.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks.
Thumbs up for racing here at Rowrah, IAME Water Swift with plenty on the line. Drama before the race start. Dimitar Uzanov, meant to start third, was out with technical problems. Alfie Davidson took the race lead from the early stages ahead of Chester Forks. Bodie Batch would have trouble in the early stages out of hairpin number 2. Problems for Hugo Williamson as well. The privateer out in the early laps with a spin at hairpin 1. Mason Hibbert had not had a good time through the heats, but with some smart driving, picked his way up the order and gained valuable points. Dramas as well for Alfie Davidson, out from the race lead, handing victory to Chester Forks. LBJ Stubbs held on ahead of Hibbert, but Forks, it was a first win since 2024 in the British Kart Championships, ahead of a pleased Stubbs and an even happier Hibbert.
Could that be the moment that we see Alfie Davidson's fate decided within this championship? That's not a result that we'd usually see from a driver of his category, which did mean that Mason Hibbert regained the championship lead. Let's take a break though from yesterday's racing and get the insight of a KZ driver around this circuit.
Welcome to the race centre here with Ralph Youngling. Ralph, good to see you once again in the KZ2 category this weekend. Rowrah, really interesting circuit for the KZ2s and very different to what we had a couple of weeks ago at Kimbolton. Should we go through a lap?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so yeah, going into turn 1. So of course this corner's uphill, so it's a blind apex. So the right is really important that you carry enough speed through, but you also set up the left. And you can't really see the apex, so yeah, it's really, really important because there's a barrier on the inside of the curb, but you don't want to hit that or run off too wide coming out of it.
I imagine tyre pressures are really important through this part because you're leaning on the left-hand side a lot. We've then got this run towards these double hairpins. Overtaking through this part of the circuit?
Yeah, definitely one of the major overtaking points down into this hairpin one. So if you get a run and you do the first bit of the sector good, then you can get a run, go in quite hard into hairpin 1 and they can't really get a switch back. So yeah. It's really important that you go in really hard and to really get the kart rotated and carry the speed. And yeah, similar thing going into hairpin 2, pretty much the exact same corner. This one's got a bit of banking, so you can brake later than you think. And yeah, really important to get a run because this is pretty much the main straight of the track. So if you mess this up, or mess the hairpin 2 up, you lose down the whole straight.
Another big difference to this weekend, we don't know what the weather forecast is going to do when we get to Sunday. I imagine this part of the circuit can be quite tricky in terms of grip levels if it is going to be raining.
Yeah, so I've never actually driven here in the wet before. So yeah, I guess I'll find out what it's going to be like. But yeah, everyone that I've spoken to says the wet is really good around here, so I'm excited to see if it does rain.
And it's a proper roller coaster circuit as well. These corners must be great. This right and then left towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, they're really fun corners, really fast, really flowing, especially the downhill right. You go literally over the hill, you have to pull a gear as you're going over the hill, it's really physical. And then down the hill, the really fast right is really fun, and then the left as well. I really enjoy those sorts of corners, so yeah.
Well, that was a great talk through the lap Ralph, in terms of the rest of this season, we've got this round, we've then got the events at Silverstone. How much are you looking forward to this run into the end of the year?
Yeah, well, Silverstone's a really exciting track to have on the calendar. I drove the first ever test day there, and I think it was a really amazing track. Haven't been there since, but we'll do some testing soon, and yeah, that's a really, really exciting event. And I think the grid will be really good as well, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Super. Ralph, thanks for your time. Best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I always find the KZ perspective so impressive to see. The amount of times that they must change gear around a circuit like this is physically challenging. Let's get back to racing though. Junior X30 is up next.
It is indeed. Really interesting story in X30 Junior coming into this weekend. We talk about home advantage in sport. Well, in a way, there's no home advantage this weekend for two of our lead drivers in this category. We've already heard from one of them, Aaron Richardson, earlier in the show on the track walk. George Edgar, though, he leads the championship. He's the other local hero, as it were, within this category going into this weekend. A great performance from him last time out at Lark Hall.
That's right. Let's hear from George Edgar himself and watch yesterday's highlights.
Here with George Edgar in the Mick Bout Racing awning. George, big weekend for you, this one. First of all, racing at home. How does that feel?
Yeah, for me, my home track at Rowrah, it's where I started a very long time ago. It brings back some good memories, and obviously I'm here, all my family's here to watch, so yeah, it's good, it's cool.
Let's go back to the last round. It was a very strong weekend for you at Lark Hall. A lot of championship points, but not without its trials and tribulations, was it? Particularly on that Saturday with you got the win, but you had a bit of an issue with the chassis.
Yeah, so on Saturday I managed to be pole and then take the final win, but unfortunately it was a little bit harder than it needed to be because we found out after the final the kart was cracked, but we still brought it home for the win and managed to take the championship lead after the weekend, so it was a very, very good weekend.
In a way, does that give you quite a lot of confidence that you were able to get that kind of result with that problem?
Yeah, obviously we knew on Saturday night that then there's still quite a lot of speed left in it, ready for Sunday, and I think we showed that on Sunday, winning the final by even more.
Now, one of the other interesting aspects about your class and this particular weekend is that you're not the only driver from this part of the world in Junior X30 racing up at the front. We spoke to Aaron Richardson yesterday. How's that as a dynamic in this championship battle between the two of you?
Yeah, I think obviously me and Aaron are probably in the main championship fight. Obviously for him, it's also a special weekend for him. We're both going to want to win at our home track, so it should be a good race to see who comes out on top.
How's the feeling in the team as well? Pretty good?
Yeah, Mick, Dan and my mechanic Ashton have been working very hard, making sure everything's right. We've been testing, got the kart set up right, and we've just had qualifying, and we've managed to take pole, so hopefully we can carry that on throughout the rest of the weekend and bring home a double win for my home race.
Fantastic stuff. George, thanks for your time. We'll leave you to it.
Thank you.
Plenty of questions to be asked and answered in the X30 Junior final on Saturday. It had been a tough start to the weekend for Rocco Shenton, but the rain had turned the fortunes of the number 6 driver around. He would lead in the early stages from pole position with a strong start from the front row. The grip changing everywhere for the drivers, everybody battling for grip. Aaron Richardson, also on the home soil, was looking to make good progress. Archie Rogers-Tyler was out on lap 2. Alex Riley lost a number of his early gained positions. Katie Donaldson gained, whilst George Edgar would retire midway through from second place in the race. Rocco Shenton was left out front. A marvellous victory for Rocco. It was his first since 2022. It had also opened up the championship scores. Aaron Richardson leading going into Sunday.
Well, that's not at all what George Edgar would have wanted, especially at this stage and how the championship was playing out for him so far. But you have to be thrilled for Rocco Shenton, his first victory since 2022. And of course, he did it in the wet.
He did indeed. There's going to be more fireworks in Junior X30 as we go across the course of the day. Not too long before we go racing. Let's hear, though, from another of the championship partners here from Kart Sim.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to the build-up show for event 6 of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Less than 15 minutes before we start racing here today. Let's talk X30 Senior. This has been some story so far this year, dominated by premium karting. The inter-team battle between Harrison Whitcomb, who had both final wins in the first meeting, then Freddie Lloyd, who returned to the championship at Lark Hall. He took the second 2 finals of the year. It's going to be a really interesting dynamic between those two and other members of the premium karting team heading into today's meeting, because they had another good result yesterday. More on those highlights up in a bit. Before we get to those though, let's hear from one of our drivers in Senior X30 with Levi Sangera in the MDL team.
Here in the MDL awning, catching up with returning Senior X30 driver Levi Sangera. Levi, it's good to have you back at the British Kart Championships. For starters, can you tell us as a whole what it's like to race in this championship? Because we know we see you in a few over the years.
It's all right. It's quite tiring because I have to travel back and forth from America. I don't race here. I travel back and forth because I race in America now. I used to race here. But I think the championship is pretty cool and I like it a lot, yeah.
You're doing a dual program over in America as well. Do you think this gives you kind of a bit of harder work to do when you get over here up against these drivers who do club races, for example, week in, week out?
It can be hard, yeah. Against these drivers, it can be hard. The aggression level here against America is really different. So I always have to like adapt to their style, but I get used to it.
And compared to some of the other tracks we reach on this calendar, some drivers say it is one of the more tricky tracks. It's technical, especially in this wet with all the undulation. How do you find it in the senior kart?
I actually like it. It's quite fun, actually. I like the elevation changes. It's quite fun. Makes me happy.
And you had your best result today at Lark Hall. Do you think you're able to build on that this weekend with MDL?
Yeah, I think I can, yeah. I always build off of my past results.
Thank you very much, Levi. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Full focus required for the seniors. The toughest conditions for them in a final so far in 2026. Lewis Bird started from pole position. Nat Johnston fought hard to retain second place ahead of Freddie Lloyd. Harrison Whitcomb needed points and positions, but disaster. Mechanical failure taking him out of Saturday's final and losing him considerable points. Luke Taylor also wouldn't see the checkered flag. Alexander de Benedictis and Morgan Moore would go back and forth, both gaining a number of positions in the first half of the race. Moore using his rally skills to keep himself within contention. It was a close scrap in the midfield. But for Lewis Bird, a fantastic victory, his first at this level, ahead of Premium Karting's other driver Freddie Lloyd. Game on for Sunday.
So nice to see a result like that for a driver like Lewis Bird with 8 British Kart Championships podiums and 5 seedings. It was great that he was the driver to continue this streak for Premium Karting. Let's talk KZ now, though, who are returning with us this weekend here at Rowrah. And Noah Wolf, since round 2, has clean swept.
He has indeed. There's a lot to unpack for KZ2 this weekend. The first thing, this is a very different circuit to what we had 2 weeks ago at Kimbolton. We've also got some returning faces to the championship here this weekend. None other than Ella Stevens, last year's runner-up in KZ2, returning for a little bit of fun here this weekend in between her F1 Academy races. We caught up with her earlier on in the weekend.
Here in the Jade Racing awning, catching up with 2025 KZ2 runner-up Ella Stevens. Ella, it's great to have you back. As many know, you have made your transition into Formula 1 Academy this year. Tell us how that's going and what made you come back.
It's been a bit of a tricky start so far. I mean, it's my first season in cars, so it's always going to be a little bit difficult. But generally, it's just an amazing opportunity. It's amazing to be racing for McLaren. So.
And I know everyone in this paddock is thrilled to see you back here this weekend. I'm guessing the goal for you this weekend is going to be different. Last year, you were racing intense for a whole championship. This year, it's a one-round wonder. Is that going to change how you race this weekend?
Probably, yeah. I think just no pressure, just having a little bit of fun is going to make all that difference, you know. No pressure, just no one thinking, oh, get a good result. I'm just here for some summer fun. So.
And the gearbox car around this circuit, it's very physical. There's a lot of gear changes with the elevation changes. Is that a challenge for you this weekend? How are you finding it?
I think the elevation makes it a really cool track. It's definitely one of my favourite tracks, hence why I'm here, and I happen to be free for it. So I think it's just a really cool track. It's got all the different types of corners and different gears.
Speaking of this track, your teammate Jess Edgar is another local driver to this circuit. We know she's fond of it as well. Jess Egger, of course, has been through the Formula One Academy experience. How nice is it that you get to come back, return to the British Kart Championships and sort of share the experience that you've both had now?
It's great, yeah. I mean, we used to be teammates when we were about 13, so then obviously Jess went off, come back with some tips, and then now it's my turn, so it's great to be teammates again for the weekend.
Full circle moment for you two. Well, thank you very much. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Great to hear there from Ella Stevens. Now, Ella could have a bit of a role to play here today. This is where it might get a little bit complex, folks. We'll try and take you through this as easily as we can. Ella's a guest driver this weekend. Same for Alan Kenyon, same for Sam Lewis. They will not score championship points here today. However, with the pace that we've seen from them, Alan Kenyon looking really, really quick so far this weekend, they could get in amongst it in terms of the title picture. Noah Wolf could win the title today. I'm going to be very careful with my words here, folks. If Noah Wolf is the top scorer of the regular drivers, him, Miles Murphy, Charlie Turner, those we've seen previously in the season, he could win the championship today, but he needs some other things to happen. This is where we consult the notes for this one. Charlie Turner needs to finish outside the top 3 in both the pre-final and the final. And he needs Miles Murphy to not finish second in either of those 2 races here today. If all of those things happen, we probably will be calling Noah Wolf as champion here today. Should note as well, it wasn't a good day yesterday for Noah Wolf. He had spins on both lap 1s in the heats. He fought back well in the second one, so he got a good number of points, which doesn't sound great. But there was also problems for Charlie Turner and Miles Murphy. So there's going to be all kinds of permutations up in the air today. In a way, the neutrals of us, we want it to go to Silverstone. We want it to go all the way. But Noah Wolf in a very strong position, despite having some troubles yesterday.
That's right. Good recoveries from him, though, despite the action of yesterday. And just like that, Andrew, that is it from us here on the Build Up Show. Let's go racing. We'll see you out there.
Just joined us to Rowrah, to the Cumbria Kart Racing Club for coverage of Event 6 for this year's Rowrah Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. If you've missed any of the build-up show, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure. The paddock show as well that went out last night, you can watch that. We will be playing that at lunchtime, of course. Let's talk racing with myself, Andrew Mather and Keil Lynch in the box. This is what I like to call, Keil, a moving day. It is not the day that will mathematically decide the championship round this circuit of just over a kilometre in length, 12 turns. It undulates, 19.7 foot change from top to bottom in terms of elevation, racing here since the 1960s. But, you know, you've got the weather is not as bad as it was this time 24 hours ago. It's a little bit overcast. In fact, it's not a little bit overcast. It's very overcast at the moment. Rain in the air, but it's not pouring down with rain like it was for the start of Saturday. There are a lot of noise factors, to use an engineering term, for the drivers here today. This is the kind of race day where a driver can either gain 10 championship points, lose 10 championship points, that when we get to the end of the season, we go, they've lost the title by X number of points, and the difference maker was back at Rowrah. This could be a very consequential day in terms of who ends the year as a British kart champion.
You're right, it's event 6, so we've reached over the halfway point now when we were over at Kimbolton with the other half of the British Kart Championships. And this is the stage where drivers really start to think about the championship. Yesterday's round did call for some really interesting results for who were the championship leaders, and a lot of them have changed.
They have indeed. Let's go through a little bit of your schedule and just get you up to speed with what's happening. So everybody has had qualifying already. The IAME categories have had a fresh qualifying this morning. Remember, this is a double header for them. They had a full championship round yesterday. This is a full new championship round for them. The KZ2s, they had their qualifying yesterday. 2 heats. They've had the first quantity of championship points awarded to them. They will have a pre-final and a final here today. So we'll start with the M1 Bambinos. Their first heat coming up at 10:15. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap for them. Water Swift restricted, Water Swift, Junior X30 and Senior X30. That's the order in which they will run through to around 11:30. That's when we will have our KZ2 final. The first big one of the day for those drivers. Then a repeat of that IAME rundown: Bambinos, Cadets, Inters, Juniors, Seniors, that take us through to lunch break at 1:15 local time here in England. And then the finals will start with Bambinos at 1:45, Restricteds at 2:15, Water Swifts at 2:45, KZ2s, which could be the first time we see a British champion crowned, depending on how Noah Wolf performs across the course of the day, and others as well. There's quite a few permutations, as we touched on in the build-up show in that one. That'll be at 3:15. And then Junior X30 at 3:50. And X30 Seniors at 20:04, all being well. Of course, that is subject to change, as any race meeting schedule is, but all being well, that will be run to a tight ship by Ian Rogers and the timekeeping team and all of our officials out there on circuit. There is Henry Exton on your screen. Keol, yesterday for the M1 Bambinos, their toughest day of the season so far. Wet conditions. It was very dry on Friday as well, so they really had no prep at all. Straight into the wet conditions, and I think all of them performed really, really well.
Absolutely, it's great to have them back with us. These are such young drivers, and of course, maybe not all of them will have as much experience as some others in the wet, especially around this circuit. Ourselves, as the British Kart Championships, haven't been here since 2023, and a lot of these drivers were too young to race in 2023. Although they've said they're loving it so far, it's a bit like a roller coaster for these young ones, with all the undulation, all the elevation changes that goes on around this circuit.
Let's just give you a rundown of the championship scores. So these are the ones after 3 rounds completed. Presley Knight is on a run of 4 full hauls of points. So remember, they get a haul of championship points for how they do in the heats, and then another haul of championship points for how they do in the final. So Presley Knight has been P1 at the end of each championship stage through the last 4 stages, so 2 yesterday and 2 at Lark Hall. So now leads the championship on 374 points. George Miller had a bit of a tough day yesterday, but has had a decent qualifying in this one. We'll get onto the grid order in a minute. George is on 359. Shay Downey, 353. That's Briella Stevens there, staring us out there on the camera, the full focus there for Briella. Shay Downey on 353 is third. Stanley Thurston, I want to say, is our youngest driver out there. He's only recently turned 6 years of age. Has been in the full championship, though. 352 at the moment for Thurston. Exton, 5th on 332. Briella Stevens, 6th on 328. Nicholas Answer, Cheyenne Asgomi, Teddy Smith and Oakley Rudman completing the top 10. Should note as well, Teddy Smith, if you were with us last time out at Lark Hall, heart-wrenching moment when he was disqualified for being underweight. Nothing that Teddy did himself in terms of his driving. He finished P1 on the road. He's a little bit further down the order, but still very much part of the championship fight. Engines fired up. We are ready to go racing here on Sunday at Rowrah. Let's go for it. M1 Bambinos up next. So 3rd heat of the weekend for M1 Bambino. This is the start of a fresh round for them, though. The 4th round of the season for the M1 Bambinos. We'll take you through the grid in a moment for these ones. And this should be a good way to start the day for all of these young drivers from typically the ages of 6 to 8.
George Miller heading into this one. He was the championship leader heading into the first round they had this weekend yesterday. Lost out on that. This is kind of the stage where his family, his mechanic are going to be trying to tell him to push politely because he's so young, but he's also a privateer. there is quite the mix between privateers and the RCE team who have supported plenty, but here we go. Andrew, take us to the grid.
Presley Knight starts on pole position, is in really good form. Teddy Smith joins alongside on the front row. Shay Downey and Jack Minot, they go from row number 2. George Miller starts on row 3 for this one, a better qualifying than yesterday. Henry Exton joins 6th on the grid. Browler Stevens and Nicholas Anser go from row 4. Sharon Asgamy and Stanley Thurston completes the 10 runners in this one. I think Stanley had problems this morning because the lap time that I'm seeing on the board here is not fully reflective of what we know Stanley can do. Drove very well yesterday. Has not been outside the top 5 so far this season in terms of championship points awarding stages. So formation lap underway. This circuit is a real challenge for the drivers. Larkhall was a challenge as well, but these wet conditions, the British heatwave, has ended in quite abrupt manner for us all here in Northern England, and that was a good demonstration of it. Teddy Smith just lost the front end of the kart there a little bit, was able to recover it, but this is a circuit where there's not really much margin for error. It's an old school kind of circuit, Keel, in that there's no big tarmac runoffs or anything like that, so the drivers have got to have their wits about them in this race.
Well, that's right, and like you said, there's no tarmac runoffs. The wet grass with the weather we've had this weekend is not where a driver wants to get to ever, so that's playing another huge factor. Not to talk about the weather all day, however, so far this weekend, I think we've experienced just about everything. That's in a huge contradiction to our last round at Kimbolton. The M1 Bambinos weren't there, but they would have loved it.
So clear the grid instruction has been given. Just the drivers with themselves, their thoughts, and the officials out there on track. Green flag in the air then. It'll be a standing start for the M1 Bambinos. Event 6 here at Rowrah for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships is underway in a racing capacity on Sunday. It's a great start for Presley Knight, but an even better start. Who was that shooting through? It was Henry Exton. Henry Exton from 5th on the grid, was it? Has, though 6th on the grid, has shot through into an early race lead. Presley Knight goes down the inside. Teddy Smith takes advantage of all of that. Good start for Jack Minot as well in the Tony Kart livery and the all-white helmet. What a start that was, Keel, from the M1 Bambinos. Plenty of action.
That's right, they are not wasting any time around here as they come along the main straight for the first time. Teddy Smith leads after that unfortunate situation in the last round. He is going to be hungrier than ever. Hard one to take for the youngsters. They head through the chicane now and down the hill. That's someone going for a move there. Shay Downey, number 51, we heard from him earlier on in this weekend, and he gets the move done, takes all off the curb. As we can see, track conditions aren't great. You saw Jack Mintot kind of struggle there with his kart. This is the stage where the track can be a little bit greasy. It's drying out. You can see where the dry line is, but there are some serious wet patches. If you have a first lap like that, Andrew, there is going to be people that are on the outside on that wet line.
There are indeed. So end of the first lap, Smith leads from Downey, Exton, Minot, Knight, Miller, Thurston, Stevens, Anser and Asgamy. And good to see George Miller on the attack in this one. That was Jack Minot having a little go at Henry Exton. Henry Exton so far this season, best results in terms of a championship stage, 6th place. So this race and then what happens later on will decide the next load of points, as there's a change for the lead. Shay Downey has got through past Teddy Smith. Shay Downey in very good form here this weekend. Loves his racing. It's not only in karting. Spoke to him earlier in the weekend and does a bit of stock car racing as well. Oh, but he's run wide there and does well to regain control and back onto the track. But Teddy Smith will say thank you very much, Shay. I am through, back into the race lead.
What a brilliant first lap there for a few of those drivers there at the front. Teddy Smith, though, has kept it consistent, and this is where he picks up the pieces, and that's really where you see him gain so much on these first couple of laps. Another lap completed, and your man in the lead, Teddy Smith, takes the fastest lap so far. Shay Downey now trying to pick up the pieces that he left on your screen there is Henry Exton leading this next pack. with Jack Mintot working his way through the field once again. Side by side, heading into hairpin 2, a little touch of the wheels, but it's going to be George Miller to slot there in behind Stanley Thurston as they head along the main straight now. Teddy Smith there off in the distance. 1.3 seconds already, 5 minutes to go. Shea Downey's going to want to perform a lap like he did on that last one to catch that leader early on in this race.
Minot had a little look there into the Stuart S's down towards St John's. Gotta love this part of the circuit and how it flows for the drivers, even in slippery conditions like this. It's a real test for the drivers. Shea Downey is caught back up to Teddy Smith. That is good stuff from Shea Downey on race pace. He's looking the quickest of all out there at the moment. That was a 1 minute 5.693 last time around. So new fastest lap of the race. A couple of notices coming in from race control and the officials. George Miller has received the warning flag out there. Jack Minot has as well, as here looks Downey down the inside into Iredale's. But this is the trouble with the track conditions at the moment for the drivers. It's starting to dry out a little bit. It's maybe gone from a wet line to a damp line in a select number of places. It means, particularly into those two hairpins, if you're trying to get off line and get down the inside, you're back on the wet line again, and that's where your grip is going to be limited to make that kind of move. Shea Downey, though, has got a good run out of the Stuart S's and has taken the race lead through St John's. Great run there from Shea Downey. Learning from earlier as well. That's a better run through Sunny Bend. New race leader here in M1 Bambino with 3.5 minutes to play, Keol. Shea Downey hits the front.
That's right. Brilliant move there from that 51 Kart. We saw him learn from his mistake on that last lap where he overcooked it going in on the brakes in that second hairpin. So he waited about a lap to get a better run. But what can Teddy Smith do with this now? You see him make a little hand signal to maybe work together on this one, as Presley Knight is going to be hunting them down. Your current championship leader wanting to do better than that third position. Then Presley Knight is followed by Henry Axton leading this pack of three, Jack Minot and Stanley Thurston. George Miller then is next, but there's Henry Axton leading this sort of next pack. This is where the Bambinos are still learning the racecraft of sort of working together to reach that pack at the front. But so far, just as we say, that is Minot again working his way through the field. Minot's had a mixed race so far. He's shown that he's got good pace and he's kind of sticking in this pack. This can be the problem at this stage in the race when you've got these three battling. This gives those front three drivers to really build a gap for themselves.
Stanley Thurston just at the back of this trio as well has done well to move up from 10th place on the grid. Has gained 4 places. Another new fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Downey, 1 minute 5.21 seconds. But you saw with that move from Minot, the grip is starting to come in for these drivers. He went to the outside. Exton was using the classic karting wet line, and maybe that's not the line to be using at this stage of the race. The clouds are lifting here at the circuit. Just looking outside of our commentary position, it is brightening out there. We had a lot of rain at this stage of the day yesterday. It did clear up around 1 o'clock. And it was quite nice in the evening once again here in Cumbria. We've got just over 90 seconds of this race to go. Can get in touch with us here in the box, whether you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel or over on Karting UK. We've got all of your comments coming in. Good morning to Ethan Guest, who's cheering on Noah Wolf and Rocco Shenton today. Ethan, who's been doing a lot of club racing this year. Good morning to Yuzuki Sato as well. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Yuzuki, who I'm sure will be tuning in to cheer on Harrison Whitcomb when we get to the Senior X30s later on in the day. Hello to Shaz as well, Shaz Walsh. Jan watching from Germany. The sensible streamer is ready here with the popcorn today, and a certain person called Brendan Lynch is in as well.
Good morning from Germany. I hope your weather is better than what we've had so far this weekend, but less than 1 minute to go now, and Shea Downey is 2.2 seconds down the road. Teddy Smith still in kind of his own air right now, trying to make up the ground on your race leader, and Presley Knight is in that same position. Henry Axton, though, takes a slight look behind car number 46 doesn't quite make the move done. Is he going to get it around the next corner? Stays patient, has a look, but he is right on the back bumper as they head towards down the hill. All of the curb takes Jack Minot. Jack Minot there in that position again. These three have been kind of battling this entire race. It's going to be who can come out for this 4th position out of the three of them at this stage in the race. Another lap complete. It is Minot that leads these three into this, but there is now no time in between them. It's now Thurston that's catch up in those last couple of corners now with those two battling. Into the hairpins then. Is he going to... No, he's confident. He doesn't take a defensive line, and it works out because everyone runs slightly wide, takes a look behind him, and he has a bit more breathing room than he did on that last lap.
So the time has hit 0. Timer has hit 0. We're not quite on the final lap yet. Downey leads from Smith, Knight, Minot, Exton, Thurston, Miller, Answer, Stevens and Ascombe. But that's going to change potentially. Oh no, good defence there from Jack Minot. Carried the speed round the outside through the Stuart Essers. Nothing really that Henry Exton could have done on that occasion, but he's going to have another go as they run towards St John's. Can Exton go round the outside? It's getting close there as they run towards Sunny Bend. I tell you what, Minot's got good speed mid-corner. He's able to turn it in, carry the speed a little bit more so than Exton at this stage. Last lap board is now out. As Marshall takes a step back there as Minot drives to that line on the inside. Downey is clear. Downey just needs to bring this one home. Thurston's going to have a go here at Exton in that number 32 car. No, thinks better of it. Still a little bit too greasy down the inside there into McRae's to realistically go for a move. That's given Minot a little bit of breathing room now. Has he got the control into... Oh, he used the wet line there, and that was an error. Through goes Exton. Here comes Thurston as well. What happened there was Jack Minot just used a wetter part of the circuit into Iredale's. Well, that's a great response down the inside into the Stuart Essers to retake 5th place ahead of Thurston. But that's what we're talking about now with this circuit. There's the wet line, there's the damp line. You've got to be on the damp line to go quick. Over the line, Shay Downey celebrates. That's heat 1 in the books for Shay Downey. Teddy Smith's going to take P2. Presley Knight will come over the line 3rd. Good points for the championship leader. Minot will lose 4th place there to Henry Exton. And I think there's been another little spin further back between Minot and Thurston because they lost some more time there. George Miller has lost 7th place at the end there to Nicholas Answer. So that's been a change on the last couple of corners. Maybe it was George Miller who had the spin there on that last lap. It was 1:13.9 over the line. Bryla Stevens comes home in 9th place, and then it'll be Shane Asgamy coming home in 10th place. Asgamy currently on personal bests through sectors 1 and 2 so far on this lap, and that is a PB to end the race. Good work there from Cheyenne at 1 minute 8.6. That's a nice way to finish your first race of the day. That was fun.
That was a brilliant first couple of laps initially from your race leaders. They spread out a bit. Safe one for the championship leader, Presley Knight. He won't be unhappy with that in these stages of the race. Brilliant, though, for your race winner. That is... You saw his family there. There he is in all of his glory. Shay Downey doesn't only race this, he also races over in stock cars at his young age. Teddy Smith then and Presley Knight rounding out the top 3 for that one. Henry Exton, Jack Minot, Stanley Thurston made it difficult for each other, but went over the line in that order. Nicholas Ashan, George Miller, Bryella Stevens and Cheyenne Asgamy round out the top 10. That was a really great race to start the day, Andrew.
It was indeed, and if you enjoyed that, there'll be more later on from the M1 Bambinos. They'll have a second heat later on in the morning, which, to give you the exact time for when that will be at, come on Andrew, find your notes. There it is, 12 o'clock for the M1 Bambinos. Let's go up into the IAME Water Swift Restricteds. This championship picture, Keol, I'm finding really difficult to call who's going to win it at this stage of the season, because I think it can be typified as being... We've got a number of drivers who've all had maybe a very good day, but some not so good days. It's wide open at this stage of the season. Let's get ready for it, though. Next up, IAME Water Swift Restricted. So, getting ready for it then. Here is your grid for IAME Water Swift Restricted. This could be a very interesting race. Hendrix Falat, winner from yesterday, continues the good form into Sunday, starts on pole. Benjamin Schlivar alongside on the front row. Bobby Slater and Caden Hakura have well and truly arrived here this weekend. They start on row 2 for Fusion. Freddie Baker and Arthur Bowers, current championship leader, start on row 3. Ollie West, new lid painting scheme there for the number 4. We'll check that out later. He starts on row 4 alongside Patrick Wood. Ollie Woodall and Louis Wilson there on 5. George Askew and Max St. Hilaire go from row 6. Harley Hibbert, Mason's younger brother, starts on row 7 alongside Riley Aston Wilkins. James Ferguson, Daniel Ferguson's younger brother, starts alongside Darcy Durnford on row 8. Logan Hodgetts and Noah Brad had difficulties in qualifying. They go from row 9. Cole, Parrish and Oishan Owen starts on row number 10. Now, we'll try and get the information to you. I think I saw on the pre-grid there, Kiel, a mix of tyres. I think some have gone wets, some of them have gone slicks. That's always going to be an interesting scenario. Is that the case?
I've heard that they are all on wets as of now. I think it might be a bit more.
There's some treaded tyres there. Schlivar's.
I think they have all gone wet.
They've all gone wets.
Safe choice though from our restricted. I mean, let's just talk about this second row quickly before they get underway. Really brilliant to see from Bobby Slater and Hayden Nakora. What are they going to do?
Here we go then. Are they? No, they're not green at the first time of asking. Saturday Night Fever. Disco moves on the screen there. That'll be an additional formation lap. Okay, so I need my eyes checking again. They are all on the treaded wet tyres. Result from yesterday. We'll use the time to just run you down the what happened yesterday if you're not quite aware. Falat, Baker and Bowers were the podium finishers in the final. How that's changed the championship scores. Bowers leads at 610. Still waiting on that first final win. There's been very strong in the heat so far this season. There's quite a few 65 championship scores in that one. Remember, that's the max score that you can get at any single stage. So 610 at the moment for Bowers. Benjamin Schlivar is second on 595. Ollie West is third on 594. Hendrix Falat fourth on 585. Had a perfect score yesterday, 2 hauls of 65 to add to his tally. Patrick Wood is fifth on 577. Freddie Baker sixth on 570. And I think that order could change a lot here today with these mixed conditions for the drivers in IAME Water Swift Restricted. There's Freddie Baker in the number 92, starts on the third row of the grid. Into the tram lines. Are we away this time? No, that was a little bit too early from Hendrix Falat on the pole side of the grid. What race director Nigel Edwards is looking for? Oh, was that James Ferguson in a spin? Yes, it was. Hopefully James will be able to rejoin and get back to his intended grid position, but he'll need to do it pretty quickly. What Nigel Edwards is looking for, parity across the front row. It's a little bit tricky here at Rowrah because it's a very, very long and constant right-hander pretty much up to the start line. So pole sitters just got to wait a little bit to give that outside line, Schlivar and everybody else, that chance to fairly get across the line with those rows intact.
That's right, you can see the marshals all making it very clear now on this run because we want to get underway with their first heat of the day. Not only is this second row interesting, but Freddie Baker, someone who we have seen in the other half of the British Kart Championships, he had a brilliant start to his year and he showed really promising pace. Went a little bit missing in the last couple of rounds. However, this weekend, spoke to him yesterday quickly in the paddock show. He seems really confident. And with the position he was in yesterday, finishing second, I think he's one to watch out for all day.
Will be indeed. So drivers need to get it right this time into the tram lines. This is looking better. We're green, we're racing in IAME Water Swift Restricted. It's a good start for Hendrix Falat. It's a good start for Bobby Slater as well. The Slater name back in a Fusion kart up to P2 in the early stages of this race. 3 wide, involving the championship leader in the middle there, Arthur Bowers. Bowers has dealt with that very nicely. Squeezes through into 5th place. That's a great start again from Hendrix Falat, channeling the inspiration of the helmet design. He's racing in a Nigel Mansell tribute helmet here this weekend. Well, our Nige would have been proud of that start. Into the lead and clear by probably about half a second, Kiel.
That's right, Benjamin Schliever, though, wants to gain that position back that he lost off the start. Is he going to do it right now? He takes a look, can't quite get it done. Freddie Baker on his tail once again, showing good pace so far this weekend. Bobby Slater now needs to get his head down and focus on that race leader. 7 minutes plus a lap to go. First lap complete then. It is Hendrix Falat, your pole sitter, that leads. Bobby Slater, Schliever, Freddie Baker, Arthur Bowers, Ollie West, Caden Okora and Oliver Woodall in that top 8. Patrick Wood and Lewis Walsh. Freddie Baker has to take a slightly defensive line there, which is going to let that kart number 98 of Arthur Bowers, who's your championship leader, through right now. Schliever still trying on Bobby Slater around that second chicane. Is he going to get a better run down this main straight? We'll have to see. Close as ever, Schliever's now on the inside. For the next corner, it looks like he is going to make it through. And that is Arthur Bowers, who's also going to follow him through. Brilliant move from Arthur Bowers. Bobby Slater is now under pressure from Freddie Baker. That is how fast things can change in heats like this. Freddie Baker can't quite put that much pressure on him just yet. Not enough to get past, but we are reaching the end of the lap. And that is Ollie West now. Ollie West, third in the championship. New helmet colours this weekend. Looking on form today.
Is indeed. Here's the pack a little bit further behind. Race leader Falat makes a little adjustment. Schliever and Bowers will try and close in as he battle for fourth place between Baker, Slater and West. Spoiler alert for Formula 3, so close your ears now if you don't want to hear that. It's been a great day for the Slater family already. Older brother Freddie has taken the lead in the F3 standings this weekend in Budapest. Could this be a best result of the season so far for Slater? He did just lose out there to Ollie West, but got to remember, Bobby Slater in his first year at this level. Ollie West is a seeded driver, was here last year, and has been racing very well this season. So this is more than a commendable effort from Bobby Slater. This is the strongest performance we've seen from the youngest of the three brothers so far this season. There's Dimi Uzanov in the foreground. We'll see him in a moment in the Water Swift race. Ben Schliever has just set the fastest lap of the race, 55.63 seconds. And he's being pushed on here by Arthur Bowers. This is good tactical work between these two. If they can work together, the track is getting to that kind of stage where you can do a bit of a shake and bake and get back towards Hendrix Falat. That was a good first sector, though, from Hendrix Falat. Has he had the communication from track side to say, those guys behind you, Hendrix, are starting to catch. You just need to move this out a little bit. He's responded. He has done. He leads by 1.5 seconds once again.
Hendrix Falat really up and coming in his early stages of this championship. Raced Bambinos in the past, but his first debut this year with the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and has made a very good impression. Schliever, though, setting fastest laps is what he's going to need to do to close that gap, because it's stretched again, now being 2.1 seconds. On that lap, though, these two working together has shrunk it that slightly, now being 1.1 seconds. Arthur Bowers is doing the clever thing at this stage. This is another driver with experience. He knows where his position is in the championship, and there's still just under 4 minutes to go. Oliver Woodall there sets a new fastest lap. Another driver who at Loch Hall we saw did brilliantly.
I've been really impressed with Ollie Woodall. He's turned a corner these last few weeks. Had a bit of a tough day yesterday in the final, but took the win last time out in front of the Alpha Live cameras at Loch Hall. Was your driver of the day from Wilton Mill, and no driver of the day here this weekend. That's because for the last IAME meeting it went to the Honda Cadet. So for anyone wondering about that and not seeing the driver of the day interview, we'll have lots of them when we get to, I think it'll be when we get to PF International later on in the season. It'll be a very busy weekend for us filming the interviews for that. 3 minutes to go in this one. Gap's closing again, Keel. It's down to 0.7 of a second now for Falat to the rest. So this race for IAME Water Swift Restricted, this cadet category, it's the Water Swift engine, the platform that the slightly older drivers use with just a little bit less power, the power capped. That's what we mean by the term restricted. They are catching Falat here, and Schliever's going alone as well.
That's right. Someone in the live chat did say, what does restricted mean? Like you said, Andrew, it's the Water Swift engine, the Water Swift kart, but restricted, so it's suitable for the younger classes that are going to learn. Schliever loses out on his position with 2 minutes to go after all that effort. leading up to Hendrix Fallat. He loses out to Arthur Bowers. Not lost out on too much though. He's still in touching distance as they head through the first chicane once again. He's going to have to push for this lap as now it's getting serious. Arthur Bowers, now your race leader, in striking distance, not too far off as they head towards hairpin 2. Hendrix Fallat is got to get ready now to be under some pressure on these last couple of laps. What we've seen from him though is that he's good at keeping his cool, defending when he needs to, and I think that's what we're going to see towards the end of this. Schliever now straight on Bowers. Didn't take him long to make up for those mistakes. We can really see a proper dry line now out on the circuit. Also, puddles still, so it's definitely not safe just yet. The grass, of course, will still be very, very wet. Schliever there, very close to Bowers. Not going to make a move at this stage, though. Bowers takes a slight look behind to think, yep, still right there as they head one more lap complete. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. Oliver Woodall still holds on to that fastest lap.
Does indeed. So I think we'll have 3 more laps for this one. Fallat leads from Bowers, Schliever, Baker, West, Woodall, Wood, Hakura, Louis Wilson, who's been very good so far this weekend as well. Had some great results in the heats yesterday. It's P9, and then Bobby Slater completing the top 10 as things stand. Those chasing pair down towards the stewardesses now. Bowers ahead of Schliever. They're continuing to work together. Harley Hibbert has had a warning for something out there from the race officials. Just a warning at the moment. The number 49 has had one as well. That's Noah Brad for the TW Racing outfit. 30 seconds to go. There is the number 49 of Noah Brad just heading down the straight. Teammates battling there. That's Cole Parrish getting through. Nice move there from Cole Parrish. And with that is up to 16th place.
16 seconds on the clock. Another lap is nearly complete. Then let's see what your race leader can do. The gap has shrunk. We can see on the timing there that they have come over the line. It's now 5/10 and a couple of laps to go. This is where it gets serious. Back to the race leaders then. Bowers looks like he's under a little bit of pressure now, but they are close as ever to Hendrix Fallat. Benjamin Schliever still doing the clever thing of pushing that driver along. This is really where we see how their racecraft comes along. 2 experienced drivers there of Bowers and Schliever doing the right thing, and you really see how much this pays off. Fallat takes a look behind him there to see that they are close as ever. Here is former restricted driver and former champion, LBJ Stubbs with XL last year. Watching the class he used to be in, it's so good to be here, especially this weekend. We've seen the classes be really in support of each other. Freddie Baker, another XL driver, running in 4th place. Consistent weekend for him so far. 4th isn't a bad position to be in. Oliver Woodall, though, crawled his way through the field up 4 places, and it looks like he's going to get another brilliant move down the inside there at hairpin 2. And Freddie Baker is going to have no choice but to slot in behind him, heading into the stewardesses.
That was a mega move. That was a proper move from Oliver Woodall. I'm sure that will be another cottage pie powered overtake as Schliever has a look there at Bowers. Bowers did well there. Just held the line. There was no option for Schliever but to get out of the throttle. And well, for Hendrix Fallat, this is going to be another race victory. Takes heat number 1 of the day, heat 3 of the weekend, and continues to accumulate these points. Hendrix Fallat wins by half a second ahead of Arthur Bowers. Benjamin Schliever takes 3rd. Oliver Woodall in 4th. Freddie Baker in 5th. Ollie West, Patrick Wood, Caden Hakura, Louis Wilson and Bobby Slater in the top 10. Logan Hodgetts was one of your biggest movers. In fact, he was the biggest mover in that race, P11. It's still battles going on in the second half of the field, which is great to see. Riley Aston Wilkins 12th, Max St. Hilaire 13th, Darcy Durnford. Good drive from Darcy there, up 2 spots to 14th. Harley Hibbert completes the top 15. This result is provisional at this stage of the day, but shush to the rest of the field for by Hendrix Fallat there, showing a lot of confidence here this weekend and getting on with the job in a really professional manner here, Keel.
Yeah, that is right. Like I said, he is an up-and-coming driver this year. He's been to be honest, a bit of a wild card because not having been in this championship
not seen a
before,
driver.
performing really well in both classes, I think his confidence is better than ever. Pole position, heat win. It'll be interesting to see what he can do today and what pressure Arthur Bowers and the likes of Benjamin Schlevar, there they are on your screen, are able to put on him. Schlevar there looked really, really eager in those last couple of laps.
Challenge for roving camera op. We've not discussed Ollie West's new lid, which we've discussed. We're thinking it's about 2 to 3 tenths a lap. That's what it's worth. It's got some great designs on the back of all the circuits that we're visiting here this season. More on that later. We'll see the Water Swift restrictors out again later on. Let's move on to Water Swift. Let's get into it then. IAME Water Swift. Alfie Davidson starts on pole position, wanting to put yesterday's problems behind him. He's joined on the front row by the inform Mason Hibbert. It's a fusion lockout of the front row. LBJ Stubbs and Chester Fawkes, yesterday's winner. They go from row 2. Dimi Uzanov and Hero Tsay go from row number 3. On row 4, Oliver Tsay and Evan Owen. Charlie Clough and Bodie Batch complete the top 10. Harry Chapman, the new E-plate holder from last week at the Shenington Super Prix, starts on row 6 alongside Ivans Voronins of Latvia. Ilias Sami has work to do from row 7. Is joined by Rudra Gokulnath and Hugo Williamson. One of 2 privateers in this field, starts 15th. So, yesterday, wow, what a final. This corner here could be one of the points that we look back at the end of the season. Alfie Davidson had the lead of the final, was looking good. I wouldn't say comfortable because it was tricky conditions for the drivers, and then went off the road. It lost him 14 championship points. That could be crucial going into the end of the season. Just to quickly run down those championship scores before we get into racing for this one. Hibbert on 600, Davidson 595, Sammy 583, Uzanov 581, Fawkes 569. Fawkes took his first finals win since Three Sisters 2024 yesterday. What's going to happen today in IAME Water Swift? We're going to find out across the course of the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a boisterous start through the first chicane, but a good one for the Fusions. Davidson had no, Hibbert's been beaten. Is that LBJ Stubbs? Yes, it is. LBJ Stubbs who took his first. Oh, there's a hit in the background. Is it one of the Tays? Yes, it's Oliver Tay who's involved, and Ilias Sami's involved. One of the championship contenders in trouble in the first heat of the day. We've got our first bit of Water Swift drama here on Sunday.
That is always what we have to expect. LBJ Stubbs eager there, trying to get a move done for second place early on in this race. Doesn't get the move done though, and loses out on that run under some pressure there to Dimi Uzanov, who been consistent so far this weekend. Brilliant start though from those 2 Fusion karts. Also Chester Fawkes there in the mix. Dimi promotes himself up into the top 5. 1 lap complete then. Not disappointing as ever, as always, the Water Swifts are. Alfie Davidson leads. Hibbert, Uzanov, Chester Fawkes and LBJ Stubbs now down into 5th. Oh, there is some collision of the wheels there as they go around hairpin 1, but both make it out. It looks like LBJ Stubbs is going to lose out again there to Hero Tsay, one of the brothers. Those 2 have shown really good pace so far this weekend. Been a bit unlucky yesterday in the heats. However, they're 2. Now, if they can get some better luck, are going to do a good job. Great move there from Chester Fawkes once again. Chester, experienced driver within this class. Let's look at a replay, though, at what happened along that first lap with the likes of Ilias Sami, like you said, one of the championship contenders involved. It did look like caught in the crossfire there for a few of the drivers. Ivans Voronins, one of the arrivers from the UAE as well, caught into that. Ilias Sami and that XL kart, though, did manage to get themselves going.
They did indeed. For Sami, we'll come back to that because Chester Fawkes is under a bit of pressure here from Dimitar Uzanov. Dimi was really unfortunate in the final yesterday, had a technical problem. His starter motor failed. He never got the chance to start from 3rd place on the grid, but he's showing good pace here this weekend. Is that Hugo Williamson out of the race? Yes, it is. Hugo's had a problem coming out of Paddock Bend. He's okay, that's the most important thing, but that kart's going to be in a tricky position to recover. Here goes Hibbert down the inside of Uzanov, gets back into 3rd place. Fawkes returns to 4th. Hero Tsay there as well in the 124. This is good stuff from all of these drivers. No, apologies for second place. Hibbert now up to second place. He had a real torrid time through the heats yesterday. Came alive in the final, was up more than 10 positions. It was a big swing of points. As I say, early in the race, it looked like it was going to be a big day for Davidson. Out front, his title rival and teammate Hibbert down the field, and it completely swung across the course of a 3 or 4 minute period. That's why this championship is, in my book, one of the most exciting to watch year in, year out. Out of the second of the hairpins, down towards the Stuart S's once again. Alfie Davidson clear by 3 seconds, and this will be good for his mindset, I think, Keogh, because that must have been a really tough moment yesterday for Alfie. Wears his heart on his sleeve. He'd driven brilliantly up to that single point where he just lost control a little bit in the slippery conditions. He did recover, he did finish the race, scored points for, I think it was 13th place, but he's going to want to put that behind him. He is doing right now with 4¼ minutes to go.
I know, that's correct. Really unfortunate for Davidson. We saw him earlier on in that day in the paddock, and he was just staying really consistent. That is Harry Chapman, the recent E-plate winner, taking a trip over the grass at turn 1. RBJ Stubbs unfortunately gets caught in that and shows his frustration. There is the recent Fusion comer, Charlie Clough, behind his teammate there, working a bit further down the pack. But like we said, yeah, Davidson, this is exactly what he needs, especially for his confidence heading into the rest of today. More moves, though, from Chester Forks down towards the front of the pack on Hibbert. The question of today is, can Hibbert continue this comeback? Because the whole thing yesterday completely changed. It was Hibbert leading, and then before the final yesterday, when Davidson didn't finish, it was looking like Hibbert was going to regain that championship lead. Dimitar Uznov down the inside there, brilliant move, back into that third place. He hot on his heels though is Hibbert, and Hirotei still at the back of that pack, ready to pick up the pieces once again. Another lap complete. Dimi takes a slight look behind him. No moves just yet for those two Fusion karts. Fusion's now an advantage here, even though Dimi says work together, but no, Mason Hibbert says no. No time for that today after this weekend's antics so far. Hibbert is on a charge, as is Dimi though. Dimi was another person who didn't even get to start the race. Frustrating for him as he loses out slightly there to
Hirose through and into 4th place. This is a good performance from Hero. Was 4th in the final, the first final of the year at Wilton Mill. So has had good races earlier on in the season. I think this has been the most complete weekend that we've seen so far from Hirose in this championship. 2.5 minutes to go in this one. Davidson leads from Forks by 3.2 seconds. Forks is the fastest driver on circuit though, a 52.102 last time around. Mason Hibbert sits in 3rd. I think Hibbert would take this at the moment if you compare it to what happened at this stage of the day yesterday. Now, yes, at the end of the season, Hibbert will hope to see that score 49 out of 65 from yesterday become a drop score. In the IAME categories, the X30 categories that run across the full calendar, they have 5 drops. So best 15 from 20 scores when we get to Silverstone. We don't want to necessarily be using too many of those scores in the first 2/3 of the season. I want to reserve them for a little bit later in the year if strange things occur at the last round, or a little bit of misfortune when the title is on the line. Here come the drivers. That's now I like to see that car. That's Rudra Gokulnath in the fresh Kart Giza livery. So part selling online, and I like to see that. This is an effort run by the A3E racing team, and a much smaller team than say those at the front, and good to see that support coming in. Change for second place. Hibbert has got through past Chester Forks. These two know each other very well. They've raced up through the divisions of British karting. They're both racing out in Europe this year as well in the IAME Euro Series. At this stage of the season, they're pretty much racing each other every couple of weeks or so, not every week. Now, a number of these drivers will be heading to PF International next week for the big one. Kart Masters will be there with coverage from Alpha Live. 40 seconds remaining. And this is a good run once again from Hibbert. Real turnaround from yesterday, because he really looked like he was in a tough spot. It was difficult to watch.
Yeah, that's right. Davidson and Hibbert going to be built with confidence heading into this one. Chester Forks, another consistent run for him though so far. Just losing out on that position, but clock is still on 20 seconds plus a lap to go. There is Evan Owen in the Danny Curl Academy kart. Evan had his first podium this year. A driver who's got lost a little bit towards the start of the season, but still going to improve as the year goes on. He's a driver who had Bambinos, took a little bit of a break, so maybe didn't have as much experience as some of his competitors now. But now this year, coming back into it, we're going to see him really shine towards the end of the season, as he did at PF earlier in the year. Hibbert, though, sets the fastest lap, closes the gap significantly there to Davidson, but with the clock on 0, I'm not sure if that's going to be just enough time for him to take the race win. Yeah,
Davidson looking good at the moment. Good morning to David Manchester, who's on holiday. Not allowed holiday in the middle of the karting season, Dave. What's that about?
The sun, hey?
But I'll see you next week, mate. And looking forward to it when we get to PF. And good morning to William Bennett, the Bennett family as well, tuning in. Know a lot about this category. Racing it a lot at clubs such as Shennington. Not quite on the final lap yet. Final lap board is going to be out in a moment. There it is. Davidson across the line, 2.4 seconds clear of teammate Mason Hibbert. Hello to Ted Higgs as well. And yeah, keep your comments coming in. We've got all the racing here today for you, and plenty of bits on social media as well. Interviews, features. If you missed the build-up show earlier, we've got the paddock show from yesterday afternoon. It was put out yesterday, but if you did miss it, don't worry, you'll be able to watch it over the lunch break here today. It's a busy stage of the year. As mentioned, next week we'll be at Wilton Mill in 2 weeks' time for the next event, and then I think we're straight back to PF the following weekend. So plenty of karting to get your teeth into, and plenty of winning for Alfie Davidson to be pleased about out of the final corner. That's how you respond. That's a great drive from Alfie Davidson. He's back on form. He's got a win. I know it's just a heat. That psychologically, I think, is a really important result for Alf, and to do it comfortably as well. That's a calm drive, 2 seconds clear of Mason Hibbert. Hibbert will be pleased with that as well. That's a real turnaround from where he was 24 hours ago. Chester Forks still in good form, P3. Hero Tay comes home 4th. Did get the fastest lap just at the end of the race there, 51.8, indicating the track is getting quicker. That is good stuff from all of our Water Swifts. Big dub for Davidson. Hibbert 2nd, Forks 3rd, Tay 4th. Dimi Uzanov comes home in the top 5. Evan Owen 6th. Charlie Clough 7th. Albie J. Stubbs, Rudra Gokulnath and Harry Chapman all in the top 10 there. 2 more drivers to get to the end of that one were Bodie Batch and Ivan Zvoronins, who's having his first run in the British Kart Championships this year. Ilias Sami and Hugo Williamson were retirements. Oliver Tay also was a retirement. Did not get round the first lap. Let's have a quick look at some of the highlights. Look at that. Forks was right up on the edge. Now, I think what happens here is Oliver Tay is going to run wide, catch the wall on driver's right, and Ilias Sami's just going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah, just loses the back end there. Poor Ilias. Couldn't really have done anything about that. Another one of the fusions was involved there. I think was that Charlie Clough in the 151 getting involved. Here were other moves through McRae's. Uzanov getting through. That was Hugo Williamson at the end of his race. Now there were some slick tyres on in that race, which is good to see. This was Harry Chapman taking a bit of a rallycross route through the chicane, but was able to recover. This is a great move from Chester Forks. I think we're going to see quite a few more examples of that move in the next few races. Hibbert responded back down the inside. Hibbert had a great run, a very impressive run in Wackersdorf for the IAME Euro Series, about a month or so ago, or 3 weeks ago. It's been a long part of the year. That feels a lot longer ago than 3 weeks. But yeah, some really good racing there from the IAME Water Swifts. Johnny Shocks there in the background, doing a lot of the work on the engines for various drivers around the paddock. One of the best at tuning those Water Swift engines. Tyres will come off. Oh dear, that's not how you're meant to take a tyre off. But as long as you do take the tyres off, because it is parc fermé conditions for the tyres. Kiel I'm going to pass this one to you. When are we seeing the Water Swifts out next? What time are they out? Because my old brain's forgotten.
The Water Swifts are out next at 12:13. A little bit of time then in between, but of course we've got the likes of Junior X30, Senior X30 and KZ2 to go for their first heats of the day. Good run from the Water Swifts. That is usually what we see. Calculated, it's calm, they know it's the first heat of the day.
Let's go for it then. X30 Juniors, they're out next. Here's a grid then for the juniors. Rocco Shenton starts on pole position, looks in inspired form in these slippery conditions. Jacob Backler on the front row as well after a great qualifying. And it's the home favourites, Aaron Richardson and George Edgar. That's Jess Edgar on the screen. But they are the two of them on row number 2. Freddie Wood and George House on row number 3. Next up, Finley Lines and George Clark on row 4. Max Endicott and Archie Rogers Tyler on row 5. Sukmani Kira and Lucan Narroway go from row 6. Alex Riley had a great start to his final yesterday, then had some unfortunate moments. Starts on row 7 for this one alongside of Ryan Meta. Katie Donson was strong yesterday as well. Starts on row 8 for this one alongside Max Tay, Harley Musk and George Quinlan on row 9. Quinlan had an exhaust issue this morning in TQ. Colby Patterson due to go from the start, from the back of the grid at the start of this race. 19 of them in total. Right, results from yesterday. It was another very dramatic final. Rocco Shenton won it. First BKC finals win for him since 2022, since his Honda Cadet days. Finley Lines second, Freddie Wood third. George Edgar was running in second place and then clipped a barrier, broke the front right corner of the kart and retired. It meant that Aaron Richardson with fourth place took the championship lead. 6:14 is the score for Richardson. 6:05 is for Edgar, who got both final wins last time out at Lark Hall. Kira third on 5:74, joint with Shenton. This could be a big day in the story of the 2026 X30 Junior British Kart Championship, and we're not going yet. That is a false start. We will go round for an additional formation lap, which is probably quite useful for the drivers in these conditions. I'm suspecting everyone is on slick tyres on a damp track. The turnaround, though, for Rocco Shenton. I spoke to Rocco and his father on Friday, and they were really struggling, really struggling. They were trying various different things with setup, and in the dry and warm conditions, they were nowhere, frankly, and they were saying, we are praying, we are crossing everything for rain on Saturday. Whatever rain dance they did, it worked, and Rocco's whole weekend has been transformed. Now, it's been wet this morning in time qualifying. He's delivered the performance again. The question is now, I think he's still going to be very strong in this one. You're going to need that height, that weight transfer to get the tyres going. But if the conditions start to get better across the day, does Rocco hold himself at the front of this order, or do we start to see a return to the struggles like we saw on Friday?
Well, this is the Junior X30 question of the day, and what I found interesting there on that outlap was Rocco Shenton is confident. He's looking around. He's thinking, why are you all tyre warming? They're all on slicks now in these damp conditions, and he knows that his best shot is in these conditions. He is cool, calm, collected off this start.
He is indeed. So they're under starters' orders. Shenton and Backler on the front row of the grid. Into the tram lines then. Do we go green this time? Yes, we do. Racing for the first time today in X30 Junior. Good start for Shenton. Not a good start for Backler. Going to be down several positions. Aaron Richardson has taken advantage of that. Is it up to second place? Freddie Wood, who got his second podium in a row, is up to third. Shenton's run a little bit wide. Richardson's going to have a chance here to take the race lead. He's trying to squeeze there. Shenton's nearly on the wet patch. That's great racing from those two. Aaron Richardson takes the lead on home soil. Here in Rowrah, there's a little bit of a conglomeration in the second half of the field. There's George Edgar in the number 2, goes around the outside and gains a position there, but Richardson and Shenton are gone. Clear at the front of the field. Wood third. Finley Lines, who was on the podium yesterday as well, is up to P4. Backler 5th, Edgar 6th.
Richardson, brilliant start. We knew to expect this from this driver. On home soil, we knew exactly what his intentions were. Rocco Shenton, though, will not be happy with the start of this one, and he also won't be happy with these conditions. We know his favourable conditions, and where he has his best shot will be in the wet. That is George Edgar passing the likes of that.
Jacob Bachelor.
Jacob Bachelor getting past. He's got a bit of work to do in this one, however. Another driver on home soil, high hopes. George Edgar, after yesterday, it would be good for him to have 2 good heats today to set the tone for his day, as the likes of Alfie Davidson did in that last heat. Richardson, though, leads Shenton, Wood, Finley Lyons, George Edgar in the top 5 of this one. Freddie Wood had a brilliant day yesterday, got a 2nd podium in junior for him.
Oh dear, Orion Meta, George Quinlan, Luca Narroway locked together. Now is that down at the exit of the Forest, so the Stuart Esses, the Forest Esses is a completely different part of the circuit used in the middle part of the year. 6 minutes of this one to go. George Quinlan has got going again. Sorry to cut across you there, Keol. Orion Meta's got going. That's a shame for Orion. Orion could be quite useful in these conditions. He had a great run in transitioning track conditions at the IAME Winter Cup at the very start of the season. It's not going to quite be the case this time around. And racing continuing. George Edgar has caught and passed Finley Lyons. That's Lyons up to, sorry, Edgar up to P4. Lyons down to P5. Had the joy of commentating on Finley's dad last weekend in Fun Cup at Donington Park. Means I've had Lyons on the entry list 3 weekends in a row now. George Edgar sets the fastest lap of the race. Another little detail in the home battle. They're from potentially rival villages as well. Edgar's from the town of Cleator, just over the back of the circuit here as Edgar goes up to P3. Richardson from the rival village of Frizzington. We'll see if that comes to fruition later on in the day. 5 minutes of this one to go.
That's right, it's going to be some local rivalry that we have to expect.
Love a local derby.
There is George Edgar running brilliant in this heat so far. This is exactly what he would have wanted. He's going to be eager as ever. Pace is looking really good, but as we say that, Aaron Richardson sets the new fastest lap of the race, followed by George Edgar as he goes over the line. George Edgar trying not to lose out on too much time so he can hopefully catch that race leader. That'll be an interesting battle that will hopefully unfold throughout the rest of this day after George Edgar's unfortunate run. There is the likes of George House in that mid-pack. George House had a good qualifying, dropped back slightly at the start of this one, but that's another driver who's young. That was a brilliant move down the inside. Max Endicott, eager as ever, comes in down the main straight, side by side with teammate. He's going to get the run though, and the 2 XL carts are going to follow him through this second chicane on the circuit.
Yeah, and George House coming through the middle of all of that as well, up to P9. Here is a fight for second place in this race. Rocco Shenton has got George Edgar all over his rear axle at the moment. It's a 2.2 second gap up the road to Aaron Richardson. This is what I was talking about. As the track starts to dry out, it will start to move in favour of those drivers who are a little bit shorter than Rocco Shenton, who locks up into Iredale's. Wood gets down the inside. That's really good driving from Freddie Wood to see that gap. There was nothing much that George Edgar could do about that. You can see how much they're leaning on the tyres now. Grip is still limited in the vast majority of places around this circuit. Finley Lyons on the back of this group as well as P5. Keep an eye out for Sukmani Kira as in goes Edgar. On Wood, down the inside into Sunny Bend up to P3. Sukmani Kira has gained 5 places in this race. Sugar's on the move up to P6. Aaron Richardson though, this is a statement win at the moment if he can bring this one to the end with 3 minutes of this race to go. 3.7 seconds clear of Shenton, who's having to defend now. This is what he's famous for, making that barrel number 6 as wide as possible. Edgar's having a look down the inside. That's sensible driving though. Didn't go all in. Used his maturity. Does lose a position to Lyons as a result there. But knew Edgar, he could not just throw it in there and do something rash into Iredale's.
Look at this. We now have a 5-kart battle heading into the next part of the circuit, led by Shenton, who is making that kart, like I said, as wide as it can go. Finley Lyons, though, is going to be the next driver to put him under some pressure heading towards Paddock Bend. We'll see what can happen. Freddie Wood trying to gain that place once again on George Edgar. Sukmani Kira, though, now right on the back of this pack. Now 5-kart battle. 5-second penalty for Alex Riley is given further down the pack. Let's see, though, what's going to happen. Still, side by side, nearly go Finley Lyons and George Edgar, but no, they slot back in the same order. Smani Kira looks like she's going to try to go around the outside. Doesn't get the run, though, so has to slot back in behind Freddie Wood. Takes a look behind him. Now these four have given Shenton that bit of breathing room. It's exactly what he needs as this track dries out.
1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Rocco Shenton has received a warning from the race officials. I would wonder whether that is for over-defensive driving, and it's in the driving code of conduct as to how much they can reasonably defend. But he has pulled away now. He's not defending at the moment, so this is all good. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this race. He checks over his shoulder. Here goes George Edgar down the inside of Finley Lyons. This is for third place. Good move there from George Edgar. Checks over his shoulder. Lyons taps his helmet, say, yep, I'm fine with this. Let's keep working together as Kira goes in on Freddie Wood. These two have been very equally matched since the very start of the season. Big seasons for both of them here for Fusion Motorsport, their second year of juniors, which is always an important one for young drivers. Can be a make or break year for their racing careers. 50 seconds and counting on the clock. There's going to be 2 more laps, I think, of this one. Over the line again. Richardson's lead now 6.8 seconds. That shows you how heavy the defensive work has been for Shenton, and he's going to need to be defensive potentially again here because George Edgar closing in. George Edgar knows, though, with it being Richardson out front, he's got to get this second place, really, as Kira's down the inside of Lyons once again for P4, because this title picture is narrowing, and even just in these heats, one position can convert into championship points at the end of the 2 races. Shenton defensive again ahead of Edgar.
Edgar's trying everything to get past on this lap. Is he going to get the move done, though, towards the end of this one? It doesn't look like he is. Shenton, once again, defensive as ever. Has to be careful, though, because he does have a warning under his belt. This has now brought Smani Kira, Freddie Wood back into play already. Finley Lyons dropped to the back of this pack. Another lap complete, heading into the chicane. Shenton, Edgar, Kira, Wood and Finley Lyons close as ever. Finley Lyons takes a look, doesn't get the move done, but Edgar's going to get the run now on Rocco Shenton into the second hairpin. Rocco has that inside line, has to slot in behind Edgar, though. Edgar's going to come out, looks like with a better run, cover off, and Shenton now into that second place. Shenton needs to be careful now because Smani Kira is ready to pick up these places.
Look how much the rear inside wheel on the rear axle for Rocco Shenton is picking up and hopping and tramping, axle tramping through the tight corners. Shenton really struggling now. Kira trying to find a way through. This is all going to be setup of the karts and how it's suited to each of the drivers. We're over across the line now. We're on the last lap now. Apologies there, a little bit of a moment on our timing tower. It is still a case that we are racing here in this heat. Richardson is clear by 8.9 seconds. Shenton trying to do everything he can to hold on to third place here. Can Kira find a move down the inside, not into Iredale's? It's through this part of the circuit that I think Rocco is really, really being tested at the moment. Look at the inside right. There again, boom, popping along there as he's not driving off the corner as a result of that. There's one kart off and out the race. I think it might be George Quinlan. Waiting for Aaron Richardson to come over the line. There he is. There is the checkered flag. That's how far ahead Aaron Richardson was of everybody else. George Edgar is going to come home in second place. Shenton holds on for a battling third there. Well done to Rocco Shenton. That was not easy at all. Smani Kira, good drive there, gaining 7 places, finishes in P4.
We do have to give the credit there to our race winner. It was almost as if he wasn't there in that one because of the battle we had for that second place. Richardson gains that heat win on home soil. Brilliant start to the day for him. George Edgar, of course, comes straight back through the pack, eager as ever after his difficult day yesterday. Shenton, though, he's going to struggle if this is the weather for the rest of the day. We don't know if that's going to be the case. The rest of the drivers heading through the checkered flag now. That should round out the field, I believe, for our Junior X30's first heat of the day. It looks like it is. They're all heading in now. Aaron Richardson there in all of his glory. Home soil takes a first heat win, setting the tone for his day.
1-0 to Frizzington then in the local derby of X30 Junior. George Edgar and the fans from Cleator will hope to strike back in heat number 2. Rocco Shenton third, Sukmani Kira fourth, Freddie Wood, Finley Lyons, Alex Riley, George House, Jacob Backler and Archie Rogers-Tyler all finish on the top 10 in the top 10 on the road. Alex Riley does have a 5-second penalty though, so we'll lose 2 positions as a result of that. Harley Musk, P11, good drive there from Harley, up 6 places across the course of that one. George Clark having a bit of a tricky weekend, P12 in that one. Max Endicott as well, not what the reigning IAME Warriors final X30 Junior champion would be expecting. P13, Katie Donaldson went forward again. P14, Max Tay 15, George Quinlan, Luca Narroway and Orion Meta had problems in that one. I think it was Colby Patterson who actually stopped late on. Yeah, for the XL Motorsport team, Colby having a really, really tough weekend. It's just not got going so far this weekend, but very talented driver. Could always turn things around later on in the day. There is Aaron Richardson. I'm still getting used to this this medley of the Argenti livery being on the Fusion karts. Aaron, the driver backed by the Argenti Academy in this category of racing with Fusion. There's another Fusion driver, Dylan Patel, one of our seniors getting ready. And yesterday, we don't have favourites in this commentary box, but we do recognise when drivers persevere and get their best results, and that was the case yesterday for Lewis Bird, who's just in the background there. More on that in a bit. Let's get ready for it then. First heat of the day, third of the weekend for Senior X30. Let's take you through the grid then for this first heat of the 6th round of the season for Senior X30. Harrison Whitcomb bounces back after the DNF yesterday in the final, starts this one from pole position. Aaron Brown alongside on the front row has looked in very good form so far this weekend. Max Ewell and Nat Johnston, they form up an all Mick Barrett Racing row number 2. Theo Lestrange and Freddie Lloyd go from row number 3. Lloyd, the double winner last time out at Lark Hall. Yesterday's winner, a maiden win in the British Kart Championships for Lewis Bird. He will start this race from row number 4 and is joined by his premium karting teammate Sam Lewis. Scott Riley and Macy Hitter, they go from row number 5. Ryan Gill and Luke Taylor start on row 6. Jacob Marples was here last weekend, won in Club 100 as preparation for his British Kart Championships weekend. Starts this race as a wild card from row 7, is joined by Levi Sangera. Joey Brown and Alexander De Benedictis go from row 8. Adam Bourne and Morgan Moore go from row 9. Dylan Patel completes the 19-strong field here in this one. I was so pleased to see Lewis racing. Is that a problem for Macy Hitter? Yes, Macy was meant to be in the top 10. I think has had a spin on the early part of this formation lap. I was concerned that we might not see Lewis Bird race again at the end of the 2025 season. He came back. It's not been a straightforward start to this season as well, but he absolutely smashed it yesterday. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't lucky. It was a pure drive from the number 7 seed from last year in the wet conditions. He beat Freddie Lloyd. He beat Harrison Whitcomb. This is not going to be a race start. The grid is not formed up properly at all. They'll go around for an additional formation lap. Now, there was one problem, though, and maybe, Lewis, this is where you need to get a little bit more practice with winning races, mate. So we often see drivers like to tap the kart. They like to tap the side pedal. Well done, Wagon. You've got me a win. And he clipped his finger on the rear left wheel. It's fine. He's medically cleared. He's racing this weekend. But he had numb fingers on the podium. He struggled in a way to hold his first winner's trophy in the air. So, Lewis, if you do win again today, mate, don't do that again. That really scared a lot of us.
That's right. That definitely hindered his win initially.
It hindered his time on the podium.
That's right. In one sense, he was celebrating. In another, he was thinking, oh no, can I do this again tomorrow?
Indeed.
Am I even going to get the opportunity to do this again tomorrow? But back to the grid. Hopefully we'll have a race start this time. Nat Johnston there on the second row. Really strong so far this weekend. We saw him have a good start to his year.
Yeah, and third in the points going into today. Whitcomb leads the points, 597. Bird now up to second, 585. Johnston 582, Brown 576, Lewis 561. If you're needing a little bit of a recap though, remember driver number 1, Freddie Lloyd, last year's champion, missed Wilton Mill, so he's a bit further down in the scores at the moment. We're green, we're racing in Senior X30, and it's a very even start between Whitcomb and Brown. Are they all going to make it through? Johnston off the road, it's all a little bit messy in the midfield. Wow, that was a frenetic start. Oh, round goes. Is that Yule? Yes, it is Max Yule, the second of the Mick Barrett Racing drivers in trouble. Was that a clash with Aaron Brown through McRae's? Macy Hitter's getting involved there with Levi Sangera in the 355. Morgan Moore's had a tough weekend so far and has got to do this one from the back. Is this a premium 1, 2, 3, 4 that we're seeing at the front of the field right now? I think it is. Look at this for domination from the top team, the unbeaten team so far this year in Senior X30 British Kart Championship finals. We're going to count them through at the end of the first lap here, Keel, because a lot has changed. Whitcomb still leads. Theo Lestrange is up to second. Bird third. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've got the top 5 locked out at the moment, have Premium Karting. Other movers, Joey Brown up 7 places to P8 at the end of that first lap. Morgan Moore, here's the moment then. Oh, now that's an interesting moment. Aaron Brown got popped up in the head. Don't think that was Aaron Brown's doing in all of that, but round went Max Yule. He has got going again. Here's Lewis Bird down the inside for second place on his teammate Theo Lestrange. Sam Lewis is in there as well. Freddie Lloyd trying to move up from 5th place. He has only 1 drop score at his disposal across the course of the season. He's already used 4 of them, having not raced at Wilton Mill. He was racing in another championship that weekend, and he knows he's got to make business work. He's got to get up the order. What a first 2 laps we've had here, Keel, as back comes Nat Johnston.
There he is. Good recovery from Nat Johnston after heading over the grass at that first chicane on the initial lap. What a brilliant start for Premium Karting. Good move there. Now behind Nat Johnston, Sam Lewis is pushing, making his way down. Aaron Brown, though, back down the inside. Great start for Premium. Whitcomb, textbook start. Lewis Bird, though, up into that second place. Look at that. He is clearly confident as ever. Hand isn't too hurt by the looks of it. He is able to make some places initially. That wasn't like a usual senior heat start. That was intense.
That was a bit junior for the first 2 laps of that one. As here comes Joey Brown. Great to see this. Joey Brown on the attack down the inside. Takes 7th place. That's a gain of 8 spots now. Joey had a really, really good weekend last time out at Lark Hall. Got a podium. It was a good first day. His second day was not what he wanted, but a first podium of the season in the first round in Scotland. There's another change. That is for 3rd place within this heat. Freddie Lloyd through and past Theo Lestrange. Freddie a little bit frustrated yesterday. He had speed, had a back and forth battle with Nat Johnston, which meant that once he got through and into 2nd place, Lewis Bird was just up the road, too quick, too much even for Freddie Lloyd to overcome in the latter stages. What can he do here today? 4 minutes and 42 seconds remaining on the clock. Aaron Brown is the fastest driver on circuit. Aaron Brown starting to get a bit of momentum going. Racing for the PF International Karting team. That is the same operation that drove Gus Lawrence to 3 British Senior X30 championships. And this is starting to click for Aaron Brown. Looking down the inside. Oh, that is a mega move from Aaron Brown up to P4. And remember, we go to PF next. This is an entrant that could make life a little bit difficult for some of those drivers higher up the order as we go into the last 2 meetings of the season. 4 minutes of this race remaining. Theo Lestrange has got a 5-second penalty. He's going to drop down the order in this one. It's Whitcomb from Bird from Lloyd. Top 3 covered by 2 and a bit seconds. Aaron Brown now up to P4 after that send into the Stuart S's. Theo Lestrange 5th. Joey Brown now 6th. Nat Johnston looking on the back foot here. Sam Lewis thought about going down the inside there out of Iredale's. Here comes Brown once again. That's super. That's spot on from Joey Brown. That's how you make a move into the Stuart S's. He's up into the top 5.
It's important there for Aaron Brown. He was the one that got to split up those premium carts, which is exactly what the other drivers will want to see. There is Nat Johnston still recovering just behind Theo Lestrange. Joey Brown up into 5th. Good run from him so far. Aaron Brown sets the fastest lap as we are on to another lap. Here is Theo Lestrange, Nat Johnston, and just in front of them is Joey Brown still. Nat Johnston, great move at hairpin 1, but he's not going to get it stick. This is the thing about making the move on the first hairpin, because he's going to lose out, and now he's going to lose another position to another premium kart. That is Brown now putting pressure on him, and he's lost the momentum down the main straight. Difficult there for Nat Johnston, but we've seen him recover in the early stages of this race. We will see that again. Whitcomb 2.4 seconds clear with 2.5 minutes to go.
Indeed. So Morgan Moore there, now up to 8th place. A difficult time through time qualifying, but very strong driver. Races both at a national and European level. You can see the wind as well. You can see the nation's flags just overlooking paddock corner there. Really, really bustling in the wind there. There's a nice move from Levi Sangera. Spoke to Levi earlier on in the weekend. Scott Riley's been not 100% fit so far this week. And, well, he's just lost 11th place there. There are those flags that we were talking about. Here's the battle between Nat Stappen and Moore. Nat Johnston. It's a very up and down race pace at the moment for Nat Johnston. 1 second he looks like he's on the attack. Then he's instantly on the, body language looks like he's on the defensive. There's Sam Lewis down the inside. I like that move a lot. And Morgan Moore is going to have to concede that one. There is Jacob Marples. Jacob Marples, your top championship rookie in this race at the moment there. Is a wild card for this weekend for the MDL team, and running nicely there in the top 10.
That's right. Like you said, good start for Nat Johnston this weekend. He had a podium earlier on in the year.
Yeah, 3rd yesterday.
Dropped up slightly and then continued with the podium yesterday. He seems to be feeling confident this weekend with Mick Barrett racing. Here, though, is the number 8 kart of Morgan Moore, a bit further back. Nice to see Morgan back once again. Gone a bit missing this weekend so far, but making their way up. Here is Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown, really strong so far. Got to hunt down Lewis Bird, though, who's still running in that 1st place. 50 seconds on the clock, another lap complete. And Whitcomb, it looks like he's got this one.
Yeah, looking comfortable. We'll just be hoping that it can all hold together. And happy birthday to his mechanic Liam, 22 years young. What a time to be 22 years of age. 25 seconds remaining on the clock for this one. 20 seconds for the drivers to sort themselves out before they see that last lap board. There is Lewis Bird running in 3rd place at the moment, showing that the pace is still there from yesterday. There'll be 2 more laps. Aaron Brown, you should note, because there's 2 Browns, they're not related, slightly different spelling as well of their surnames, but Aaron Brown 4th, Joe Brown fastest driver on circuit as things stand. Here is the fight for 8th place. Sam Lewis, Morgan Moore and Jacob Marples. There is Luke Taylor down the inside. Gets through past Scott Riley for 12th place. Luke running within the Danny Curl run DK Academy team. Bit unlucky yesterday. Didn't see the checkered flag, but good to see Luke moving forward and gaining another position.
That's right, the clock is on 0, Andrew, and Whitcomb is 1.9 seconds now. So Freddie Lloyd is closing that gap ever so slightly, but being on the final lap now, it looks like he's not going to have the time to make it a heat win. Exactly what he needs to do, though. We know Lloyd could still win this championship.
Oh, yeah.
But he's got to be really consistent from this point on. As he has been, there he is with Lewis Bird right behind, and Joey Brown, who just set the fastest lap. Aaron Brown, too, in that top 5. Freddie Lloyd could win, but the problem is, like you said, he's used 4 of his 5 drop scores. It really is a case of consistency, but not only that, being at the front too. And he would have to finish 20 points ahead of the leader because he won't get the attendance points.
Very, very good point. More on that later. But for Harrison Whitcomb, well, like we saw with Alfred Davidson, that's how you respond from disappointments in the previous day's final. Harrison Whitcomb has taken the first heat of the day in Senior X30. Calm drive there from pole position. Battles still raging on. There's Alexander De Benedictis and Macy Hitter going back and forth for 18th place. All of them over the line. And after a fierce start, they all finished that one with Whitcomb on top. It's a premium karting 1-2-3 in the end. Freddie Lloyd second, Lewis Bird third. Aaron Brown and Joey Brown complete the top five. Theo Lestrange sixth. Nat Johnston, Sam Lewis, Morgan Moore and Jacob Marples take us down to 10th place. Biggest move in that race was Joey Brown, up 10 places. Levi Sangera up 3 spots, the second of the MDL Motorsport runners coming home in 11th place in that one. Luke Taylor, we saw that move on Scott Riley. That was good enough to give Luke P12, Scott Home P13. Ryan Gill 14th. Max Ewell, after that incident on lap 1, comes home P15. Dylan Patel, Adam Bourne, Alexander De Benedictis and Macy Hitter complete the 19 finishers in that one. Now I'm interested here to see the body language inside the team. 3 very competitive drivers who've worked brilliantly for this team. They've all had at least one final win so far this year, but ultimately we're getting to that stage of the season, Keol, where it's about winning a championship as an individual, isn't it?
Well, exactly. And when you've got drivers the likes of Whitcomb, Lloyd, and it has been Lewis Bird, it is difficult to keep that sort of team perspective. Let's move right along, though. KZ2 up next.
Here we go then. KZ2, their pre-final is next. And Alan Kenyon, completing a great run yesterday, starts on pole position. This grid determined by the results of the heats yesterday. Great to have Kenyon back in the championship. He starts in the front row alongside Jess Edgar, who is looking for a big score here today. Ryan Green and Noah Wolf go from row 2. Ashley Lewis and Harry Walsh start on row number 3. Sam Ward and Charlie Turner go from 4. Miles Murphy and Lee Ward complete the top 10. Ralph Youngling and Ella Stevens alongside each other on row number 6. Stories from yesterday then. Well, Alan Kenyon mastered the conditions, took pole in TQ by half a tenth or thereabouts ahead of Sam Ward. Charlie Turner was 3rd, Ashley Lewis was 4th, Noah Wolf qualified 5th. Then the heats. How do I describe the heats in half a formation lap? Chaos, I think, is the word I will use.
I would say unexpected.
Unexpected, yes. For Wolf, he had good starts on both of them. Span on the first corner for each of those starts. To be honest, his second start, he was really unlucky. He got too good a start. He had to go down the inside. We've been talking today about dry lines, damp lines, wet lines. Got on a wet patch and just didn't have enough grip. Ella Stevens got caught up in start incidents as well. We had a rain shower in heat number 1 that blew the field apart. I think we only had about 7 finishers in that one. And it's why you've got this really mixed up grid. Let's take you through the championship standings because that's important at this stage of things as well. So Noah Wolf is on 632. That is after the first haul of championship points were awarded yesterday. We've got a note as well. Kenyon, Ward and Stevens do not score championship points. They are guest drivers. What happens if, let's say, they go 1, 2, 3 here today, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility? The next driver down who is a regular gets the full 65 championship points. So in yesterday's case, take Kenyon out of the championship scores, it was Jess Edgar who got the 65. So we're going to have many abacuses out today in that regard. So 30 points is the lead for Wolf over Turner at this precise point. It's then another 19 points back to Miles Murphy. Jess Edgar is a further 9 back. Very possible today that Noah Wolf will get into the range of points where essentially signing on at Silverstone will get him the bonus 20 points that you get for attending every single round. But he could win the title today. This race could be quite influential as to whether he does that because he's ahead of his 2 championship rivals, Charlie Turner and Miles Murphy. You see them there starting a little bit further back. Turner going from P8 and Murphy going from P9. I do not know what's going to happen in the next 12 minutes or so in this one because we've seen all sorts so far this weekend in KZ2. And don't forget, Ella Stevens starting from the very back of the grid there. We have got a couple of drivers missing by the looks of things. There's a bit of a gap where I was expecting others to start. We're lights on, we're lights off, we're racing, and look at that start from Alan Kenyon. Once again, Kenyon leads through the first chicane. Ryan Green will hold second place. Has beaten Jess Edgar off from lights out. There's Noah Wolf trying to go around the outside on Jess Edgar. Gets a little bit oversteery, keeps it under control. Ashley Lewis is there as well. Green retakes second place ahead of Edgar. Believe it or not, everybody, that's the calmest start that we've seen so far this weekend in KZ2.
That is right. Look at this. Noah Wolf already up into that third place, eager after yesterday's antics. Jess Edgar lost out there to Ryan Green off the start, and then Noah Wolf also. Ryan Green now is under pressure from Noah Wolf. What are they going to do? Jess Edgar, unfortunate start for her. It's been really great to see the two Edgars up at the front of the grid on their home circuit. Noah Wolf takes a look. Doesn't quite get the move done though. He wants to be careful there, as that was where he had one of his troubles yesterday. Goes in for it again, takes a slight look down the inside, can't quite get it done. Tries to get a better run. Is he going to try around the outside here at hairpin 2? He thinks better of it. He slots in, and it looks like he's going to get possibly a better run. Ends up on the grass slightly, which is going to make him lose out, and that is Charlie Turner now. Jess Edgar, unfortunately, we can see her there dropping back another couple of positions. Unfortunate through the Stuart S's, but here we go. Noah Wolf not quite managed to get past Ryan Green yet, but he will want to, because Kenyon, like we saw yesterday, has the ability to drive off.
He does indeed. In terms of championship points, Ryan Green would take the 65 right now. This is a standalone race in terms of those championship points. But look at Charlie Turner. He has come forward. There goes Wolf in on Green. Gets second place and gets another 3 championship points. That's important. Turner and Murphy both know now they've got to get past Ryan Green pretty quickly. Miles Murphy was in great form 2 weeks ago at Kim Bolton on the podium. He's got down the inside of Charlie Turner. They go through the cup through the KZ2's U's. That's a good move. That's a forceful move from Wrexham's finest. Through goes Miles Murphy, but he's now got to do likewise on Ryan Green. He knows he can keep this championship campaign going towards Silverstone. Wolf starting to disappear up the road. He'll want to win this race for grid position for the final. He won't gain anything in terms of the championship for it, because Kenyon is a guest driver and doesn't count. Oh, there's a big incident there for Sam Ward and Miles Murphy. Both of them out of the race. Ward nearly flipping over. Is that the end of the championship dream for Miles Murphy? It was a big send from the number 12. That is not what More Racing would have wanted. That was teammates. That was More Racing driver versus More Racing driver. Out go both of them, and that is a bitter blow, particularly for Miles Murphy.
That is not what you want to see. Like you said, teammate Sam Ward was not scoring points today, so Miles Murphy, that will be an even harder one for him to swallow. That 3 seed, is that going to have a huge effect on his championship? It possibly is. Alan Kenyon, though, out there in front. Noah Wolf is back in that second position and closing the gap to the race leader. Ryan Green, Charlie Turner, Jess Edgar round out the top 5. Jess Edgar managed to wake her way back into the top 5 after those first couple of laps. Ralph Youngling, Ashley Lewis, Lee Ward, Harry Walsh and Ella Stevens, returning runner-up from 2025, makes her way back into that 10th place. Ella yesterday, really fast in practice. Struggled a bit yesterday in not only the conditions, but the races in KZ were really unpredictable.
Well, I say she was really unlucky. She retired from the first heat, just was in wrong place, wrong time. It was Noah Wolf spinning out in the turn 1 that forced her into the dirt. There was simply nothing she could have done about that one. I think we can have a look at the replay. All drivers okay. That's the most important thing in that incident through McRae's, as Harry Walsh goes for a move. So what happens here? So Murphy gets a little bit of oversteer out of the chicane. Sam Lewis goes for the move. Oh, he loses the back end. He just loses the back end there, takes the NASA panel, and that's the scary moment. Thankfully, Sam is okay. You see the core strength that these KZ2 drivers have. Sam Lewis is essentially holding the kart there with his core, with his legs, to make sure it doesn't fall on top of him. That's a really rough moment for both drivers. They are okay. Miles Murphy is driven back to the pits. He would have been he would have been mechanical flagged if he'd continued on because the NASA panel was completely off. That is such a shame for those two, as here's a fight for third place. Second in the championship points as well, because Turner's going to get down the inside. That's important. That's a very important move in terms of whether the championship is going to be decided today. Charlie Turner has a brief of if Noah Wolf's going to take the full complement of points, Turner finishing second of the regulars in these pre-finals and finals will mean that Wolf has to go to Silverstone, has to go and do something there. That is great stuff from Charlie Turner. We saw it when he won the final at Warden Law. On pace, on balance, he's not got what Wolf has got, but if there's an error, if there's a problem, Turner's right there. That's why he is still in this championship fight, and he knows how to win championships like this. 2022 KZ2 British champion, of course.
That's right. That is what he needs to do this weekend. He needs to be clever. He needs to prevent Noah Wolf from being able to win it from just showing up to Silverstone. So far, he is on par for that. He looks like he is charging through in that third place. Noah Wolf, though, claiming the fastest lap. And look at this. There is a 7/10 now between your two race leaders, and Kenyon is going to be under some pressure now. These two haven't necessarily come across each other in racing distance yesterday because of the difficulty that Noah had during the heats. Noah hasn't faced this yet. Noah had a really strong couple of rounds since round 2, clean swept. Here, though, is that 2 seed of Ella Stevens further down the pack, just with Lee Ward, Ralph Jungling and Harry Walsh there in that top 7. These 4 trying to gain those last couple of positions. Another lap complete, though. Look at this. Wolf is about to put pressure onto Kenyon. Still 5 minutes and 14 seconds to go.
We've got a DDMM spreadsheet of doom call here. If this race finishes like this, Noah Wolf cannot win the championship today. He can get in range of just needing to sign on and getting the 20 bonus points to get him over the line, but with Charlie Turner third on the road, Kenyon not scoring points, so Turner would get the points for second. That is leaving him in a position where even if he doesn't finish in the final, he's accumulated enough across the course of this weekend that he's bumped his score up, that Wolf, even if Wolf gets to 65 in the final, he cannot mathematically rule out Charlie Turner here this weekend. It's more down to the fact that Wolf dropped a couple of points yesterday from what he potentially could have got, but this is a really good run from Charlie Turner. He is keeping the championship alive going towards Silverstone. 4.25 minutes of this race remaining. Ashley Lewis, if we've not mentioned already, has got a 5-second penalty. That is going to be quite costly at the moment. Lewis running 6th on the road. 5 seconds would drop him down to last of the runners. And Ella Stevens currently running in 10th place on the road. About, 2 seconds there or thereabouts behind. Here is the battle between Green and Edgar. This is for 4th place on the road, 3rd place of the regulars in terms of championship points. Jess Edgar now with an opportunity here to potentially take 3rd place in the standings for the whole season away from Miles Murphy. With Miles Murphy out of this race, Keol, this is a door starting to open for Jess.
See, exactly that, and this was huge for Miles. Every point in at this stage and the penultimate round for them really, really mattered. Jess Edgar, though, exactly what she needs to do. It was good to see her start on the front row. Didn't quite get the first couple of laps that she would have wanted, but she is fighting back. Under pressure now for Ryan Green. What can she do with this 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining?
So Noah Wolf has caught up to Alan Kenyon. We nearly saw this as a battle in one of the heats yesterday, and Wolf then had a spin at this very corner in, I think it was the first heat. So we're going into a little bit of uncharted territory here this weekend. Alan Kenyon, who has had sporadic appearances in the British Kart Championships in KZ2 in recent years. His best results in a final, I'll go back to 2021, when he was in the top 5 at Dunk as well. And he has been a seeded driver before as well. Ran a lot in that 2021 campaign. It's been great to see him back here, showing everybody in this paddock what he can do. Everybody in the KZ2 paddocks around the country already knew what Alan Kenyon could do, but this is a really, really strong display. There's Ralph Youngling up to 8th place. It's been a difficult season for Ralph aboard the Sodi Vitesse machine. Strong package, but isn't part of a big team like the Jades and like likes of More Racing and others that have just simply got more data available to them to get the kart set up. He's got Lee Ward just behind him there and Ella Stevens. Here is your battle for 4th place on the road. Jess Edgar not quite able yet to find a way through. It is a tricky circuit to overtake around this, Kiel, and that's before we put in the fact that it's greasy, it's slippery out there for the drivers.
And especially in these KZ karts, we know the serious amount of gear changes that they have to do not only makes it harder when going through corners, they have to downshift and upshift, but then trying to make overtakes and going offline can make them lose out significantly if done incorrectly. Round hairpin 2 though, Jess lost out slightly at the start of this lap. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to put the pressure on just yet. Ryan Green sitting where he needs to for now.
Apologies, Emma. Yeah, was I calling Sam Moore Sam Lewis earlier? I do apologise for the incident between the 3 and the 12. Sam Lewis is in the previous race. I was still having my brain on Senior X30s. 60 seconds to go then in this one. Alan Kenyon still ahead of Noah Wolf, but I think Noah will be thinking championship now. He will be quite happy, I think, taking 2nd place in this one and taking those 4 points, moving to 697. But as mentioned earlier, Charlie Turner's 3rd place on the road right now is converting through to 62. That would be enough, irrespective of what happens in the final, to go forward and go on to Silverstone. We will have the special event at Silverstone as well. That's before the final championship round. So 17th to 19th of September for the special event for KZ2s. The first race of the KZ2s at the new Silverstone circuit, and then the 8th to the 10th of October is where we will have the final championship round. Here is Wolf though, all over the back of Kenyon. What can Noah Wolf do here? How much does he want this win on the road? Alan Kenyon is unbeaten so far this weekend. He's mastered the conditions, but this is the driest set of conditions that the KZs have had so far this weekend. Down towards Paddock Bend. Time is up. Final lap board is out. Can Kenyon take the pre-final victory?
That's right, it's now time to shine for Noah Wolf through the first chicane. Nothing he can do just yet into hairpin 1 though, and he gets closer than ever. Towards hairpin 2, this is where he has it. Like you said, he should be thinking championship at this point. If Charlie Turner finishes in this point, he will have to go to Silverstone to get the opportunity to win. No time in between these two. Kenyon, like you say, unbeaten as of yet. Unexpected for him heading into this weekend with having Noah Wolf unbeaten since round 2. He's clean swept everywhere. Looks like he's going to play it safe. We're on to the final lap now. So
there we go. Alan Kenyon will start on pole for the final. Checkered flag is out. Noah Wolf has got another 65 points on the board, but Charlie Turner across the line there gets a 62. And per our calculations in the box, we'll verify them over the lunch break, that takes the title, even before we get to the final, on to Silverstone. Good drive as well there from Ryan Green. Green did hold off Jess Edgar in the battle for 4th place, so there are your positions for the grid in the final. Kenyon and Wolf will start in the front row, Turner and Green row 2, Edgar and Lewis row 3, Walsh and Youngling row 4, Ward and Stevens on row 5, Miles Murphy and Sam Ward will start from the back of the field after their incident in McRae's.
now, Andrew, if Noah Wolf sticks on this form, what I think is going to be interesting, there's your race winner, Noah Wolf there behind, is the situation with Noah at the start of the year was that Marcus Kayak was here for that one round, and Noah probably would have been better there to play it safe. No driver is going to do that at the start of the season. He wanted to make an impression, and he lost out because of that. And this driver can't gain points. I wonder if we are going to see Noah kind of play it safe if he's not able to wrap up the championship for the rest of the day.
Maybe so. I say he's still very much in his control. Good to see Sam Ward. Apologies earlier with calling him Sam Lewis. Yeah, the 12th place as a result of that incident with Kayak at Warden Law, it's going to end up as a drop. It's going to end up as a drop score. The drivers in this one, it's best 12 from 15 scores, so it won't officially become a drop today. I had a good chat with John Ward, who I was on commentary with last weekend at Donington Park about drop scores and how some people like to call them early in the season. Oh yeah, it'll end up as a drop. Well, it's not officially a drop until it is a drop.
Yeah.
You know, until Wolf has got 12 scores better than a 12th place, it's not a drop yet. So,
although with Noah's form so far,
well, yeah,
it would
he's
be
got 10. He's got 11. He's got has he got 11? No, he's got 10 at the moment. Better than that 12th. So yeah, it is looking likely that he'll get rid of that score in the first part of the meeting at Silverstone. He's done what he does. He's done what he needs to do, and we'll see the KZ2s for their final. What time, Keel? We'll see the KZ2s for their final.
The KZ2 final is at 7 minutes past 3.
Is indeed. We'll take a short break here on the comms and back for more very soon.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Rowrah for Event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Karts Championships. Andrew Mather and Keel Lynch on commentary duties for you today. The sun has started to come out here a little bit, Keel. This is better conditions than we had at this stage of the day yesterday, and once again it's going to keep everybody on their toes, isn't it?
It totally is. I can't say I was expecting that. Friday's conditions as well were dry, but it looked kind of gloomy at times.
It was. Thursday I got slightly sunburnt with James and Dan and Jonesy here with getting all the equipment set up. Friday was almost perfect in that it wasn't too hot. We're all sick of this heat wave. It's not raining. This is a comfortable temperature, and then Saturday was poor to say the least in terms of what the weather threw at us. But this is okay for us all out here at the moment. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you are cheering on. Hello again to the Bennett family. Noah for the win. Harry Walsh showing great speed. Harry Walsh is showing great speed. I know I've said it several times so far this season in KZ2, but he really is getting quicker and quicker all the time in that category. Hello to Gillian Bennett as well. Hello, Gillian. Cheering on Aaron Richardson as always. Aaron's had a very good start to the day in Junior X30. We've got another round of heats coming up, haven't we, for our IAME classes. We'll see the KZ2s again after the lunch break, and pretty much all of the IAME classes this morning, plenty to talk about, but particularly the M1 Bambinos. That was a very exciting start to their day.
It was great. Yesterday, in the wet yesterday, I think they struggled a little bit more because a lot of them were new to this track and new to the wet. So they played it a bit safer yesterday. Coming into these greasy conditions, they were clearly more confident. They were ready. Championship leader had some good points under his belt. Yeah, it was good from them.
We are on a scheduled pause. Don't worry, anybody. It's not we've got any problems at the moment. We are not due to start in the original timetable this race till 12 o'clock. What have you spotted?
Well, considering that there's 2 wheels on the track over there, I hope that we're on a scheduled pause.
Yes. Well, I think a couple of people just taking a quick moment to take some light refreshment and a little bit of a break. Whilst he's away, something that was very rare to see on an Alpha live stream. The eagle-eyed amongst you will have spotted our producer James Fitzhugh just popping away from his position. In a way, we could say anything we want right now. He can't turn us off.
He's left us hanging.
I know. It's a very dangerous state of affairs. But yeah, so about 6 minutes away from the start of the next M1 Bambino heat. That'll be another one for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. IAME Water Swift Restricted will follow at 12:15, 12:30 for the Water Swifts, 12:45 for Junior X30, and then 1 o'clock for X30 Senior. James is running back. Okay, okay, we've got to behave ourselves now in the next 20 seconds. Act natural. Nothing happened. So yeah. Keep your comments in, everybody. As I say, plenty coming up. This is the time of year where it's just hit after hit after hit with British karting. I know there's other karting races going on around Europe these next few weeks, but if you want your fill of British karting, next week, Kart Masters. I want to say 3 days. I might get told off for this.
It is 3 days.
It is 3 days. It is 3 days. Because I'm there for 4 days. Because we've got another one of the Slipstream podcast recordings, the Bump Draft podcast. That's happening on Thursday with myself, Piers, and Henry. So that'll be good fun. 3 days of coverage for Kart Masters. Really looking forward to it. And we've got some big names. I've seen some of the entry lists. It's going to be good. It's going to be really, really exciting. And then we're back at Wilton Mill the following week for event number 7 of the British Kart Championships. That will be one for the other half, for the other classes not here this weekend, if you catch my drift on that one. And then, as he scrolls down, we're at PF for the next IAME race. So that is a set of meetings running Friday through to Sunday. We'll have build up all the interviews on the Saturday and the live coverage on the Sundays. And of course, don't forget, if you don't know and you've been living under a rock, TV highlights for this race day and some of the highlights that you saw earlier on in the day from Saturday will be on Sky Sports F1. For various viewings across the course of the second half of the week to come. So if you've got that channel, if you've got Sky Sports F1, do give that a watch. Big thanks to everyone and their kind words and their support for that new programme here this season.
That's right, Andrew. This is a great little camera of the paddock. We can see Ilyas Sami there charging through ahead of his heat shortly. We saw LBJ Stubbs walking the other way. We saw another driver on a bike. I think that's Evan Owen and his younger brother who has his first event in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships this weekend, sat together ready to spectate.
Is indeed. So you can see the Bambinos in the dummy grid shed there. There's Ollie West running across the screen with his fluoro helmet. I don't know. I've been saying a lot so far this season. I normally don't like a fluoro yellow helmet, but I'm flexible.
You're backtracking, Andrew.
I'm not backtracking. I'm just, making exceptions for like really particularly good ones.
An exception.
So and Ollie West goes in that category. So good to see that. I can see some of the other IAME Water Swift Restricteds getting across into. They'll be going into the assembly area and making their choices on what tyres to use. It'll be slick tyres unless the rain starts to fall in the next 5 minutes. I think we'll take a pause here whilst we're waiting for the next race and have another little look at the dramatic, the wonderful shots of this Rowrah circuit.
Welcome everybody to the British Kart Championships Event 6. This is Rowrah. Nestled in the unique location on the edge of the Lake District, this track is known for its undulating and distinct character, With crests, falls, tight bank turns and more, this track offers a serious challenge for the IAME and KZ2 drivers here with us this weekend. The track is 1,030 metres long. The drivers will first face an elevated first chicane you can see there before heading into the two hairpins, McRae's and Iredale's, setting themselves up perfectly for this long main straight before heading into the Stuart S's and down the hill towards St John's and Sunny Bend. Finally, the drivers will go around Paddock Bend and that will be the lap complete at this one-of-a-kind circuit. Thank you for that, James. We had to take another look at the intro, VT. Look at this stunning circuit. Those drone shots get the perfect explanation of the character that this circuit has. It's got quarries, bank turns, crests, some serious elevation. And for the drivers who haven't got that much experience around here, it really is one of a kind. And with it being event 6 here in the championship, this is where it gets serious. This is where each race, each heat matters even more. Here though are our Bambinos ready to go. You can see Briella Stevens there with her bright pink helmet. Let's get underway. Let's take a look at the grid for our M1 Bambinos. Heat 2, Presley Knight, your championship leader, is on pole position with Teddy Smith alongside. Jack Minor and George Miller on the second row, Henry Exton and Shea Downey. Shea Downey showing really good pace so far this weekend. Briella Stevens and Nicholas Ashan are on that fourth row, and to round out the strong 10 grid, it's Stanley Thurston and Cheyenne Agome. Brilliant first heat for the Bambinos after a difficult day in the wet yesterday and some greasy conditions this morning. It looks like they're going to have a full dry track for the first time since testing. Drivers had some practice of it during testing, and now they are going to be able to go full race pace for this one, which we know our front row is going to like. Presley Knight and Teddy Smith preferring the dry, I believe, from the two drivers. Pole position set Presley Knight with a win yesterday too, so he's going to be feeling confident as ever, the youngster. Second place yesterday was Teddy Smith, Shea Downey then in that third place. So not too dissimilar top 5 as compared to what we had yesterday. Pretty similar, just slightly mixed up. George Miller is going to want to have a better run than he has done in the final and the likes of today. He was the championship leader heading into this weekend. Andrew Mather is joining me again in the box, just in time for the start of our M1 Bambino Heat 2. Here they are then, standing starts for the Bambinos, of course, so they will head along the grid now. You can see their parents and the RC mechanics getting underway. It's really nice with the Bambinos to see a lot of the parents getting involved. It's such a nice experience for them to kind of go through the sport together. Then when you see they go up the class, things can change. They get game mechanics when the parents get tired. But it's nice to see in these earlier stages. I know we've heard from Briella Stevens' dad earlier on this season what it's like for them being a privateer also. Here we go though, mechanics are clearing and it's nearly time.
So can Shea Downey get another race win? What can the likes of Presley Knight and Teddy Smith do from the front row for this race? The lights will come on one by one when they go out. Second heat of the day for M1 Bambino is underway. Good start for Presley Knight there in the light blue helmet. Will have the lead into the first couple of corners. Teddy Smith slots into second place. Remember, the results from this race will be combined with those in the first race to set the grid for the final. Good start for Briella Stevens there in the purple and pink helmet. Kart's number 22. I think Briella has gained a position in the early stages of this one. Here goes Downey down the inside of Smith. Not quite able to get through though, so it's still Knight from Smith, from Downey. That's your 1, 2, 3, and a good start for George Miller as well, up to P4.
That's right, George Miller would have needed that good start being the championship leader heading into this one. Brilliant start for Shea Downey though. Confidence seems to be just growing this weekend. Side by side out of it, and it looks like Teddy Smith's going to try and regain his position, doesn't quite get it done. Shea Downey gets the better run down the hill. There you can see them It is Henry Exton and Briella Stevens then further back, we can see in the camera. First lap complete as they come over the line. Let's see how it played out the first lap for our M1 Bambinos. It's Knight, Downey, Smith, Miller, Minot, Exton, Stevens, Stanley Thurston, not great start for them, Nicholas Ashan and Cheyenne Agome.
So 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. Downey, as things stand, would be on pole position for the final with 2 intermediate classification points. Knight on 3, Smith on 5. And this is the first stage of the day where championship points are awarded to the drivers. So Downey would get a full haul of 65, would break that run that Presley Knight has had over the last 2 rounds, where he's been first all the way, has accumulated a good number of points through that run. Knight would still be getting a good haul of points with second place in the intermediate scores as things stand. Here is your battle for 5th place on your screens. Henry Exton in the white helmet, holding position there, the kind of black and gold. I do quite like that. It reminds me of, now I may get my facts wrong here, it reminds me of like a 1970s Wolf in Formula One. Jody Scheckter with that helmet set of colours. Henry Exton running in 6th place. Briella Stevens 7th. We spoke to her dad at Lark Hall about what it's like running one of these M1 Bambinos. A lot of these drivers, not just running in the M1 set of Bambino regulations, they run in the Mighty E Bambinos as well. We've got some racing involving them coming up in the not too distant future. Here's a change though for 5th place. Good work there from Henry Exton and Briella Stevens. Briella helping there to get through. Jack Minot drops to 7th place. Now, some of you may have spotted, why are they still on treaded tyres, Andrew and Keogh? It's not wet anymore. Well, all Bambino classes run on a treaded tyre at all times, whether it be horrible conditions like it was yesterday, you know, low 10, 11 degrees, windy, not very happy, or it's 38 degrees in the middle of the infamous British heat wave of 2026. They always run on treaded tyres, so that's the reason why everyone is still on what is a wet tyre. But this is a good scrap for 4th place now. George Miller trying to hold on.
Briella Stevens, good move there before, working with that 32 Kart. Couldn't quite get the move done, but she looked like she had a run on him during the second part of that last lap, so we'll see what she can do. All getting close now from George Miller to that 28 Kart of Stanley Thurston. The pack is quite together, which is not what we saw yesterday, I have to see, so these dry conditions clearly being favourable. Presley Knight, though, 2.4 seconds down the road to Shay Downey, who's managed to get himself up into that 2nd place. Teddy Smith running in a consistent, once again, 3rd place.
5-second penalty for Cheyenne Agome. I wonder if that's for a start infringement, because Agome running 10th on the road at the moment, and just behind Nicholas Answer. So 3.5 minutes of this one to go. In towards McRae's. Any moves coming in yet? No, not at this point. Stanley Thurston has joined this group, takes a tighter line. Oh dear, as Briella gets a little bit half on the exit curb there, but keeps her foot in. That's good driving from Briella. May lose the position on the exit of Iredale's, but that's okay. Thurston up to 7th place. There's Nicholas Answer just behind. The purple and yellow Kart is a big Sir Lewis Hamilton fan, if you hadn't gathered, wearing the replica helmet of the multiple-time world champion.
We have spoke about, we see quite a few of those within these young drivers' stages, and I do wonder, is it some of the parents, fans, the parents' views? What do you think?
I think it's a mix. Although I'm very interested in the next race. I want to know, is it Hendricks' choice? Because off the back of your question there, Keogh, is it Hendricks' choice or is it Dad's choice that he's wearing a Nigel Mansell helmet?
Well, I have a feeling that we're going to hear from him later on.
Oh, that's getting a little bit rough with George Miller and Jack Minot involved. That's for 4th place. But George Miller holds on to it.
George Miller needs this. George Miller didn't have a good round yesterday. Not great this morning. Not what you would want as a championship leader. So to defend off here would be quite important. 2 minutes plus a lap to go, so he's going to want to find the pace so he doesn't have to defend too far. Got a little bit of a gap there out of the S's, so it doesn't look like he's going to be in a bad position onto this next lap.
Thurston through past Henry Exton, that is for 6th place, and Bryla Stevens and Nicholas Anser went back and forwards for 8th place, but still Stevens holding onto that spot at this moment. Here's your battle for 2nd place. Shay Downey in the orange helmet ahead of Teddy Smith with the blue and the yellow. As Shay runs a little bit wide there, but is able to carry the speed off of that curb. 2.5 seconds or thereabouts behind Presley Knight. And remember that if drivers are tied on intermediate scores, we go back to TQ, we go back to timed qualifying, and that acts as the tiebreaker, and that tiebreaker may well be required, because Teddy Smith, with a good bit of driving, has got down the inside of Shay Downey and taken 2nd place. That will move Downey to 3 points. Presley Knight is now on for starting at the front of the grid, on pole position again for the final, and taking another haul of 65 championship points.
Teddy Smith showing how eager he is after the antics at Larkhall. Not what you want to see for a younger driver losing out on that win. It's confusing, it's disappointing after the hard drive that he did have within. Looks like he couldn't quite get the move done though. Shay Downey leads him once. Oh no, he did get the move done. Sorry, my bad. Shay Downey is now putting the pressure on into hairpin 2. No move made just yet though in these dry conditions. What do you think, Andrew? What do you think is going to happen for the rest of the day?
I think, well, Shay Downey is definitely going to have a go here. I'll come in with a bit of a different take of how Teddy Smith wants to play this as Downey goes to the 2nd place. I think Teddy needs to hold this position. The reason why, he's trying to claw some points back in the championship. He's going to try and claw back from that DQ for the underweight at Larkhall. He does not want Presley Knight scoring more championship points, which it's the strange thing that happens sometimes with these intermediate scores. If he overtakes Shay and beats him, it doesn't help him. It doesn't move him further up the order on the grid for the final or in the championship points. It only really helps Presley Knight. It's the difference of 3 points at the moment in the championship if Shay Downey loses the advantage at the moment. So in a very strange way, not go Teddy right now, stay Teddy in 3rd place.
Well, that's
because
correct.
you want Shay Downey to take a few more championship points off of Presley Knight, which right now he is doing.
That is right.
But not anymore with that move down the inside there. So back goes Teddy Smith into 2nd place. Into 2nd place. George Miller's got a 5-second penalty. Here comes Downey again. I'm not expecting these drivers to know this, of course. They're 6, 7 and 8 years of age. They're just going to race. But Presley Knight, he's going to take another race victory, and it might be pole position for the final. We're going to have to wait to see who's going to finish 2nd. Shay Downey's going to finish 2nd. Teddy Smith will not realise this, but that has actually quite helped his championship cause in the grand scheme of things, and he'll still start 3rd on the grid for the final, and he's got a good amount of points himself. Rest of them coming round and over the line. Stanley Thurston, oh, what a drive there from Stanley. One of the youngest drivers in this category, has fought through to P4, gained 5 places in that race, and will start on the inside of row number 3. What a good race that was. So we'll go through the provisional grid. It'll be Downey and Knight on row 1. Downey takes 65 championship points, Knight 62. Smith and Minot will be 3rd and 4th on the grid. Smith will take 60 championship points. Minot will be on 59. Then it's 1 point down from each position. So Thurston and Exton row 3, Miller and Anser row 4, Stevens and Asgamy on row 5. There's your provisional result for heat number 2 of the day, heat number 4 of the weekend for the M1 Bambinos. Presley Knight takes another win, and Shay Downey will go wheel to wheel with him in towards the first corner again when we get on to the final later on today. Remember, that final will be the first one of the afternoon. It'll be at 2 o'clock. Teddy Smith, Stanley Thurston, 3rd and 4th. Jack Minotton, George Miller, 5th and 6th. Henry Exton, Bryla Stevens, Nicholas Anser and Shane Asgamy all got to the end of that race and were all part of the main pack as well. So we talked about Shane Asgamy picking up pace, and he's done so again in that race. So really good stuff. The whole field, in terms of single lap pace, covered by, 2 seconds, I think, in that one. But Presley Knight will be happy with that one. The running road of, I don't think Teddy Smith's too happy there. Teddy, it's okay. Got some good points in the championship, and he got a good position on the grid for later on today. There are our Water Swift restricted drivers. There is Oliver Woodall, Woody Woodpecker on the back of the lid, your Wera Tools driver of the day from the first IAME meeting of the season at Wilton Mill. Fresh tyres for a lot of the drivers because they haven't done any running on these tyres so far today. They had a wet qualifying. It was a little bit too damp for them in around the time of heat number 1 to run slick tyres, so this could be a pretty quick race. There is one of the Paralympians running there. I think that's George Askew in the number 12. There is Hibbert, Harley Hibbert, Mason's younger brother, racing in the same team. Focused, ready for this one. Logan Hodgetts at the back there will start this one with work to do. Can Hendrix Fallat take another victory? We'll find out next with IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here's your grid then for the second heat of the day for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Hendrix Fallat and Benjamin Schlivar start on the front row. Bobby Slater and Arthur Bowers go from row 2 this time. Freddie Baker and Caden Hakura there on row number 3. Ollie West and Patrick Wood go from 4. It's Oliver Woodall and Louis Wilson going from row 5. George Askew and Max St. Hilaire go from row number 6. Harley Hibbert and Riley Aston Wilkins have a good shot there from row 7. It's Darcy Durnford and Logan Hodgetts on 8. Cole Parrish and Ossian Owen on row number 9. Noah Brad and James Ferguson complete the 20-strong field here in IAME Water Swift Restricted, starting there on row 10. Hello to Louis and Ricky. Louis Williams Mabs Racing. Good luck to Chester Forks, who we'll see in the next race after this. Good to hear from you guys. Let us know, are you racing at Kart Masters next week? It'll be good to see you there. So formation lap underway. Quick recap of the points as they stand in the intermediate scores. Fallat 0, Bowers 2, Schlivar 3, Woodall 4, Baker 5, West 6, Wood 7, Hakura 8. So that's the top 8 as things stand after the first run for these young drivers earlier on today. Are we ready for a race? Into the tram lines, do we get going? Yes, we do. Green lights on our screen, and once again, Hendrix Fallat will lead through the chicane for the first time. Rest of them making their way through. That's a good quick start from the IAME Water Swift Restrictors as Wilson is off. Louis Wilson pitched into a spin and out of contention. Louis okay. That's the most important thing. But that is not what the Tim Wilson Motorsport driver would have wanted. There is the number 76 of Cole Parrish on the attack, going through past Riley Aston Wilkins and number 46. Ollie West on the move as well. Bowers, now Bowers down the order a little bit here. This is going to be one of those testing moments that all championship leaders must face at some point of a season here, Keogh. Arthur Bowers has not had the best of starts. He's down and around 5th or 6th place now. Patrick Wood's going to have a look down the inside as Oliver Woodall goes on the attack. There is Louis Wilson walking back to the marshal post. Fallat leads from Schlivar, Bobby Slater, Freddie Baker, Ollie West, Arthur Bowers. This is going to be a real test of his nerve running here at the moment in 6th place.
Yeah, that's right. It was a really good start for the front row. Bobby Slater was in that 2nd place. Schlivar just overtook him there, and he's now about to be under some pressure from Baker and West. West showing his true pace today, on form more so than he was yesterday. We spoke to his dad. His dad said he wasn't quite on his best form, but in his new colours, looking strong as ever. Another striking start though for Hendrix Fallat. Still 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and he's got a 1.5 second lead already.
Yeah, the R9 helmet has gone though. If you're new to karting, you sometimes see this from drivers that they'll have a wet lid and a dry lid, and the dry lid's the really, really snazzy one. The newer one with the newer paint scheme. The drivers don't want to have that out in the drizzly, in the wet conditions. 6 minutes of this race to go. Ooh, penalty for Caden Hakura has come up on our screen. Plus 5 second penalty there. That's going to be quite costly right now. That's going to drop Caden as things stand from 9th all the way down to 18th. That is a real shame for the driver who took us through the first chicane on our track walk back on Friday evening. There's Patrick Wood trying to find a way through past Arthur Bowers for 6th place. Out of the Stuart S's. Here's your group going 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Bobby Slater's had a helmet change as well. I actually want to say, I think he was wearing Alfie's old helmet in the previous race. There's some of our IAME Waterswift drivers getting prepared for their next race. Change in the order there. Baker through to 3rd, West through to 4th.
Yeah, speaking of Bobby Slater, lost a couple of positions there, but he's still on the back of those two that just overtook him. So as long as he doesn't keep looking behind him now, because there are 2 karts in now, as long as he keeps focus on West and Baker, he shouldn't be in a bad position, because like we said, there's 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. What we saw from them in the first heat was constant changing. We can see Baker and West now knowing exactly what they want to do, which is catch up to at least Benjamin Schlevar, who is off in his own air right now. Can't quite get the pace that Hendrix Fallat, though, has out in front. He's been quite untouchable so far this weekend, Andrew.
He has indeed. He's continuing to build his score in the championship. Patrick Wood has a go there at Arthur Bowers for 6th place. Doesn't pull it off. Up the rise through the chicane once again. 4 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Just to note, some really good drives through the field in the second half of the order. Cole Parrish up 5 places now. Noah Brad up 6 spots, so they're 12th and 13th respectively right now. Oliver Woodall, new fastest lap of the race so far. Trying to join the back of this group is running there in the red and black helmet in the number 40 DK Academy karts. His 8th place. There goes Bowers down the inside of Slater. Good move there from the championship leader. That's Bowers back into the top 5.
One thing to note about Bowers is he has just been issued a warning flag from race control. It's important when these drivers are trying to make their way back up that they don't take it too far and end up getting a warning, because that would really spoil the positions he's able to gain. Not over the yet though for him, as long as he stays careful. He has just made a pass and he's now in his own air as of now. Going to be trying to make his way up to Baker and West.
Woodall up to P6 there. You just saw ahead of Patrick Wood now. Harley Hibbert +3 second penalty is just coming on our screens. +3 is most likely going to be back to the start, and 2 wheels drifting outside of those tram lines before lights out. So Harley running 19th at the moment. Just the one retirement from this race so far, Louis Wilson. So Fallat leads from Schlivar by nearly 2 seconds. Baker 3rd, West 4th, Bowers, Woodall, Wood, Slater, Hakura and Max St. Hilaire all in the top 10 at the moment. Good drive this from Max. Racing, we talked about tribute helmets and inspirations of design. Max taking it to the next level. The whole kart looks like a McLaren with the papaya orange and the black livery.
I wonder who they're supporting.
I wonder who they're supporting indeed. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Freddie Baker has just set another new fastest lap of the race. Some good pace at the moment between Baker and West. This is mature driving from both of them. We've caught up to Schlivar. This is the fight for 2nd place.
Look at this. Schlivar now under some serious pressure. Takes a look behind him along this main straight and realises he has no time to spare now. 2 minutes to go plus a lap. He's going to want to find some time, because these two are stronger than ever. Working together at the start of the race, they have managed to catch him. Looks like Hendrix Fallat, though, is too far out in the lead, 1.9 seconds down the road. With the time that is spare, it's not going to be enough. So it looks like there is going to be the battle for that 2nd place. No change just yet, though, and we're about to complete another lap as we head through towards the first chicane. No change again. I'm wondering now what Baker's kind of thinking, because he can't spare to make a mistake or overcook it trying to get past Schlivar, because he does have West ready to pick up the pieces.
Change for 5th place in the background. I think Ollie Woodall just got ahead of Arthur Bowers? Yes, he did. So good work there from Oliver Woodall. Gets another few points off his score in the intermediate standings. At the moment, Falat would be on pole position. Schlivar would be alongside on the front row. It would now be Freddie Baker third, Arthur Bowers fourth. If Oliver Woodall can catch up to this trio and maybe gain another position or two, Woodall could move up from row number 3. Here goes Baker down the inside of Schlivar. Battle is on. Really clever driving there from Ollie West as well to follow through and get up to third place. We've got 40 seconds on the clock. Falat's gone 2.5 seconds clear of this trio. How does Baker respond now? Unrealistic that they're going to catch up to the race leader here, Keel. This could get quite defensive in a moment from the driver in the number 92 Kart.
Well, that's right. They made it look easy until now, but there is no more working together for Ollie West and Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker now out in front of this pack of 3. He will be seeing, like you said, Hendrix Falat is too far down the road. Ollie West has, clock is nearly on 0, so not too much time now to put a move in on Baker. Schlivar, though, still right on the back of these two, will be wanting to regain that second place. No more working together anymore. One more lap is complete. Clock is on 0. We are on to the final lap of the race. Hendrix Falat, your race leader, is down the road into the first chicane. They will go. Freddie Baker takes a look behind him along the pit straight to see that he has got no time to spare, goes slightly defensive, but West or Schlivar aren't able to make any moves. Looks like Schlivar was going to get slightly better run, but doesn't get it done. Defensive again into hairpin 2. Schlivar is going to try and get a better run than West. Doesn't quite get it done. He slots back behind.
Schlivar looking for the outside line here into the Stuart S's. Baker controls the pace through the Stuart S's. That's good work from the XL Motorsport driver. He's hanging on here, but doing enough to retain to a spot on the second row of the grid. Here is the dominant force that is Hendrix Falat, who's going to take another victory here at Rowrah and starts on pole position again for the second final in 2 days. Baker holds on to second place, West third, Schlivar fourth. That leaves the grid looking like this for the final. And remember, this will convert. Oh, as who have we lost there into the barriers? Is that Max St. Hilaire? I think it was Max St. Hilaire in the orange and black. Through sector number 2 has not come through, but that result leaves the grid at least provisionally looking like this. Falat pole position and another 65 championship points. That is that's a score that is still perfect through the whole weekend so far. Schlivar will be alongside on the front row. Baker and Bowers row 2. West and Woodall row 3. Wood, Hakura, Slater and Hodgetts complete the top 10 on the grid as a result of that second heat being combined with the first. In terms of the race, Falat, Baker, West, Schlivar, Woodall, Bowers, Wood, Slater and Hakura and Parrish all in the top 10. Great drive there from Cole Parrish, gaining 7 spots. George Askew, Logan Hodgetts, Noah Brad, Riley Aston Wilkins and Darcy Durnford all in the top 15. James Owen gained 4 places in that one to finish 16th. Ossian Owen and Harley Hibbert's the last of the 18 finishers to retirements. Max St. Hilaire on the last lap, Louis Wilson on the first lap.
It's so nice to see that towards the end of the grid, how the generation's changing. You've got the Water Swift drivers, some of the junior drivers now having their younger brothers enter into motorsport. You've got Oshan Owen, Evan Owen in Water Swift, James Ferguson, Holly Hibbert, all the younger siblings that have been inspired within the paddock to now start.
Real load of work to be done there on Max St. Hilaire's. The sprocket arrangement is not arranged anymore on that one. That's going to need some repairs before the final. Here's some of your highlights from that second heat in IAME Water Swift Restricted. This was the moment for Louis Wilson, so I think it was a touch there with Ollie Woodall that saw him pitched into that spin. Cole Parrish was on the grass as well, so did very well to recover that one. Good scrap between Patrick Wood, Oliver Woodall and Bobby Slater. Oliver Woodall continues to impress me with some really shrewd overtakes. That was akin to what he did at Lark Hall when he took the race victory. Baker got through past Schlivar for second place. West with a very good supporting role across the course of that heat. But Hendrix Falat looking in really, really strong form here this weekend. 4 seconds the advantage for Falat over the rest 18 finishes in that one. Max St. Hilaire also not making it to the flag.
Shortly, we are going to see the unrestricted for Water Swift, but before that, we're going to take a slight ad break, so we'll see you after.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Wera, what a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Thank you very much to our championship sponsors. We are moving straight on to Water Swift. Alfie Davidson lines up on the front row of the grid with Mason Hibbert alongside RBJ Stubbs and Dimitar Uzanov on the second row. Chester Fawkes and Oliver Tay on row 3. Really strong for both the brothers, as he is followed by Hero Tay and Harry Chapman on row 4. Avan Owen and Ilyas Sami are next. Rudra Gokunath and Bodhi Batch round out the top 12. Then rounding out the back couple of rows of this grid is Charlie Clough, Ivan Tveronins and Hugo Williamson. So I'll be honest here in the commentary box, we've got a bit of a dodgy door going on, so that is what Andrew was trying to sort. But Water Swift Heat 2 is going to be underway shortly. Really strong front row here. Both Fusion drivers, really experienced drivers, and both wanting to some redemption after yesterday. Hibbert's day didn't start how he would have wanted, but it ended that way too, and we are going to get underway. Let's see what the Fusion front row can do. It looks like a good start for both, heading into the first chicane down towards hairpin 1. No change for those two just yet. Dimitar Uzanov looking really strong so far today. RBJ Stubbs also there trying to pick up the pieces on the start. Heading into hairpin 2, there is Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes managing to make up some good places in Heat 1, aiming to do the same again. The Charlie Clough, Evan Owen then towards the back, got some work to do, as well as Ilyas Sami, who had an unfortunate first heat. Brilliant start though for Davidson, Hibbert, RBJ Stubbs and Dimitar Uzanov. Here they are. Here's Albie, managing to get in front of Dimmy in these early stages. So does Chester Fawkes go through. The driver who did have the E-plate, no longer though, because Chapman is now on that, the new XL newcomer. One lap complete then, and it's Davison, Hibbert, Stubbs, Fawkes, Uzanov as your top 5 so far.
Yeah, Davidson looking to get pole position for the final. That's a nice move from Hero. Oh, it's a nice attempt from Hero Tay to get down the inside. Sorry, Oliver Tay to get down the inside of Uzanov. The second time of asking, he achieves it, gets through, and is up to 6th place.
There is another move from Chester Fawkes. RBJ Stubbs trying to slot in right behind. He signals to work together. They don't want to lose sight of Davidson and Hibbert. They know how important that is at this stage of not only the race but the championship. The Tay brothers are then to follow, the first one being Hero. Really promising drives from both those Fusion drivers so far. A bit further down the grid then, you've got the likes of Bodie Batch, Evano and Ilyas Sami trying to do that redemption charge. We can see them down there. Are we going to see a change further down the order? No, not just yet. That is RBJ Stubbs being put under some pressure once again by Hero Tay. He's going to try and put it down the inside at Hairpin 2 and he gets the move done. Made it look easy, did Hero Tay. Now he's going to hunt down Chester Fawkes, who's running in that third place. Two Fusion drivers though, teammates. This is when it's hard to catch up for the likes of Chester Fawkes in the DK Academy kart. He's got teammates working together. They've done it before, they've done it again, and that is also what we saw from Chester earlier on this year with his teammate Dimi Uznov. They're catching back up to the back of RBJ Stubbs, trying to get the move done. You can see some of their younger siblings and teammates having a watch. Dimi signals to work together. He also knows, experienced driver on this field, how important it is to get the moves done. Ilyas Sami making a successful way back up, now onto the back of this pack of 4 karts. Dimi Uznov makes the move down the inside at hairpin 1, gets a good run and he's going to be able to make that stick. Hero Tay now though, losing out on a couple of positions on that one. Ilyas Sami now putting him under some pressure as they head along the main straight. Dimi Uznov leads us then in this battle for 4th position. Ilyas Sami getting past Hero Tay there, unfortunately losing out once again. Not sure where the other Tay ended up, a little bit further back down into 8th. We'll see what he's able to do for the rest of this race. Hibbert though sets the new fastest lap out front, the two teammates working closer than ever together. RBJ Stubbs though trying to gain that position back from Dimi Uznov.
Well, the two Fusion drivers at the front of the field are used to this. They've been doing this tactic a lot so far this season, whether here nationally or overseas in the IAME Euro Series. Pushing off the front, working together, and then fighting for the win later on in the day. 4 minutes remaining in this one. I do think this is a really important race in the context of the championship for Ilyas Sami, as Fawkes has a look at trying to get through past Hero Tay there for 3rd place. The reason being, this could end up being a drop score for Ilyas Sami at the end of the season. He's 9th at the moment in the intermediate classification, which would be his lowest score of the season so far. But you cannot guarantee that at this stage of the year. We've still got another full meeting to go at PF. We've still got another one after that at Silverstone. There's another 9 times, if you include the final today, where something could go wrong. You don't want to be using those drop scores too early, too soon. So whilst Ilyas Sami is in damage limitation mode and needs to be cautious to a degree, he's also got to go on the attack. There are some positions in that intermediate standings order to be gained potentially by overtaking others. But yeah, this could be a make or break or a bit of a turning point race for Ilyas Sami as to whether we're going to be talking about him in the title fight later on in the season.
I agree, he was definitely one of the drivers that we thought we were going to see in that, not only in Europe working together with his teammate, but in the British too. There is Evan Owen, who's managed to make his way up just behind Ilyas Sami. They're running just inside the top 10. RBJ Stubbs managed to get past Dimitar Uznov now, and they've put a little bit of a gap on the Tay brother. Hero Tay, though, running brilliantly in that 3rd place.
And I should say as well, for those of you who weren't here earlier, wondering, well, why is he on damage limitation duty, Andrew? He had a DNF from the first heat of the day, so we already know that there's one not-so-good score on the board in these heats for Ilyas Sami. The trouble is, he's stuck behind Oliver Tay at the moment. Uzanov, Stubbs and Fawkes are starting to disappear up the road. Through St John's goes RBJ Stubbs. I still love that livery. It's the DK Academy decals, but with the purple and pink replacing the green, and the graffiti-style race suit as well for the driver who races a lot here in the UK, across Europe. Also races a bit in the Middle East. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go in this one. Davidson still leading from Hibbert. Hero Tay making it a 1-2-3 for Fusion right now. Fawkes 4th. And The rest of them filing through. This is a much calmer IAME Water Swift heat. I think they're all knowing that they've got to get through this one first before they then go on full attack in the final later today.
That is correct, Andrew. However, Alfie Davidson and Mason Hibbert, if we look on the timing screen there is 2 tenths in between these two. There is 2 ways they could play this, really, because they've been so neck on neck this weekend so far. Hibbert, leading the championship, knows he's a better day than what he had in the heats yesterday. Davidson, of course, needs this after that could be a whole change for his championship. Are we going to see these two battle it out on this last couple of laps, or are they really going to play it safe for the Fusion team?
Well, we'll see. Charlie Clough has had a decent race in this one. Keel up 3 places, is into the top 10. Here he race leaders, Davidson and Hibbert. Now Davidson's going to want to keep this advantage. 4 points between them at the moment in the intermediate scores, but that will swing if Hibbert gets through. Although Davidson would still take it because he will have the time qualifying tiebreaker, won't he, from that performance earlier on this morning. So not much to be gained again for a driver in the slightly back. Hibbert will just want to bring this through and home safe and sound, get some more good points on the board. There is a move between the DK Academy carts as Evan Owen nearly gets down the inside of Ilyas Sami. Ilyas holding there in 8th place. Still 9th at the moment in the intermediate scores. It would be Davidson and Hibbert on the front row, Fawkes and Hirotse on the second row. There's a move from Uzanov down the inside, gets through past Stubbs for P5.
These 3 are doing it again, are Stubbs, Dimmy and Say, working together but also chopping and changing that bit too much that they can't quite make it onto that front pack. Can't hang on to Hero Say. RJ Stubbs though is going to try and do that again after his... That is a brilliant move there down the inside from Oliver Say, who, again, another driver who would have won a better result after his also DNF. He was caught in the same difficulty as Ilyas Sami in that last heat.
The camera angle that you've kind of got with the lens doesn't quite do justice to how difficult that move was from Hero Say. We'll come back to it later. Well, in fact, no, we'll talk about it now. That is a downhill run into Sunny Bend. So on a day like this, not much grip available, you're on the brakes into that corner. The front just wants to push on. It just wants to go downhill. So that was really good from Oliver Tay, that he controlled the speed into the corner, hit the apex, got the move done. Here are your drivers not really fighting for the lead. I think they're giving this a bit of an exhibition finish to bring this one to the line. Alfie Davidson gets around the final corner. Hibbert's going to draw alongside. Oh, it's like the Ferraris at Indianapolis a few years ago. Davidson wins it by 0.02 of a second ahead of Hibbert. And, well, they will go from the front row for the final. I think that was a bit of showmanship. Hibbert wasn't necessarily going to take anything bigger than just a heat win if he'd got through there, but it's good fun nonetheless.
Well, exactly. On those last couple of corners, you did see Davidson started to hesitate, but we will get on to that in a minute. Here you go, Andrew.
Yeah, this was the run. I tell you what, I'm thinking I might try and do that one again later on today, where it will be for a bigger prize than a heat victory. That is what 0.019 of a second looks like. Davidson from Hibbert from Hirotse. That is your 1-2-3 in this race. Great drive there from Hirotse, the driver flying the flag for Hong Kong. Up 4 places in that one. Chester Fawkes 4th, Dimitar Uzanov 5th. How that influences things for the grid, it's those same 5 drivers, just with a slightly different order in it, that it's Davidson, Hibbert, Fawkes, Say and Uzanov for the grid later on today. We'll calculate the points and how that affects things over the course of the lunch break. Back to the race result. Oliver Tay with that great move into Sunny Bend, P6. Ilyas Sami 7th, 8th for Evan Owen. Albie J. Stubbs and Bodie Batch in the top 10. Should just note Bodie Batch under investigation. It's just popped up on our screen here at the commentary position. Charlie Clough 11th in that one. Harry Chapman, the E-plate holder, P12. Ivan Svoronins 13th. And then the 2 privateers, Rudra Gokulnath and Hugo Williamson. A little bit of a chat going on there. Mason Hibbert won at Lark Hall, if you were with us earlier on in the season. And looking to repeat that feat again here today. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Here we go for the race start. It's a clean one between Davidson and Hibbert. They rise up to the chicane there. All getting through the chicane at the first time of asking. Later on in the race, Chester Forks had a good move down the inside of Dimitar Uzanov. Hirotei moving up the order as well in the 124. This was all 4 places inside the top 6. Chester Forks looking to pick up more points, having won the final yesterday. Oliver Tay on Dimi Uzanov for a move into Bacrays. Uzanov pointing forward. Hirotei with some very efficient work in this race. That was him getting past LBJ Stubbs for 4th place. Back and forth once again between Uzanov and Stubbs, with Ilyas Sami trying to get involved. It's been a bit of a difficult day so far for Ilyas. There was Oliver Tay losing out off of McRae's. Uzanov slipping through on his way to a 5th place in that race. This was the move that got him down the inside of LBJ Stubbs. And then this was the fine flourish for the 2 Fusions. 0.019 of a second over the line. Davidson takes the win and will head into the final undefeated here today through those heats. There is George Edgar on your screens, poised and ready for the next heat, Keel, which will be an X30 Junior. Here's a grid then for X30 Junior. Rocco Shenton and Aaron Richardson go from the front row. George Edgar and Freddie Wood will form up row number 2. Jacob Backler and George House start on row number 3. Row 4, Max Endicott and Finley Lines. George Clark, Archie Rogers-Tyler there from 5. Sukmani Kira and Alex Riley go from row number 6. Luca Narroway, Orion Meta, they're on row number 7. Max Tay and Katie Donson go from row 8. Harley Musk and George Quinlan start on row number 9. And then completing the field, Colby Patterson will start 19th for this one.
Not at all what Colby Patterson would have wanted this weekend. Not what we see from him usually. So it'll be interesting to see how he can do from the back of this field. Rocco Shenton, though, full dry track for him. Not what he will be wanting at all. We saw some serious defence from him in the last heat when it started slightly damp, so he's going to be at a disadvantage once again. Aaron Richardson, though, took a brilliant victory. George Edgar, Freddie Wood has been really on good form this weekend so far. Jacob Batchelor, George House, good qualifying for George House. We saw him drop back slightly in the first heat. A younger, new driver to this field. Also one of the smaller drivers. But I think we're going to see him keep progressing throughout this year.
So the next chapter of this fascinating X30 Junior Championship is upon us. Teams will have done some setup changes since the first race. The track is now dry. It was damp for them earlier on in the day when Aaron Richardson took that race victory ahead of George Edgar, Rocco Shenton, Sukmani Kira, Freddie Wood. That is your top 5 in the intermediate scores heading into this one. We're into the tram lines. Are we good to go racing? Yes, we are. Away we go once again here at Rowrah. And it's a good start for Shenton. Not a good start for Aaron Richardson. Aaron Richardson got squeezed there a little bit. Had to back out of it. It's down to around, I reckon, 7th place. George Edgar is up to P2. Backler 3rd. Wood 4th. Good start for Max Endicott as well, as Backler has a little go at Edgar off of Iredale's. Finley Lines is now having a go at Aaron Richardson. It's not a disaster, Keol, for the championship leader, but there's definitely suboptimal there. Aaron Richardson has got a lot of work to do in the remaining 7 minutes and 20 seconds of this race.
That is correct. Not at all what he would have wanted. Rocco Shenton, though, out front. But is that going to be for long? Because George Edgar, another local face to this circuit, is right behind, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He's going to try and get the run down the main straight. Not going to do it just yet along the pit straight, but 1 lap complete. Shenton, Edgar, Wood, Batchelor. Max Endicott now up into that 5th place. George House in 6th. Not what Richardson would have wanted at all for that one. Shenton leads once again into hairpin 2. Slight more bigger gap now to Edgar. There you see Aaron Richardson making his way back past George House. He's got some ground to make up now in the remainder of this one, Andrew.
He has indeed, so he gets past George House for 6th place. George House will be hoping that the weather improves. The driver in his first year in X30 Junior, last year's IAME Euro Series mini champion. 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Shenton not as defensive as he was in the first race at the moment, but George Edgar does look quicker, and Freddie Wood looks quick as well. Wood closing in, 3rd on the podium yesterday. Back-to-back podiums in finals. We'll see later on today whether he can continue that run. Here goes Edgar down the inside, takes the race lead. Wood goes through as well into 2nd place. There's not going to be much that Rocco Shenton could do about that. He was on the outside line, heading in towards Iredale's. That is a big, big move for George Edgar, who can get his head down now. Wood defends into the Stuart Etters. Backler has a little go at Shenton. It's all going to stack up here. Here comes Endicott. Here comes Richardson. That wasn't quite the right read from Jacob Backler, who tried to force that one a little bit, in my opinion, Keel, and he's lost out there a couple of positions. Here goes Richardson. That is a good move there from Aaron Richardson. Apologies, we had a little bit of a wobble on the timing there. Aaron Richardson running in P4 now.
That's right, timing is back up to speed. George Edgar, that is correct. He now leads. Freddie Wood back in that 2nd position. Brilliant moves so far from Freddie Wood this weekend. This is George House, though, that leads this next pack. Finley Lyons trying to make up some ground, running in that 7th place, but under some pressure already from Sukmani Kira, Jacob Batchelor and Archie Rogers Tyler. Rocco Shenton now is in that kind of position where you've fallen back 2 places, tried to defend on that last lap, is going to have to get moving. And he looks, and it's Aaron Richardson that is behind him right now, the championship leader and last heat winner. That is not someone who, if you're not optimal in the wet, that you want side by side you now heading into this. This is for 3rd place, and he looks like he's going to take the place. If we catch them again on the camera, there we go, gets the move done. Rocco Shenton takes another look behind him because Max Endicott is the next person waiting.
Yeah, it's a tough moment this for Rocco Shenton. Oh, that rear inside wheel popping up again. That Kart does not look happy around this circuit in these conditions at the moment. And that was better that time into the Stuart Essers. George Clark getting involved there in the 2:42 for the BMR team through Sunny Bend. 4 minutes remaining in this one. Spread out at the front of the order. George Edgar continues to lead this race from Freddie Wood. Aaron Richardson 3rd, Rocco Shenton 4th, and Max Endicott there in 5th place. Is Endicott going to go for the move into McRae's? Yes, he is. Spot on. Good stuff there from the IAME Warrior final champion in this category. Although Shenton's going to go back in and get the kart stopped. Well, he's hustling that number 6 machine round this circuit. And he's, I would say actually, he's got better pace relative to the other drivers at this stage of the race, Keel, than perhaps what we saw in heat number 1. But he's having to work really, really hard. Back end of that kart does not want to sit down.
Well, I agree with you. If we had seen the defending that we saw in the last heat right off the bat, I don't think he would have stood as much of a chance in this one. But look at this. George House now is with Endicott, and they are both looking to take that position from Shenton. So Shenton takes a look behind him, knows he can't be quite as defensive just yet. Still 3 minutes plus a lap to go of this one. George House, though, gets a good run on Endicott as he takes a wheel in the grass, and he will go up into that 6th position. Sukmani Kira ready to pick up the pieces also from that as she runs side by side. Endicott still gets a better exit than her, though. She can't quite make the move just yet. He'll need to be careful of those mistakes because Kira and Lyons, who is shortly behind, won't want that.
2 minutes 30 remaining in this race. Apologies for the technical troubles through sector number 3. Can assure you that it is still Edgar from Wood, from Richardson, Shenton and House. That is your top 5. If things were to stay this way, George Edgar would be on pole position, but I think more importantly at this stage of the season, Keel, that would be another 65 championship points haul for the FIA Motorsport Games gold medalist of a couple of years ago. But Freddie Wood, if he goes down the inside and takes the lead away from George Edgar, well, that's going to change things. That is going to majorly change things in the story of this round. For Wood, that's going to put him a little bit further up the order. Remember, it's 0 intermediate points for win, 2 for second place, as Shenton and House go wheel to wheel once again for P4. But that move from his teammate Freddie Wood puts Aaron Richardson back on pole for the final. It gives him another 3 championship points. It swings back in Frisington's favour over Cleater here in Cumbria. 1 minute and 15 remaining on the clock now. Has George Edgar got anything to respond? Because Wood's looking good in this race.
That's right, Wood is on fire, not only this weekend, but especially this heat, this best run that he has had so far. Managed to get himself into the lead and has about a half a second gap on that last lap to Edgar. Edgar needs to give it his all now to gain back that pole position. Aaron Richardson's efforts to make his way back further up the pack is going to work. Rocco Shenton is going to lose out on a position to George House. George House running brilliantly so far in this heat. The youngster clearly favouring the dry conditions, now promoting himself up into that 4th position. Aaron Richardson will be the next to hunt down, who is just that bit further ahead. Marnie Kira, though, ready to have a go on Rocco Shenton next out of hairpin 2. She's going to hope to get a good run down this main straight. You can see Endicott drop back slightly. Finley Lyons in the mix there. George Clark, Jacob Batchelor, all heading round the Stuart S's now. Freddie Wood, though, he doesn't have long left. Can he make this one stick?
I think he can, you know. He's looking good at this stage of the race. Shenton's now got the attentions of Finley Lyons and Max Endicott and all. Oh, it's the BMR trio here again of George Clark and Jacob Batchelor. They've had a great season so far, those 3. Here goes Endicott down the inside of Lyons. Clark finds his way through as well there. That's good stuff from George Clark to put a move in on a more experienced driver in the shape of Finley Lyons there. Finley Lyons looking like he's on the back foot here in the latter stages of this second and final heat of this part of the day in X30 Junior. There's Alex Riley looking to get involved as well. Alex Riley has driven superbly so far here this weekend into the Stuart S's once again. No changes in position as they go through there. Oh, there goes Endicott down the inside of Shenton. Somehow both of them make it round the corner. George Clark goes, thank you very much, lads. I'll have that for another 2 positions. We're on to the final lap now. As always, out there, Alex Riley, Archie Rogers-Tyler get together through Paddock Bend. It's kicking off again here in X30 Junior.
Yes, it is, Andrew. Final lap of the race. George Edgar is back into the lead. So we see on the timing, Rocco Shenton, though, here has been under some serious pressure. Not too sure how him and Endicott managed to come out of that one, but they did, and he is still running there in that 6th place.
That's a big move then. So Edgar's retaken the lead of this race, and it's given him pole position back provisionally for the final. Another championship swing. Here they are, out of the final corner. Can George Edgar hold on? Yes, he can. Aaron Richardson thumps his steering wheel in frustration there because he knows how costly that could be come the end of today and the season. Edgar wins it 1-1 then for the local derby here at Rowrah. Freddie Wood, 2nd place. Aaron Richardson in 3rd. Oh, so Edgar takes pole for the final. He takes his first maximum score in terms of championship here this weekend. And, well, that will mean a 3-point deduction in the lead for Richardson. This one's going to run, ladies and gentlemen. This one is going to run all the way, I think, between these two, for that very reason of the racing that we've seen there. So it was 9 points at the start of the day for Richardson. It'll now be 6 points in the championship. Edgar wins ahead of Wood, Richardson, House, Kira, Shenton, Endicott, Clark, Batchelor and Lyons. That's your top 10. Musk 11th, George Quinlan 12th, Lucan Narroway 13th, Colby Patterson and Max Tay in the top 15. Katie Donaldson 16th, Alex Riley, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Orion Meta take us through to 19th. Here's your grid then as things stand right now. This is before any post-race changes, of course. Edgar and Richardson, the 2 local boys, to this circuit. And when you hear me say local, I mean local. They both live less than 10 minutes from this circuit in the opposing villages either side of the track. Edgar and Richardson on the front row, Wood and Shenton will be row 2, Kira and House row 3. Here is how it all started. And fair play to Aaron Richardson. That start could have gone very, very wrong for him, Keol. He got on the grass, he got out of the throttle, he made sure that he got through the first couple of corners, which was crucial. The race was always going to have opportunities later on in it for him to claw back. That was the move for Edgar to get through past Shenton and into the race lead. Shenton's number 6 machine looking really, really tricky to drive throughout the course of the race here. This was House down the inside of Jacob Bachelor for, what was that, around 6th place. This was Aaron Richardson getting through past Rocco Shenton into 3rd. That's where he would remain across the course of that race. Max Endicott was up to 5th place at this point. He would be the next driver to have a go at Rocco Shenton. Good driving there from BMR's team leader in this category. This was Freddie Wood going for the race lead on George Edgar. Freddie Wood continuing to get stronger and stronger. He tends to prefer the sweeping courses, as that was Shenton losing out to House. He tends to like the more Euro-style tracks, the ones with faster sweeping corners. He'll be very strong when we go to PF. I think he'll be very strong when we go to Silverstone, because that's proper Euro. This was the moment between Shenton and Endicott that nearly ended in disaster. This is going to... Ooh, that's how Riley and Rogers-Tyler left the scene. 2 into 1 simply not going there into Paddock Bend. And I want to see as well if we've got a view of... No, we haven't, but that's the end of Edgar beating Wood and Richardson to the line. Such small margins this season in this one. We'll leave the juniors for now. Their final will be the penultimate race later today. Next up, seniors. So the last race before we go to the lunch break, it is the Senior X30 class and their second heat of the day. Harrison Whittaker, if he wins this race, will be on pole position for the final and take the full haul of championship points. Theo Lestrange, his teammate, starts alongside. It's a top 2 row lockout by Premium Karting, with Lewis Bird and Sam Lewis there 3rd and 4th. Nat Johnston, the first non-Premium Karting runner, starts 5th. Luke Taylor 6th. Where is Freddie Lloyd, you may ask? There he is, row 4 for the reigning champion in this category. Aaron Brown starts alongside him. Levi Sangera and Scott Riley go from 5. Ryan Gill and Max Ewell start on row 6. Alexander De Benedictis and Jacob Marples, they're on row 7. Adam Bourne and Macy Hitter start on row 8. Morgan Moore and Dylan Patel are on the last full row. Joey Brown will be sending it from 19th place on the grid in this one for Senior X30's second heat of the day. So, bit of a mixed up grid. The grid determined by the second fastest laps for the drivers in their TQ earlier today. So that's why it's a different order to what we saw earlier on in the morning. This is a big race, you know, for Harrison Whittaker, with Freddie Lloyd there in the bright blue suit starting a little bit further back. You feel like this is a must-win race for him, and it's not starting yet, because that is a false start. We'll go around again for another formation lap.
This is an interesting one. Freddie Lloyd has not had this recently. The last round, he completely clean swept when he arrived back at X30. Recently, in the other half of the British Kart Championships at Kimbolton, he pretty much did the same. So this is unusual for him to have to make his way really work for it so far this season. And I think what he can do in this heat is definitely going to have a part to play in how the final turns out for the likes of Harrison Whittaker.
Harrison Whittaker has not had a P1 finish in an intermediate score through these heats so far this season. He was 5th in the first round at Wilton Mill, started on the 3rd row of the grid for that first final. 3rd in the second round at Wilton Mill. 2nd through the heats at both rounds in Scotland, and then he was 7th yesterday. This could be a really, really paramount stage for Harrison Whittaker, the championship leader, trying to turn the balance back in his favour versus his teammates. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Green on our screen, we are racing again here at Rowrah. It's a good, solid, controlled start from Harrison Whitcomb. He will lead from Lewis Bird out of the first chicane. Little bit of rough and tumble in the midfield. Freddie Lloyd getting involved, clips the curb there. I think he's up to 6th place. He's had a decent start. Has the reigning British Senior X30 champion. The rest of them running through. Jacob Marples and Alexander De Benedictis going side by side there off of Iredale's. Good clean start for the seniors. There's Aaron Brown down the inside of Levi Sangera. Good move from the PF International driver. Now, hang on a minute. Harrison Whitcomb under investigation is the notice on our screen. That must be for something to do with the race starts here, Keol. Did he wander outside the tram lines?
That is huge, Andrew. That is huge. That could have a huge part to play in not only this race, like we say, we are looking at championships this year. He was in a good position with Lloyd starting a bit further back after all of his clean sweeps recently, and that is huge. That will not be good to hear from him whatsoever. Here is a replay of the race start.
Well, I don't think there was anything wrong with that. Now, the tricky thing from our angle here is we can't see when the lights are going out. Right. Well, we'll leave that one. We'll update you on any further news as and when we receive it. We've got 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Whitcomb leads from Bird. Lloyd is up to 3rd. There's been a few changes back and forth in recent moments. Theo Lestrange and Nat Johnston fighting over 4th place there into the chicane. Johnston is through. Warning for the number 8 of Morgan Moore is the latest notification on our screens. I think quite a few drivers have got their chassis set up quite soft here today. See a lot of those rear inside wheels picking up through the tight hairpins of McRae's and Iredale's. Harrison Whitcomb will have received that notification as Aaron Brown gets down the inside of Theo Lestrange there and through and into 5th place. Levi Sangera is having a good run here. Had his best result last time out in Scotland.
There is Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird, another brilliant start for him. He wants one thing, and that is the same result as yesterday. But Freddie Lloyd is coming up close behind. Can he hold fire of Freddie Lloyd while Whitcomb undergoes this investigation? He won't know that just yet, but this could even change his result all over again. Whitcomb is only 8/10, so still all could happen yet. Freddie Lloyd and Lewis Bird are getting closer, so he signals for them to work together. Whitcomb is still in touching distance, still in striking distance. He says to work together, but he gets himself into 2nd place. Lewis Bird, the clever thing to do now will be to work together, reach Whitcomb, and then go for it once again. There's 5 minutes plus lap left. Nat Johnston, another strong start, strong race for him, running in that 4th place. Aaron Brown, Levi Sangera up into 6th, really strong. Levi has not, best round was at Lark Hall, had a top 10, I think it was 8th place, so looking for a new personal best. Joey Brown and Luke Taylor, Sam Lewis, and then Theo Lestrange, after an unfortunate start, rounds out the top 10.
It does indeed, as things stand, as Macy Hitter goes down the inside there of Alexander De Benedictis. That is for 17th place. This would be a best championship score for Levi Sangera so far this season. He's 7th in the intermediate standings right now. Wants to convert that to get a best round result later on today in the final if possible. 4.25 minutes of this race to go. Whitcomb leads, but Lloyd has just gone purple through sector number 2. Took a 1/10.5 out of the race leader. There is the race leader. New fastest lap from Fast Freddy. 45.848. 3/10 quicker than the Welshman at the front of the field. Harrison Whitcomb is going to have to dig deep here if he's going to win this race. Now, the thing in his favour is the TQ. 4 points is the difference in the intermediate scores at the moment between these two. So if Lloyd was to overtake, yes, he would draw level, but Whitcomb would still take pole for the final virtue of the timed qualifying tiebreaker. But if Lloyd was to get ahead, could he then start to bring the likes of Lewis Bird and Nat Johnston back into play? These two are the two favourites for the Senior X30 British Kart Championship title this year. Yes, they are teammates, but they're championship rivals. Lloyd has gone for the move down the inside. They're still side by side as they run towards Iredales, and Lloyd is through. Lloyd takes the lead in heat number 2 here today. And look at what's happened. That's brought Lewis Bird into play. That's brought Nat Johnston into play. Freddie Lloyd is going to be delighted about that, Keol. He now has control of this race.
Look at this. It looks like Lewis Bird is ready to put Whitcomb under the pressure. Nat Johnston waiting on the back of these 3 premium karts for his best opportunity. That is, like you said, what we are expected to see. Lloyd, Whitcomb, teammates, but there isn't really many loyalties at this stage in the championship, especially for those two. Still 2 minutes and 25 seconds plus a lap to go. Not a good stage to have defensive lines, so we are going to see how this plays out for the 4 of them. That's Aaron Brown and Joey Brown. We saw how close those top 4 bunched back up. The 2 Browns aren't in a bad position at this stage if we start seeing battles for those podium places.
Bird down the inside takes second place away from Harrison Whitcomb. That will move Freddie Lloyd into provisional pole position for the final, and it'll be a 6-point championship swing for Lloyd, and it could get worse for the Welshman. Nat Johnston's having a look down the inside with a move there out of Paddock Bend through into 3rd. Goes Nat Johnston. Aaron Brown could be on the scene pretty soon as well. We've said how quick Aaron Brown's been looking so far this weekend. Whitcomb half defends there. He had to do that to make sure that Aaron Brown wasn't going to go for a move into McRae's. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go now. Now Whitcomb is under threat that he could lose his spot on the front row of the grid. If he can hold ahead of Brown, and Brown, as long as he doesn't drop to 6th place, he won't drop behind Lewis Bird in the intermediate scores. These are crucial, crucial moments here at Rowrah in the middle part of the season in Senior X30. 1 minute to go. 3 more laps then. Fast Freddie Lloyd. He is in the zone now, and this is danger for everybody else. This is what we saw at Lark Hall. This is what we saw in other classes at Kimbolton. This is what we saw a lot out in Franciacorta in Senior X30 in the IAME Euro Series. As down the inside goes Brown. Whitcomb's got to give that one up. He's got to think championship. Through goes Aaron Brown, but Joey Brown's now going to have a go. You know Joey Brown's going to have a go. He's gained 13 places so far in this race. What a brilliant drive from Joey Brown, but these are really difficult times now for Harrison Whitcomb.
That is right. 13 places gained. Is it about to be 14? Whitcomb looks like he is under some pressure. Can't unfortunately stop looking behind him, and it's going to draw him level with Joey Brown. He's got him right over the exit of Paddock Bend. He now leads that pack with Whitcomb included into that first chicane. Gutting for Whitcomb there. He now lost that pole position as of right now. It's not over yet though, because Nat Johnston looks like he's wanting to challenge Lewis Bird for the 2nd place. Lloyd is down the road slightly, not just yet. They pulled actually Lloyd in that lap by a couple of tenths, 7 tenths. It was about a second, so not a bad start for those two. Nat Johnston is saying, nope, let's work together. There is still time. He's still in striking distance to try and work together and catch up to the race leader. Nat Johnston on brilliant form. These two this weekend really eager to battle with the likes of Whitcomb. Nat Johnston, this is his 1st year in senior, and to be up here, that is really positive.
Yeah, same for Harrison Whitcomb. Lewis Bird, one of the most experienced drivers in this British Championship for the Senior X30 classes. Raced a lot out in Europe as well. He's been in really good form so far here this weekend. Johnston is not going to have a move. That was shrewdly covered off by Lewis Bird. You see how he just gently moved towards the apex a little bit earlier, saying to Nat Johnston, don't even think about it. We're on the final lap though, and Freddie Lloyd, well, this is a big victory. He came to this race with a bit of a deficit. Not anymore. He takes pole for the final later on today. It's another 65 points to his championship tally, and that could be danger for everybody else. That now means that Freddie Lloyd has got first, third and second in terms of his championship scores so far this season. That is a really, really strong run from the reigning champion. And he will be joined on the front row of the grid for the final by Lewis Bird. That second place moves Bird ahead of Whitcomb. Nat Johnston third in that race. Aaron Brown fourth, Joey Brown fifth. Harrison Whitcomb has to be settled with sixth place there, held ahead of Levi Sangera, Luke Taylor, Morgan Moore and Sam Lewis. Jacob Marples was up 3 spots in that race to 11th, Theodore Strange 12th, Max Ewell, Scott Riley, Ryan Gill, Dylan Patel, Macy Hitter, Adam Bourne and Alexander de Benedictis take us down to 19th place. The grid provisionally looks like this. Lloyd and Bird on the front row, Whitcomb and Brown row 2, Johnston and Joey Brown on row 3, Aaron Brown, apologies, on row 4 should make that distinction. Levi Sangera, that's the best championship score of the season so far, 7th place on the grid for the final. We'll be joined by Sam Lewis, Morgan Moore and Luke Taylor complete the top 10. There is the scene down in scrutineering Keogh Lynch, and I think Freddie Lloyd's going to be quite happy with that one.
Absolutely. I mean, not the day that he would have necessarily wanted yesterday after all of the clean sweeps, but let's, of course, look at the highlights.
This was the run into the first chicane, nice and controlled at this point for Harrison Whitcomb. The rest of them navigated their way through McRae's for the first time. Nat Johnston, good overtaking again. This was him getting down the inside of Theo Lestrange. Big point forward there from Freddie Lloyd, and went down the inside after the point there on Lewis Bird. This was the key move for the race lead. Thought he'd gone a little bit too deep initially. Side by side with Whitcomb off of the corner, but got the drive towards Iredale's to take the race lead. This was the key move though in terms of the championship picture. That move from Bird started to make things unravel a little bit for Harrison Whitcomb. Through would go Johnston, through would go Aaron Brown. Joey Brown would then have a go as well. Lloyd took the win, took pole, took 65 championship points for his efforts there. Lewis Bird second will join him on the front row, looking for a clean sweep. We shouldn't forget about Lewis Bird. We were talking about Lloyd, we were talking about Whitcomb, but Lewis Bird, well, on the form book so far this year, if you've won the final on Saturday, you've won the final on Sunday as well. Could that be the thing for Lewis Bird? Having waited so long for a race victory, could 2 come in one weekend?
Can he do the double? That is the question. And what's most important is that he's got his hand. He can do it. He's safe. He is recovered. He's all good. That is going to be a really interesting one from seniors. And that rounds up our both heats for everyone. You are now going to enjoy the paddock show from yesterday during the lunch break, and we will see you for the main events later on. Welcome everybody to the British Kart Championships Event 6. This is Rowrah. Nestled in the unique location on the edge of the Lake District, this track is known for its undulating and distinct character. With crests, falls, tight bank turns and more, this track offers a serious challenge for the IAME and KZ2 drivers here with us this weekend. The track is 1,030 metres long. The drivers will first face an elevated first chicane you can see there before heading into the 2 hairpins, McRae's and Iredale's, setting themselves up perfectly for this long main straight before heading into the Stuart S's and down the hill towards St John's and Sunny Bend. Finally, the drivers will go around Paddock Bend, and that will be the lap complete at this one-of-a-kind circuit. Well, this is a drastic weather change from our last event, isn't it, Andrew?
Summer's over, we're into the autumn already, and we're not even in August yet. So, yeah, welcome to the paddock show. It's a rainy one for us today. We're going to take the next 25 minutes or so to take you through things here for, what is this, the 3rd meeting of the year for the IAMEs, the 4th and penultimate round for the KZ2s. So we could see a champion crown this weekend, in fact. Noah Wolf, depending on how results go, could be your 2026 KZ2 champion by the end of the weekend. As usual, we'll be doing lots of different little interviews and pieces, so we're not going to pop into Fusion today. We're not going to pop into Premium. We've done a good amount with them already so far this
We've
weekend.
seen a lot of insight from the Fusion drivers, especially on the track walk, which you will see later this weekend. Some local drivers here this weekend, which is nice to see. Yeah, it's a big factor this weekend. I think we'll have a little pop into the TWR Pantano tent. For those not aware, have a look. We're here at Rowrah. We're up in Cumbria, on the edge of the Lake District. Quite a few drivers based very close to here. The examples of the Edgars, Aaron Richardson in juniors as well. So
they'll definitely be looking to be pretty quick here this weekend. We'll just have a see if one of our drivers in the TWR Pantano awning is looking up for a chat. We will have a little bit of a discussion of this kart, Hendrix Fallat. Hendrix has been looking pretty quick once again so far this week, running in the IAME Water Swift restricted category. Now they've recently had a heat. Hendrix won the first one, was on pole position as well, and yeah, in the IAME Water Swift restricted category, looking pretty good once again. The bright yellow and black machine. You've got some other runners in here as well. You've got Noah Brad once again in here, and yeah, looking really, really good for a run. Kiel, who have you found?
I've found a Romanian driver, Noah Brad. Noah, how's your weekend going here at Rowrah?
I've been good, and I passed some good guys from practice, and I've been good, and I like
enjoying it. Being an international driver, Noah's English isn't the best, but how are you finding the wet racing in the rain?
a little bit not good.
It's hard, especially with the ups and downs of this circuit. It's very technical. But do you think you can do well this weekend?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to get some insight there from a Water Swift restricted driver. It looks like Andrew has already found us another.
Yeah, here with Hendrix Fallat, who quite recently has come in off circuit, having taken the second heat as we're filming this on Saturday. Hendrix, a very good start to the day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very confident for the final, and I'm just trying to keep composed.
It's a very busy time of year, isn't it? You know, we were racing 2 weeks ago in the other half of the championships in Kimbolton, here again this week. Are you pretty much out in the kart every weekend at the moment?
Mostly, yeah.
How are you finding that? Are you keeping energised?
Yeah.
Because it's quite tiring. It's quite hard work out there. What do you like about this circuit?
How technical it is in the wet. How it's really important that you get the corners right.
And how important was it, that switch this morning? Because yesterday it was very dry. It was quite warm, actually. It was quite very nice. And then we woke up this morning, lots of rain. What did you talk about with the team to get you ready for today? Because it's clearly worked so far today.
We just tried to switch on as quick as we could and just went.
Good stuff. Hendrix, best of luck for your final later on. We'll see you tomorrow as well. And yeah, Hendrix Fallat there, who with the form that he's on at the moment, you never know, could even be leading the championship by the end of this weekend in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Right, we'll mosey on down. You've got one of the says. Hero and Oliver both have been running very well so far this weekend for Fusion. Might be a bit of a tough weekend for Mason Hibbert. I've just seen Mason Hibbert walking past there looking a little bit disappointed. Leading the championship in IAME Water Swift at the moment. It's just not quite been clicking for Mace so far this weekend, which is a real shame. Because he's been in really good form. He had, off the back of the win that we saw at Lark Hall, really good run in IAME Euro Series. Was just on a real winning streak, which just seems to have come to a little bit of a sudden stop here this weekend. Well, at least the first part of this weekend, Kiel, and that can be really tough for a driver when, you know, it's all flowing really well and then all of a sudden it just isn't flowing anymore, and how that can affect the mind.
Well, especially the youngsters that we have out with us here this weekend. The good thing about this event and a lot of the IAME events is that they're double headers.
Yes.
So whatever happens today, they are able to refresh and go again tomorrow. But of course, for a driver like him, there is only one goal in mind, and that's the championship. So every weekend does matter. Every race, every heat to him matters. However, they still have a heat and a final yet to go today.
I'm looking for an open awning to see if we can find some drivers to talk to. I think I've spotted some of our M1 Bambino drivers that we might have a little chat with, if that's okay. George Miller here. I love these Tony Kart liveries on these Bambinos. We'll have a chat with George whilst he's in the kart. Don't jump out, George. George, are you happy today?
No.
No. Why are we not happy?
Not doing very well.
Oh dear. What are we working on now then? What's gone wrong?
Because down the hill,
I just keep spinning it.
It's a tricky circuit, this, isn't it? Is this the hardest circuit you've ever driven on?
Maybe.
Maybe, and it's really wet today as well. That's not nice.
Yeah.
Who's supporting you? Who have we got here?
Granddad, my mum, Dad.
And the whole family. Dad, how are you feeling about today?
Yeah, it's just been a bit up and down today, unfortunately. It started off well, but we just not quite getting it right today, but that happens in racing, doesn't it? So we try and move on and work out what we need to do better.
And I say it's a double header for you guys as well, so there is that opportunity tomorrow to bounce back.
Yeah, 100%. So just keep working hard and we'll get there.
Fantastic. Good to talk to the Millers there. Best of luck, everybody. Oh, Paddock Pooch on the scene as well. Hello. There we go. It wouldn't be a British Kart Championships paddock show without a bit of Paddock Pooch. We'll just file on out here. Sorry, Jonesy. Keel, who have you found?
We found another youngster. Come on, Ivans, let's walk and talk while you're heading back to your awning. This is a Water Swift driver, Ivans Veronins. Ivans, you're joining us recently this season. You originally are based over in the UAE. You've come over to race in the British Kart Championships for the remainder of the season, is that correct?
I think I'm going to race for not the full season, but most of the races.
And it's very different. You see a lot of the UAE drivers come and join us over in the UK. How have you found it so far?
I found it good. Of course, the weather is different from the UAE, so just getting used to it.
That is one of the biggest factors. It's the rain racing. How have you found it adjusting to this wet weather?
I mean, it feels fun. It's just so different from driving in the rain. You have to make up the lines on the outside and just find a grip where you won't find it in the dry.
That's right, and I think there's going to be a perfect example of that this weekend. Have you been to this circuit before?
No, I have not.
Are you feeling confident in the wet so far?
Yes, I'm very confident.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for chatting, Ivans. It looks like Andrew already has another youngster for us to catch up with.
Yeah, here with Benjamin Schlivar. Benjamin, second today in that last heat. How's it been going from your perspective?
Heat 1 was a repeat of heat 2, but I think the third would have been better. It was on the inside, but I'm starting in the final P2, and I'm really excited. And yeah.
And you're learning all the time, aren't you, about this track, because it's been a while since this group of drivers have raced here. How have you got ready for this weekend?
I feel ready, yeah.
You feel ready. And who's on the tools for you again this weekend?
My mechanic Lewis.
Is he good?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Benjamin, good to see you out there. I still love this livery. Look at this. I don't often like a matte finish, but like with the green and the black, that really does stand out on circuit. So Benjamin Schlivar, our number 6 seed for this weekend, for this season, in fact. We'll take a bit of a further wander down, because we've been down that way. We'll pop along past Mick Barrett Racing. They've been looking good so far this weekend. Big weekend for George Adigan. We won't go and speak to him again, because we've already talked to him, but could be a big weekend for this team. Also, Nat Johnston looking good in the seniors today.
That's right, exactly that. Speaking of the Edgars are very familiar with this circuit, so it's a really nice family affair for them. It looks like we've got some drivers along the way. Shall we have a chat? Who's going to go first? Should we do you? Can you introduce yourself to the camera?
I'm Riley, and I drive in the Water Swift restricted class.
And how's it going for you guys so far? It's been really competitive out there in these crazy conditions. How are you finding the conditions here?
Quite hard. I'm doing all right today. I could be going faster though.
Always, and this is one of the more technical circuits. Do you have a favourite on the British Kart Championships calendar this year?
This year it's going to be PFI. I really like the track.
And what are you thinking of Rowrah? Have you got much experience with this place?
No, this is only my second time here and my first time in the wet.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
That is one thing to note about this track. For a lot of the drivers, it's not too local. For the ones that it is, they absolutely love it. So it definitely evens the playing field, so to say, because this is one of the tracks that the drivers love, but they don't necessarily have as much experience here.
Yeah, there's not any X30 club racing here. So similar to what we had with Lark Hall, there's not maybe as much opportunities for the drivers at the moment to, have a pre-round. In fact, if I take the example of Jacob Marples, he was here last week racing in Club 100 for getting some track time in. We just went past more racing. We're not ignoring them. The KZs are about to head out for a heat as we're recording this one, so we might try and catch up with some of them later on. Got Logan Hodgett's kart here, Max St. Hilaire as well. Have we got any drivers? Have we got any drivers in and around the area at the minute? Any drivers? Not at the moment. We'll come back later on then. We've got Jack. I thought Jack might not there. Jack, are you coming in for a little bit of a quick chat? How's your day been?
Pretty good, actually.
Why has it been pretty good? We like pretty good. What's been going well?
It's because I've been 3rd and 4th, and they're really good places, actually.
They're very good places. Where did you start the races?
5th in both of them, actually.
So going forward, for all of our friends back home, how old are you?
7.
7. And when did you start karting?
3 years ago.
So you've already been karting for 4 years. So you're a proper pro now, aren't you?
Yeah.
What's the thing you enjoy most about karting?
Like how the experience is working, actually.
And you're getting quicker and quicker all the time.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Jack. We'll speak to you again later on. And Jack, another one of our M1 Bambinos racing with us this weekend.
We've got a lot of youngsters so far to catch up with.
And they're all keen to get on the camera, which is really good to see.
That's right. We are going to take a quick detour and a look at this stunning location. This is one of those circuits that there really is no circuit like it. As you can see, we are inside a quarry here at Rowrah, and I think that always adds to the vibe when you're here. It's unusual, and I think the drivers enjoy that about this circuit.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most atmospheric circuits in the country. It's got a proper character here, and the circuit's quite different as well. I mean, typically in the UK, or in Europe, in fact, most kart circuits you see they're flat. In the UK, a lot of them, a lot of race circuits, built on what were airfields back in the day. That's not the case here. So you've got a lot of elevation change up and down, particularly through the first sector. So that is all good to keep an eye on. I don't think we've got any drivers in BMR at the moment.
I think, like you said, that's exactly why we see the local drivers enjoy it that bit more. Because say when they were younger, this is where they learn really technique, and you need a lot of technical knowledge, technical ability to go around this circuit well, especially in the conditions we have with us this weekend.
Do indeed. Just making our way down towards Excel. Arthur Bowers, we had a chat with earlier on in the weekend, and he's leading the championship at the moment in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Let's have a look at who we've got in. We've got a young man I've been wanting to have a chat to all weekend. Harry Chapman, our new E-plate holder. Let's go in fact, and have a good look at your brand new identifier for this weekend. Won last weekend at the Shennington Super Prix. And this wasn't the only thing that you won, was it, Harry? Because you're off to Viterbo, if I remember my calendar correctly, later in the year for the IAME Warriors final. How proud are you, for both you and your dad, that you're now wearing this E-plate in this category at least for the next 12 months?
I'm proud now because it's a very competitive class, and now that I won that, it means I'm England champion, and then also getting a golden ticket to IAME Warrior finals in the Turbo saves us a lot of money.
It does indeed. You've been racing in IAME Euro Series. You've settled now with Excel Motorsport. You raced with them in Wackersdorf. You're learning all the time, aren't you, with being in this setup? Because it's a strong setup. This is the same kind of machinery that George House won titles with last year.
Yeah, I mean, I like the motors, and the driver coach, Olivia Jory, is good. And they're just environment in it's really nice.
What's the hope for this weekend? Is the pressure a little bit off this weekend now that you know that you're on to Viterbo at the end of the year?
No, I'm still pushing for another one.
So you're pushing for another ticket?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, we'll leave you to. How did you get on in your heats, Harry?
First one, we had a great start, but then going into the second hairpin on the first lap, someone went for the move, I followed them, and it all just got clogged up. So I went down to like last, then come back up to 13th, 12th, I think. And then the second one, we had a good start. We started P7, and I think, where did we finish in the end? 10th. I think because we crashed a couple of times.
So yeah, you've got some good speed. Dad Mike's on the tools again. We'll leave him to it. We had a good chat with him at Lark Hall. Best of luck for your final, Harry, and we'll see you again tomorrow, hopefully as well.
See ya.
Harry Chapman there, your new E-plate holder. Oh, we've had an incident. We've had a crash as we're coming out of Excel. But I think we've got another Excel driver, haven't we, Keel? Who have you found?
Yes, that's right. We're going to chat with Freddie Baker whilst we walk along the paddock because time is running out. Freddie, you're one of our drivers who run in both halves of the British Kart Championships. Tell us what you enjoy about that, because we do see a lot of drivers, especially while you youngsters are learning, in both categories. What do you enjoy most about that?
That I get to explore new tracks. Like I went to Le Mans 2 weeks ago. I went to America in Micromax at the start of the year.
And this circuit in particular, this class, what do you find most challenging? Because you guys have been really competitive so far.
I think Micromax is more challenging because everybody's got good engines.
And let's talk about the start of your season. You had a really great start to your season in both sides of our BKC here. What's it going to take for you to keep that momentum going for the rest of this year?
Stay focused and keep on pushing.
Thank you very much. We'll let you get ready for your next heat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freddie. Freddie is another one of those drivers that we do see in both halves. A lot of the youngsters like to do that to gain more experience, more understanding of their karts, and it looks like Andrew is ready with another.
Yeah, here with Hugo Williamson, one of our privateers. We always like to have a talk to the privateers. Hugo, I don't like this rain. Do you like this rain?
Not really, a bit though.
But you're getting on with it. You had a good run earlier in one of your heats in the top 15. What have you learnt from the track today?
The curbs just bounce you off a bit.
Yeah, they're quite tricky, these curves, because you want to use them for the wet conditions. But say if you catch them at the wrong angle, is this one of the trickiest circuits of the season? Would you say?
Yeah, but we've still got Silverstone, so.
You're looking forward to Silverstone?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, we'll let you get back to work. Good to have a chat with you there, Hugo's dad, Nick, as well. We'll have a very quick chat with his Nick. Nick, how far have you travelled to get to this one today?
From Lincoln, yeah, from down in Lincoln. So quite close to PF we live. Yeah.
And what's it like? Just being a privateer?
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 privateers in it, so it's obviously the teams get a lot of information, so we just try and sniff out what we can. And first time racing here as well for him, so it's quite a big learning curve. But it's all about the experience really for him to keep progressing. Yeah,
absolutely, and he's doing a great job. You must be very proud.
Well. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's a good lad. He's trying hard. Yeah, but sometimes the setup's not right. I mean, it's a big job for me to keep changing stuff and trying things. But yeah, we're good. We're going well. Enjoying it. Thank you.
Good to chat to one of the dads there. The rain has started to come in again for us. Let's meander back up the hill a little bit, maybe take a swing down the far side, because we've not been to RCE yet. Yeah, we'll take a right here. Just going past Nicholas Answer. There, set up. Nicholas has been running again pretty well. I think the KZs are out at the moment. I love to. Oh, sorry, no, it's the senior X30s out at the moment. I love to see this. Jonesy, if you quickly swing round, Dan, you might need to jump out of the way. The young drivers there. You've got Albie J Stubbs, Elias Sami. I can't quite make out the other driver. There's a pole in the way. But Keel, that they're watching. They're not sitting in their awnings on a slightly cold and damp day here in Rowrah. They're watching the seniors as they're going out for one of their heats. What do you think they'll be trying to gather from them?
Well, do you know what, Andrew? Let's catch a word. It might be slightly loud down the microphone here, but let's see if we can catch a quick word. We've got RBJ Stubbs, Evan Owen, Ilias Sami, and a restricted with us here as well. Right, let's start with Ilias, because we know you love the camera. How's your weekend going, Ilias?
It's been okay. First heat we come P3, and then I just done my another heat,
I don't know where I come, but I spun, but I gained up some positions, and yeah, it was okay.
And we've seen a lot of you and your teammate Chester, who's not here right now, working together. Are we going to see more of that this year?
Yeah, hopefully we can see that as well, so we can get good races as well, so yeah.
Thank you very much, good luck.
Thank you.
We're actually not going to have too much more of a chat because it's very loud down here. As you can see, the seniors going out.
Jake Flewitt not racing this weekend, was another one of your E-Plate winners. We've got a few more minutes before we go into this one. I know the KZs are about to go out, so it'd be nice to see if we can catch up with some of them. We'll have to make a pretty quick run towards the dummy grid area. Ralph Youngling, I can see there. Ralph did a very good job with our onboard lap earlier in the week. Freddie Wood having a watch of the action as well. So we'll just see how many minutes we've got before. We've got 3.5 minutes before the end of these seniors. And we'll catch up with Noah Wolf and the other KZ2s. We might get told to go away here because I am sticking my nose in it right before they're going out for their first race of the weekend, but you got to try, haven't you?
Well, exactly that. To give you a bit of a paddock tour, we have just come from deep in the paddock. Now we're heading towards scrutineering and the dummy grid.
So, situation for Noah Wolf. If Noah Wolf clean sweeps this weekend, Charlie Turner and Miles Murphy finish, you know, outside the top 2 or 3 a couple of times, it could well be British title time number 2 for you, Noah Wolf. But no, you're just keeping focused on the job at hand of winning every race that you can so far, aren't you?
Yeah, just go and enjoy it. I've got a healthy championship lead. I don't need to stress. Just go and win each race and have a best go at it.
You probably didn't want these conditions at the start of the weekend, though. It's all a little bit mixed up. The qualifying was an interesting result.
Yeah, just challenges. We made mistakes within the team. I did the best job I could, but overall, everyone could have improved on the qualifying, but I'm not worried. I can win from anywhere, so just got to be in the fight, ready for the final.
The interesting thing I'm seeing is everybody's getting their tyres on ahead of this one. Everyone seems to be going out on slicks on a damp track. That's going to be a bit spicy.
It'll be interesting, but good fight.
Good fight. Thanks for talking to us, Noah. I appreciate it. As I say, not long before they go out. Ella Stevens here this weekend as well. Ella's looked really, really quick so far this weekend. Number 2 seed from last year. Great to have Ella back. It's not the first time she's raced this year. She did do a little bit of a club session at Shennington earlier on in the season, but it's a free weekend for her off of F1 Academy duty. And it's one of the things I love about this sport is that the drivers, when they go to something like F1 Academy, they're keen to get back into karting because they know it's good track time for them.
That's right, and she's done an absolutely brilliant job so far this weekend. She said this weekend is weekend of fun for her, and she seems to be, it's showing how much she's enjoying it out there on track. That is a wrap of our paddock show here at Rowrah.
It is indeed. Be with us tomorrow for all of the live action if you're watching us on Saturday night. If you're watching us on Sunday, let's get into it. Finals are coming right up.
Well, everyone, we are back, and it is time here at Rowrah for the finals. Let's talk to our pole sitter for the M1 Bambinos returning with us. Their second round this year, and on pole is Shay Downey. Shay, this is a bit of an unexpected pole for you after happened with Hendrix Falla. Unfortunately, he won't be starting there any longer. You must be happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
And are you looking forward to this one? We know that this isn't your only form of racing, but you've had a lot of practice this weekend. Do you like the track?
Yeah, I like it very much. I like it more in the wet.
And do you think you can win?
Yeah, I think I can win. If I stay on this spot, I might as well get a good trophy and make my parents proud.
Oh, exactly that. And this is a bit of a difficult entry into this one. It's slightly blind. So what's the plan?
So the plan is to stay calm and just drive how I normally drive.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Alongside Shay is his good friend Presley Knight, another driver who's been really promising so far this weekend. Presley, are you happy?
Yeah.
And Off the front row of the grid, you're in one of the best positions, one of the fastest drivers so far. What are you going to do if you get a good result today?
Yes.
What are you going to eat on the way home?
I don't know.
You don't know? There's no celebration food if you win here?
No.
No, okay. Do you think you can win today?
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's also try and catch a word with Teddy Smith. Teddy Smith doing really well also in the championships so far. Teddy, with RCE, how's it going for you so far? How's your day gone?
Good.
You're one of the drivers who, you've got a lot of teammates on this grid. Does that help you?
Yes.
And how fun is it racing with your teammates?
Really fun.
Are you a fan of Rowrah?
Yes.
Locked in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll leave you to it. Not too much to say down here from the Bambinos. They are locked in and ready to go. Let's head back to Andrew and I'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much, Keel. Yes, getting ready for our first televised final of the weekend, the fourth one of the year for the M1 Bambino category. And yesterday's final went the way of Presley Knight. There is the number 44 of Cheyenne Asgamy with the, well, we talked about the replica Lewis Hamilton helmets earlier. There's a replica Fernando Alonso one. Briella Stevens there with her father as well. Briella raced really, really well earlier on today. We'll give you an update on the points as and when we formally receive them, but unofficially, Presley Knight will lead the scores in the championship heading into this one. Second place now, I think, is Shay Downey. So Shay has taken that spot away from George Miller before this race. Visor down then for Presley Knight. Could this be a repeat of the victory that we saw for Presley Knight yesterday and at Lark Hall as well? Engines singing here in Cumbria for the start of what will be the longest race of the day for these drivers. This is what it's all about when we get to these finals. The drivers just by themselves now once Briella Stevens is all sorted. This race ready to get going then. Fourth final of the year, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Here it is, the M1 Bambinos. Here's your grid for the M1 Bambino final. Shay Downey and Presley Knight start on the front row. Teddy Smith and Jack Minot on row 2. Henry Exton and Stanley Thurston go from row 3. Nicholas Anser, Briella Stevens there on row 4. George Miller and Cheyenne Asgamy complete the 10-strong field. Clouds lifting here at Rowrah. Better conditions for the drivers than they had yesterday. It was a quiet final for the drivers. That was taken by Presley Knight. Teddy Smith and Shay Downey were on the podium as well. There's an impressive drive from Jack Minot up to 4th place yesterday. Drivers just going through the motions of getting heat into their tyres, into their brakes and into their engines ahead of this final. Keep your support coming in for our drivers. Great to hear from you wherever you're watching from around the world. Hello to Adam Guns. Hello, mate. Hope you're having a fun time out in Florida. Still clocking in with us here at the British Kart Championships, our regular series photographer. We'll give him one weekend off, won't we? So the drivers coming into their final positions at the end of the formation lap. Going to see some best results perhaps today from some of our drivers. There is Presley Knight just revving the engine, making sure everything is good. See the engine there prepared by Force Motorsport. Jordan Baines, there is the scene up at the starters gantry. Nigel Edwards, our race director, will be in charge of getting this one underway. Last few moments then for the M1 Bambinos. Green flag in the air to indicate we are ready to race here at Rowrah. The lights come on when they go out. will be racing in the M1 Bambinos. It's a good start for Shay Downey, who shoots straight into the race lead. Presley Knight picks up second place. Teddy Smith already running in third. There's a bit of a gap back to Henry Exton, who's had a good start in the silver and gold number 32 machine. Exton up to P4. Down towards the second of the hairpins. Good, clean start for all of our M1 Bambinos. These are the best conditions in terms of grip out there that they've had across the course of the day. Here comes your first challenge for a lead change. Presley Knight down the inside of Shay Downey, takes first position away from the pole sitter. Teddy Smith waiting in the wings there in third place. Presley Knight making a bid here to try and get his second final win of the weekend, third of the season, to try and extend his points lead in the championship. The heats are done, no need for intermediate scores anymore. This race is a standalone competition in this British Kart Championship for the M1 Bambinos, and at the end of lap one, Knight leads from Downey, Smith in third, Exton fourth. Good start for Stanley Thurston as well, up a position to fifth place. George Miller has gained 3 off the start, he's up to P6. Jack Minot, Bryla Stevens, Nicholas Anser and Shen Asgamy complete the 10 strong field at the moment, and here is your battle for fourth place. Through Iredales they go, down towards the Stuart S's, one of the trickiest sections of circuit on the whole calendar. It's a long run on the brakes, an initial right-hander, and then immediately into that tight chicane for any of the classes. The M1 Bambinos negotiating that very well indeed. Then over the rise towards St John's. Brilliant sequence of corners this. Down towards Sunny Bend, slightly downhill. Drivers making sure that they don't run too wide and off to drivers right. There's a bit of a gravel trap there that they don't want to be ending up in. Over the line to complete another one here. Knight still leads from Downey, Smith, Exton, Thurston. Minot in 6th place. Bryla Stevens has got up the order. Where has George Miller gone? I think we may have lost George Miller here, at least on the timing. Yeah, he's down into 9th place with a 1 minute 13.125 last time around. Tough weekend this, Keogh, for George Miller.
Yeah, that's right. George Miller has had a really not ideal weekend at this stage for him. He was leading coming out of round one, so you think they'd of course hope to carry the momentum into this one. Unfortunately, that wasn't able to be done though, because he hasn't had a good run in the heats and now running towards the back. We are watching the battle though for second place here. This is Shay Downey and Teddy Smith. Teddy Smith putting Shay under some serious pressure now. Shay, not the best start, lost out on that one position we saw on the grid walk. How he just wants to make his family proud, and Teddy, of course, the same huge family support going on in the paddock. Close, but they have 8 minutes and 45 seconds.
It's been a big step forward this weekend from Shay Downey. In comparison, the results heading into this round, the results from Scotland, the first meeting of the year at Lark Hall, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 7th through the championship point stages. 3rd, 3rd and 1st already this weekend here in Cumbria. Has been a much stronger run, but here comes Teddy Smith. This is for second place. They'll be side by side running towards the Stuart S's. It's a long run for the M1 Bambinos. Can Shay Downey hold it around the outside? No, Teddy Smith takes second place then. The cheers will go up from trackside. He's a well-supported driver, is Teddy Smith, winner of the first round of the championship. Now, can the driver there in kart number 19 set about closing in on Presley Knight?
Well, exactly that, all whilst Presley Knight is off in the distance. These changes in positions early on, we know, does help Presley Knight's campaign to gain the win. But as you can see, the 16 car is still in touching distance. He's in striking distance so far if these two start working together. These youngsters are constantly learning. But that 51 car now of Shay Downey, if he's clever, will stick onto the back of Teddy Smith and see what they can do. There you go, all of the exit coming out of hairpin 1. Down towards hairpin 2, they are signalling to work together, exactly what we would have thought. Smart move from Teddy Smith, gets a good exit. They go now down the long main straight. For these M1 Bambinos, like you said, Andrew, it's long. It takes them a while. It gives them, these youngsters, a second to think as they head towards the Stuart S's. No time gain necessarily for Shay Downey back just yet, but as long as he can stick onto the back of Teddy Smith here,
and gain some time on Prezi night, they're in for a good shot still of that race win. Inside the top 5, then slightly behind, you've got Stanley Thurston and Henry Exton, Jack Minot, Briella Stevens, Cheyenne Agomi, George Miller and Nicholas Asham.
6 minutes and 45 seconds to go then. End of lap number 5. Pretty much at the halfway point of this race over the course of the next lap or so. No changes inside the top 3. Stanley Thurston running 4th, Henry Exton 5th. They've got a good gap to the group behind. There's a good battle going on for 8th place. George Miller, there he is, has got ahead of Cheyenne Asgamy in the number 44 machine. It's good to see Cheyenne again getting quicker and quicker across the course of the day. Everybody's been helped by the conditions getting better. Track now dry, air temperature around 15 degrees Celsius. But this is what we want to see from new drivers, don't we, Keol? That it's not all about winning and podiums at this stage of a driver's career. It's about learning, and particularly this season in the British Kart Championships. I think some of the stories in recent times as well. I think the likes of Jayan Prakash, Dean Singh Pahal, these drivers who have had great steps forward. Ilyas Sami later today, that we've been talking about. These drivers who have come into the championship and they've had a learning curve and they've been looking at fastest lap times. They've not been worrying about final race positions. But you look at them now, you look at them a year on, 2 years on, and who's to say that Cheyenne Asgamy, Nicholas Answer, Briella Stevens, these drivers very new to the sport, they could be the drivers winning races in the next 12, 18 months or so.
Well, you're right, and these are the weekends that really bring them on the most. They've had all conditions, they've had to adapt. They had really wet racing yesterday after kind of mixed dry testing, but mostly sunny. Then coming in today, they have then had a greasy track this morning, a dry track then, and now they've had that bit of experience everywhere. They know that this is where they can probably push the most.
They can indeed. So we're into the second half of time on this one. 5 minutes and counting to go through the Stuart S's. Goes Asgamy down towards St John's. This is Briella Stevens currently running in 7th place ahead of George Miller. George had a really good run last time out at Lark Hall. It's been a tricky one here in Cumbria, but again, you learn a lot from the weekends where things don't quite go your way. See Briella Stevens' dad there was trackside, giving some instructions to Briella of how to take the next lap or so. All of these drivers, ages 6 and 7 and 8, youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend. George Miller closing in now on the rear bumper of the number 22. Briella Stevens running on the RCE chassis, another one of the drivers with the power coming from Force Motorsport. George Miller also running on an RCE, running as a privateer entry. Can there be a move here from George Miller? 3.5 minutes to go. There's the scene as some of our IAME Water Swift restricted drivers watch on. Many of them used to compete in this M1 Bambino category. Over the line once again. Knight still leading from Smith. Down in 3rd. Thurston and Exton completing the top 5. Jack Minot running in 6th place. Then this battle for 7th between Briella Stevens and George Miller. In terms of results in finals so far this year, 6th place, the best results for Briella Stevens. That came in the 2nd final up in Scotland, round number 2. This would be another good score for Briella and for George Miller as well. Championship situation right now at the halfway point of the season. 2 more rounds at PF International later on in the summer, and then 2 rounds at Silverstone. All the championships finishing at Silverstone on their brand new kart circuit later on in the autumn. Right now, here comes the challenge from George Miller. Briella Stevens, a little bit wide there, out of the final corner. Here is George Miller's chance to overtake into turn 1. Briella Stevens is going to try and keep it in there. Miller goes through. Good racing there between George Miller and Briella Stevens. ultimately, Miller through into 7th place. That will give the driver of the number 34 another championship point. As things stand, it would be a 23-point advantage for Presley Knight heading into the second half of the season for these drivers. Shay Downey would be second. George Miller, the driver on your screens, would be third. George would be 10 points back from Shay Downey at this point. Should note as well, Teddy Smith would be up to 7th place in the points with this result today. He's a little bit out of sync with everybody else, having had that problem at Lark Hall where he had a 0 score. But all being well, that will work its way out towards the end of the season. Here's your race leader, Presley Knight, coached by Mark Baines. Mark, a long-term feature within the early ranks of karting. There's a lot of work with Bambino and cadet and inter-class level drivers from ages of typically 6 up to 10 and 11 years of age. And I tell you what, Mark has got another young charger on his hands here in the shape of Presley Knight. Over the line again, 35 seconds to go, so it will be 2 more laps here for Presley Knight, looking to make it a hat-trick of race victories. There's an under investigation notice on our screens. It's for Nicholas Anser in the number 30. Nicholas running in 10th place at the moment. Back with our battle for 7th place. Bryla Stevens and George Miller. George running with that Tony Kart livery. It is an RCE chassis underneath, a Richardson chassis engineering built piece of kit. British-built chassis in all of at the hands of all of these competitors here today. Time is up. Presley Knight leads by 3.1 seconds. There is the squabble for 5th place, which has changed hands. Jack Minot ahead of Henry Exton. Both of these two drivers have had really good weekends. Henry on a run of being inside the top 9 at every stage, championship point stage of the season so far. Final lap board has been shown. Now, Shay Downey's still there in 3rd place. I thought for a moment then that we'd lost Shay Downey, but no, he's absolutely fine. Running in 3rd place right now. The leaders coming towards Iredale's. This will be a special feeling for Presley Knight. Last time in front of the cameras, he wasn't quite able to celebrate the victory. Inherited it after the problems for Teddy Smith, but here today, this is fully in Presley Knight's hands. Presley has been fantastic all weekend. Took maximum points from yesterday's racing here at Rowrah and is going to take another victory here today. Out of the final corner for the 3rd time this year, Presley Knight wins in the British Kart Championships in the M1 Bambino category. Over the line, Teddy Smith on the podium again, P2, and a brilliant weekend for Shay Downey. Another podium for Shay. 4th place will go the way of Stanley Thurston. There are Jordan and Mark Baines, and hands in the air there for Mark Baines. He'll be heading to the podium once again later today as the winning mechanic. Jack Minot across the line, 5th, 6th for Henry Exton, 7th for George Miller, 8th for Bryla Stevens, 9th for Shane Asgamy, and then Nicholas Anser will complete the race in 10th place. All drivers who started that one finished it. Presley Knight wins from Teddy Smith ahead of Shay Downey, Stanley Thurston, Jack Minot. That is your top 5. Henry Exton, George Miller, Bryla Stevens, Shane Asgamy, and Nicholas Anser all score inside the top 10. Well, we'll be down in Parc Ferme in a moment with Keogh Lynch to hear from that young driver there. Presley Knight will now, these are provisional scores, of course, at this stage of the day, a 23-point lead over the next driver in the championship scores. Shay Downey locks in second place at the halfway stage of the season for the M1 Bambinos, and that's great to see as well. Little handshake there between Presley and Teddy Smith. Teddy, who loves his comics, he's got Iron Man on the side of his race lid there. Teddy up to 7th place now in the championship, and continuing to close in on those that he's able to score over. But there's going to need to be some work to beat Presley Knight now, because that is now a hat-trick of victories for the driver of the number 16. He'll be very, very pleased with the efforts here this weekend. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that one. Here was the race start. It was a good one for Shay Downey from pole position. Really good one as well for George Miller, in fact. So George got a lightning launch from what was it, the 4th row of the grid, I think he started on. This was the run down towards the stewardesses. This was ultimately the big move. That was Presley Knight taking the race lead. He wouldn't relinquish it from that point onwards. This was the battle between Downey and Smith for second place. Teddy Smith would draw alongside down towards the stewardesses and get the move done. Nice driving there from Teddy Smith, easy to overrun that corner. One of the big battles in this race was the George Miller and Bryla Stevens battle for 7th place that went back and forth for a number of laps. This move saw Miller get through on the run up to the chicane. Again, it's a really steep run for our Bambinos through that part of the course. But Presley Knight takes another victory. That is going to be, count them up now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th time that he's had a maximum score so far this year, from 3 final wins and 2 topping of the table tables through the heats as well. Let's hear what our winner has got to say. They're down with Keon Lynch.
Presley Knight, our M1 Bambino winner for today. Presley, you've done the double. Are you happy?
Yeah.
How happy are you? Come on, you can't just be happy.
A lot. Not really that much, but a little.
Tell us, you made the overtake on Shay Downey quite early on in the race. Talk to us about that.
So, when you should have braked, I just went flat. And then, when I was already further enough to get the move done, I braked.
Some big sends, that's good to hear. And who's been helping you? You can't be the only one that's been making this happen. What about your team?
Well, Shay and Mark and my dad.
Thank you very much. You must be feeling confident going into the next one?
Yeah.
Well, good luck. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
That is it from our M1 Bambinos. A brilliant race, as always. Let's move straight along, though, to our next of our youngsters.
Indeed, the IAME Water Swift restricted category next out on circuit here. The second heat. Now, Hendricks will still race in this one, but he will not start on pole position for this race. So a non-compliance against the technical regulations has occurred there, or has been identified in scrutineering. So that is the latest news from that category. It means that Freddie Baker was declared the winner of the second heat earlier on today. Ollie West second, Benjamin Schlivar third. I will bring you in a few moments what that means in terms of the order for the grid. We'll take a short break here at Rowrah. More straight up after this.
Wera, what a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody. These are the scenes on the grid then for the IAME Water Swift Restricted Final. There is your pole sitter for this race, Freddie Baker in kart number 92 for the XL Motorsport team. He has had wins already this season. He took round 2 back at Wilton Mill. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by Bosnia and Herzegovina's Benjamin Šlivar there in that beautifully liveried number 6 machine, the OTK chassis, the Shocks Performance engine for the privateer runner there. In terms of this season, Šlivar took the win in the other final at Wilton Mill. Let's see what our drivers have to say down with Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It is time for the next of our youngsters, the Water Swift Restricted. Of course, someone in the chat asked earlier, what is the Water Swift Restricted? It's the Water Swift car and engine, but restricted for the youngsters, gives them the opportunity to have the chance to race also, which is rare, as opposed to other championships. We're going to talk to our pole sitter though, and that is Freddie Baker. Freddie, you've been really consistent so far today. How are you feeling?
Good. Hopefully I can win the final.
And what have you been working on ahead of this race? Because we saw you do really well at the start of the year, then you were consistent, and now you're up, you're looking really fast again. What have you been working on?
The power at Larko, the power wasn't as great. I have to come in quite a lot in the heat to try fix the engine.
Some people here do describe this track as a bit of a roller coaster. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a bit of a roller coaster.
And it's quite technical. There's a lot of ups and downs, crests, the 2 hairpins. Are you a fan of the technical circuits?
Yeah, this circuit's pretty good. I like it.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, joining him on the front row of the grid is the very experienced Benjamin Šlivar. Benjamin, you've had a really consistent day. You're experienced within this class. What do you think it's going to take to push that bit more and go for the win?
I think on the start I'll just try hold it around the outside, and in the first corner try not get pushed out, and then into the first corner I think I could come out 3rd or even 2nd, but I'll just try in the 2nd hairpin try overtake, go to like 1st.
And do you think the fact that you're not a rookie, do you think that's going to make you a bit more confident going into this one? Not loads of these drivers have done that much around this circuit.
Yeah, I think I've got a bit more experience and I've got a bit more advantage, but yeah.
And it's dry now. Is that leaving you relieved? I feel like everyone's slightly relieved that we're not in a lot of rain anymore.
I think I'm better in the rain than the dry.
Oh, okay. So this one's going to be a bit of a challenge for you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, one more person who I do want to talk to along this grid, who struggled a little bit yesterday, but has had a really good day today, in some new colours as well, is Ollie West. Ollie, before we talk racing, let's talk your new helmet, because you've had it done recently. It's new as of this time. Tell us about it.
So, this helmet was painted by Drew Race Paint. The front was, I designed most of the front and Drew designed the back.
And if our cameraman can give us a showing of the back of this helmet, it's very cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Talking about your day today, you had a difficult day yesterday. What did you change going into today?
We've had a couple engine problems yesterday and we think we fixed them. We think we'll be on the pace.
Starting on the 2nd row, what's the game plan?
The game plan is just push away with Ben or Freddie, or try and push away.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Well, that is it for the insight from the Water Swift Restricteds. That is exactly what we saw from them in the heats today. We saw the likes of West and Baker working seriously together against the likes of Šlivar in that one, but we will see how it plays out for our top 3. Let's see who else we can chat to a bit further down the grid. We've got a rookie to the championship this year, Caden Okora. We heard from you on the track walk. You've only been karting for about 5 months, is that right?
Yeah.
How have you found it in the British Kart Championships?
It's not been easy, but I've handled it and it's been really fun.
And you spoke to us on our track walk. You were kind of giving us your plan. You've been really fast today. What did you work on since yesterday?
Probably improving my lines and being consistent.
And you're with a really good, experienced team. How much have they helped you since starting out?
Quite a lot.
And how are you thinking of the rain? Because you've not had too much experience of the rain. Are you happier that we're in the dry now for this one?
I was faster in the rain, but I don't mind either.
Oh, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, that is it then from our Water Swift Restricteds. It is nearly time to go racing. Let's head back to the box.
Thank you very much, Kiel. And yeah, this should be a really, really good race. Little fact, we have not had a repeat winner of a final in this category so far this year. 5 rounds, 5 different winners. Could we get a 6th today? Could it be, for example, Arthur Bowers starting there on the 2nd row of the grid? He is your championship leader heading into this one, and he leads it through persistence and consistency. As I say, he hasn't had a final win so far in 2026. Those drivers who have, Benjamin Schlivar at round number 1, Baker, West, Woodall and Fallat across the course of the season. Let's get ready for it then. The next final, the 6th final of the year for IAME Water Swift Restricted. This is how they line up then for the IAME Water Swift Restricted final here at Rowrah. Freddie Baker and Benjamin Schlivar share the front row. Arthur Bowers and Ollie West go from row 2. Oliver Woodall and Patrick Wood have a good shot from row 3. They're ahead of the fusion pair of Caden Hakura and Bobby Slater on row 4. Logan Hodgetts and Hendrix Fallat go from 5. Riley Aston Wilkins and Noah Brad start from row 6. Louis Wilson and Darcy Durnford are starting on row 7. It's then Max St. Hilaire and George Askew on row 8. Harley Hibbert and Cole Parrish go from row number 9. James Ferguson and Oisin Owen completes the 20-strong field. Formation lap underway then. A dry track, 15 degrees air temperature, a little bit windy across the circuit here today, but it's cool for the engines. It's calm for the tyres as well after the heat wave of the last month or so. I think the drivers are going to enjoy this race here today. And as this championship season continues to ramp up, we are now fully into the second half of the season. 5 rounds completed out of 10. What are we going to see here for this one? I think there's a little bit of confusion there as to forming up the grid in the second half of the field. We'll see if we are ready to go racing this time around. Baker and Schlivar on the front row. We are racing here at Rowrah for the IAME Water Swift Restricted final. It's a very even start across those 2 drivers on the front row. Oh, Ollie West's gone round. Patrick Wood takes avoiding action. Ollie West from 4th on the grid spins out of this one. There was a bit of a touch with another kart there. Didn't quite catch who that was. But the top 2 already clear. Baker leads from Schlivar. Bowers running in 3rd place. The championship leader by 13 points at the start of this race. One of the TW Racing drivers has got up to 4th place. Is that Hendrix Fallat, who started 10th on the grid, lost his result from heat number 2, won heat number 1. Yes, it is. Hendrix Fallat up to P4 then. The charge back to the front is on. Into the final corner here on lap number 1. Baker leads from Schlivar. These 2 have got to work together. This is a great opportunity for them. It's a big part of a cadet age racing. If you get a break away from the rest of the field, you work together and eliminate the chances for others. Fallat's down the inside of Bowers. That's for 3rd place. They're battling for the race lead as well. Into Iredale's. Other drivers who've had a good start. Noah Brad's had a good one for the TW Racing team. This is another look then. It was with Bowers. So Bowers and West into one piece of Cumbrian racetrack. That is the result. Patrick Wood did very well there to avoid any further incidents. Wood currently running in 9th place, the number 7 seed from last year. Here's your top 3 then. Baker, Schlivar, Falat. Falat has looked so quick this weekend, but here comes Schlivar. Here comes Benjamin Schlivar down the inside. Is that one going to work? Freddie Baker back to the inside. Nearly 3 wide as they run towards turn number 1. Great racecraft there from Hendrix Falat. Picked his line, knew Baker was going to be quicker. Off of the final corner, up to P2. Now he goes for the race lead. Doesn't quite fully commit to that one. They're going to be side by side once again. Out of McRae's towards Iredale's. Here comes Oliver Woodall as well. Bowers down the inside, gets a position. Schlivar's been shuffled down into the second pack. What a start to this race. 2.5 laps gone. Here goes Falat down the inside on Bowers. Bowers holds it round the outside, retains second place. This is brilliant stuff, Keogh Lynch.
That is right, Andrew. We heard on the grid they were going to be working together, but it looks like that is not how it's played out for these Water Swift Restricteds. Unfortunate for Ollie West, but Freddie Baker, textbook start, managed to get himself into the lead. Benjamin Schlivar also now in that battling pack, but Arthur Bowers showing us why he is the championship leader in this moment. Giving the pressure to Freddie Baker, putting the pressure on, heading into the first hairpin. He's got to be careful though, because Hendrix Falat, who has been unstoppable so far this weekend, is right behind. Freddie gets a little bit of a worse exit there, heading into the second hairpin and forces him onto the grass, but Hendrix Falat uses all of that to his advantage. He gets down the inside at hairpin 2 and he takes the race lead. This could be huge. Hendrix Falat has been unstoppable so far this weekend. Now he's in the race lead. Freddie Baker and Bowers are going to have to work because he's been pulling gaps. Further down the pack though, Patrick Wood is currently the fastest driver on circuit. You can also see Oliver Woodall up into 4th place. We saw after his great round last round, he's now putting the pressure there on Freddie Baker.
Here's indeed end of another lap then. Falat leads from Bowers, Baker, Woodall, Schlivar and Bobby Slater. Up to 6th place, having another good run here. Here's Woodall down the inside of Baker. Runs up into 3rd place. Schlivar's going to fight back as well. Retakes 4th place. Here comes Bobby Slater for Fusion Motorsport. Takes 5th place. Is aided by his teammate Caden Hakura. Those two have worked really, really well together today. Up into the top 6 now, and Patrick Wood is coming back as well. Leaders coming over the brow then. Falat and Bowers trying to stretch this one out now. Woodall in 3rd. Oh, Bowers going to go for the race lead. Arthur Bowers takes it through Paddock Bend. 7.5 minutes to go. Falat points forward. He wants to work with the championship leader right now. If you can't win a race, 2nd place will do in terms of the points. But that is a good move from Arthur Bowers. Up into the race lead. It'll extend his championship advantage as well. Up to 19 points now in the live scores. But what is Hendrix Falat going to do next, do you think, Keogh?
I don't know. From what we've seen from him so far this weekend, he's been looking positive. You know, he's been confident. But Bowers, there is one goal in his mind after coming into this, leading that championship, and that is to win. That is what he needs today. Not had the best run in the heats, but he's been coming through the pack very well. Oliver Woodall now up into that 3rd place back there. If these two are battling like this, that's not a bad position to be in. Freddie Baker unfortunately losing out slightly, running down into 7th. However, we've got 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go, plus that lap, of course. Anything can happen at this point.
6 minutes and 20. Here goes Falat, has a little look once again. Bowers runs wide, but retains that spot, that speed ahead into Iredale's. Schlivar still there in 4th place, a little bit further down the order. Just to recap things, Noah Brad, Louis Wilson, both having good drives. They're up into the top 10. They've gained 3. George Askew has gained 4 as well. Ollie West is starting to recover as well. He's back up to P16. He'll just be trying to pick up some decent points in this race and wait for things later in the season. Still a lot of racing to go. Still 2 rounds at PF International. 2 rounds at Silverstone as well on that new kart track that everybody's looking forward to racing on later in the autumn. But right now, Arthur Bowers leads this race. Could he be the 6th difference winner of the season in a final. He's run a little bit wide there, needs to be careful. There is a wall there that's caught a couple of drivers out in the slippery conditions here today. Falat's taking much tighter lines. The front end of Falat's kart looks really, really good right now, but it needs to keep an eye on Ollie Woodall. Here goes Falat down the inside to retake the race lead here at Rowrah. Can he win as he did on Saturday? Down towards St. John's, into Sunny Bend. 5 minutes to go. 2 drivers in this top 3 who have tasted victory so far this year. The one in the middle, they haven't. But Arthur Bowers still has the championship lead, of course. He's got to think about that as well at this stage of the campaign. Here goes Woodall, has a little look down the inside. I tell you what, Bowers' speed on the apex there of McRae's hairpin is really good. Quite a few drivers have tried to beat him in that part of the course and not been able to do so. Other drivers coming back into play. Schlivar's there in P4. What a drive Patrick Wood is having there as well in kart number 7, the privateer. On board the Powerland chassis. We saw him avoiding action of a spinning Ollie West in the early stages of this race. Patrick Wood could still get a podium here today with the speed, the race pace that he's got. He was on the podium in Scotland when we went to Lark Hall, and he's not giving this one a top, the number 7 seed from last year. End of another lap, 9 down, 3 3/4 minutes to go. Falat's advantage is 0.3 of a second from Bowers, then Woodall, then Schlivar, then Patrick Wood, who is now the fastest driver on circuit. That was really, really good driving from Patrick Wood. He's been growing in experience across the course of the last year or so. Started doing a little bit of racing in Europe as well in recent times. But right now here today, his focus is to try and get up the order here in this final, and that's how you do it. Down the inside of Schlivar into the Stuart Essers. Patrick Wood now up to P4. Does lose a little bit of time in relation to Woodall. That's inevitable with that kind of overtake, but he's still got a good amount of time, 3 minutes on the clock, to try and close into the DK Academy kart that currently holds the 3rd of the podium positions. End of another lap. The families watch on from the hills, from the quarry sides above the drivers here at Rowrah. It really is, if you've never been to this circuit, a spectacular place to come and watch kart racing. And we've got a potentially spectacular final in store here, because still, after 10 laps, Hendrix Falat, Arthur Bowers, Oliver Woodall, 1, 2, 3, TW Racing from BMR, from DK Academy, as Bowers goes in on Falat and returns the favour. That was the same move that Falat pulled a few laps ago, and Arthur Bowers goes back to the front of the order. A little bit wide there through St. John's. He's recovered it well by the time they get through Sunny Bend. Is Falat going to go for the attack? No. Oliver Woodall being there so close in 3rd place is quite a good thing for Arthur Bowers right now. It's meaning, I think, Hendrix Falat is just taking a little bit of a wise, cautionary line to this next phase of the race. Not anymore, though. Falat's got down the inside. That's a better move. That is Falat back into the race lead. Woodall again tries to get 2nd place. Back and forth. Patrick Wood's now back part of this battle as well. So Patrick Wood went for 4th place earlier on. He trusted that the top 3 would start fighting later on in the race, and he was right in that regard. Bowers once again down the inside of Falat. Bowers retakes the race lead once again. 90 seconds to go in this one. This is a brilliant, brilliant final here at Rowrah in the cadet category for our IAME divisions. Wood had a little go there at Woodall for P3. Didn't quite pull off. Schlivar still there as well in P5. Another lap ticks on by. We've still got to get 3 more laps with the time remaining. Plenty of opportunities for any of these drivers to make or break not just their finals, but potentially their seasons. This is the stage of the year where you want to get momentum going. This is the stage of the year where you want to start winning these finals, taking the championship campaign away from your competitors. 40 seconds on the clock. Still Bowers out ahead of Falat. He doesn't need to go for a move this time into the Stuart Essers. Gap back to Bobby Slater is about 3 seconds. needs some miracles to get involved himself, but you never know in this category here this year. 20 seconds on the clock. There's going to be 2 more laps. Bowers doing a really good job here defending, but Falat's got a good run out of the final corner. Side by side as they went towards the chicane. Are they going to both make it round? Bowers still holds on. Still, Bowers will not relinquish this race lead, but has he opened the door into the first of the hairpins? No. Runs wide again. Falat's there, still can't get through. Bowers needs to be careful, Woodall's got down the inside. Little hesitation there from Falat has allowed one of the winners from Lark Hall to get through into second place. Oliver Woodall picked that win up in Scotland with a shrewd piece of driving as others got together, took themselves out of contention. It was Oliver Woodall who stepped through to take the race win. If he's going to take his second win of the year here in Cumbria, he's going to have to find a way through past the championship leader. Time is up. Patrick Wood's going for third place. Good line there from Wood and from Falat. Falat may lose his spot on the podium here. We're on to the final lap. This has been a breathtaking race. Falat's out of control. Oh, he just got out of the groove there and is out of the podium position. Schlivar's now going to have a go for P4. What a run this has been. Darcy Durnford under investigation, has got a 5-second penalty. None of these drivers up in the top 5. Oh, Noah Brad is out of this one. Noah Brad will not see the checkered flag here today. Half a lap to go. Can Arthur Bowers hold on? He hasn't tasted victory so far this season. This would be more than just a win. This would be belief. This would be potentially the catalyst for a championship charge in the second half of the year. 1 corner to go. Through Paddock Bend. On the loud pedal, Arthur Bowers wins at Rowrah, becomes the 6th different driver to win this year in the British Kart Championships IAME Water Swift Restricted class. What a performance for Team BMR. Wins by 1/10 of a second ahead of Oliver Woodall, who's on the podium once again for the Danny Curl Academy team. And for Patrick Wood, it's a podium as well. Not his first of the season, but arguably his best yet. He had to fight back, having been held up in the early stages with an incident that was not his fault at all. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a final that was from the IAME Water Swift Restricted drivers. Arthur Bowers wins it from Oliver Woodall and Patrick Wood. Hendricks Falat, a great weekend, no doubt, for Hendricks. Won the final yesterday, has got himself back into the championship fight with this performance. Benjamin Schlivar P5, Bobby Slater P6. Best result so far this season for Slater. Caden Hakura finishes P7. Freddie Baker, Ollie West and Louis Wilson all in the top 10. Good drive there from West to get back into that top 10. 11th place, Logan Hodgetts, Maxent Hilaire 12th, Riley Aston Wilkins, George Askew and Cole Parrish bring us to 15th place. Oisin Owen, James Ferguson, Darcy Durnford and Harley Hibbert were the last of the 19 finishers. One retirement from that race was Noah Brad. But there we go. Well, it is, we've had to wait till round 6 for it, but it was always, you always thought it was going to come at some point this season for Arthur Bowers. He's really starting to build up a very strong set of scores now. Will leave Cumbria with a 20-point advantage over Benjamin Schlivar. Ollie West P3, Hendricks Falat P4, Patrick Wood up to 5th place in the championship. We'll have a look at some of the highlights in a moment. I think the key thing for Bowers, he is not using up drop scores. He is keeping things consistent. That is, I can't even count how many top 3 results that is for Bowers so far this season. We'll count that after the highlights. Here are your highlights. This was the race start. We saw, well, Bowers getting into the side of Ollie West there. And that was 2 drivers both going for the same piece of racetrack. Is tight on the curb to the barrier on the inside there. This was Schlivar down the inside of Baker in the early stages for the race lead. It was nearly 3 wide. Some really clever driving from Hendricks Falat in these early stages, picking the right lane, picking the right slipstream. This was how he got into the race lead. Bowers' race was nearly over there. was 2 wheels on the grass running down towards Iredale's in that moment with Freddie Baker. Oliver Woodall, another impressive drive for him. He really has kicked on since winning the Driver of the Day award at Wilton Mill. Bobby Slater, a big step forward this weekend for Bobby Slater. Not easy when you're in a Fusion Motorsport kart. It's going to be all eyes on you to perform, and he has done this weekend. So many lead changes in this one. Several of them between Arthur Bowers and Hendrix Fallat. This was one of those moves from Hendrix Fallat. That was a really nice overtake. Just got Bowers into a false sense of security there, but then Bowers repaid the favour down the inside, not once but twice, into the Stuart S's. Fallat would come back for another go. I thought both of them were going to be off here, if I'm being perfectly honest, folks, but they kept it on the island. This was some clever stuff from Oliver Woodall. Just there was a little hesitation from Hendrix Fallat that allowed Oliver Woodall to get down the inside. Looked like it was mechanical issues then for Noah Brad, who's driven here well here this weekend. But then over the line, Arthur Bowers takes the race victory, and count them up: Schlivar, Baker, West, Woodall, Fallat, and now Bowers. 6 different drivers, 6 different winners in the first 6 rounds of this championship. So yes, it's a 20-point lead for Bowers, but it's still wide open if you ask me, and we'll see what happens when they get to PF International. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme and over to Keol Lynch.
Arthur Bowers for Water Swift Restricted, not only championship leader but race winner. That one must have been incredibly tough for you.
It was very hard.
Tell us about when that was all changing. How do you keep your cool? Because there were so many race lead changes right towards the end of that race, right the way through.
I tried to go up the inside because the clock was ticking down, so then I knew I had to go in even if they went back in, because they might defend, so then I might not be able to get past on the last lap or something.
And what do you think you need to do now to steer good in the championships, to stay up there?
To get like a few more firsts and a few more seconds, so then I can get the points to like win the championship, really.
And who do you have to thank over at your team and your mechanics for getting you to this point?
Grice, my mechanic Joey, and Team BMR.
Thank you very much, Arthur. You can go and celebrate.
Thank you.
Well, what a brilliant race from our Water Swift Restricted. That has got to be a record number of overtakes in the last couple of laps. But it is time now to move on to the next. Let's head back to the box.
Thank you very much, Keol. Great to hear there from Arthur Bowers, and well done once again to BMR. Not their first victory in a big race so far this year. Well done to Joe Bleakley too. Joe Bleakley will be heading to the podium as the winning mechanic, all being well later on today. Right, well, if you enjoyed that, next up we've got the IAME Water Swift category. Yesterday we had a very dramatic final. We'll tell you more about it straight up after this. To Rowrah. You're watching live coverage of Event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Hello to Ethan Guest, to Sean Graham, well done everybody. Mark Smith as well, keep your comments coming in. We've got a little bit of time, so we're going to take a little pause again here in the comms box and catch up with Charlie Clough. We spoke to him earlier on in the weekend.
Here in the Fusion Motorsport awning, catching up with Charlie Clough for the first time this year. Charlie, it's good to see you back. You had a really positive start to your year over in Europe as well. You were definitely deemed as one of the drivers to watch. How's the start of your season gone?
It's been a tough season so far. We're hoping this weekend goes better than it has at the start.
We have seen you have some ups and downs so far. What do you think it's going to take this weekend to push that little further?
Just keep my head up and try as hard as I can.
And here at Rowrah, we know there is some significant elevation changes. There's some really fast flowing corners. Do you think you're one of the more experienced drivers in the field? You raced, of course, various circuits over in Europe. Do you think that's going to help you this weekend?
Yeah, because I've been to this track quite a lot of times, and hopefully that helps me.
And this is the point in the season now where we see drivers kind of turn it around. They can get the results they're looking for. Specifically, you last year, we saw you get some really positive results, especially towards the end of the year. Is that what you're looking to do with Fusion for the rest of this season?
Yeah, try to get a bit better.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks.
That was Charlie Clough back on Friday on the practice day. The grid starting to form up then for this final, and well, like we've just seen there with the IAME Water Split Restricteds, there's a lot riding on this one. This is not a race that will, decide a championship, but it could be very influential. It could start to set the picture for PF and then for Silverstone as to who we're going to be talking about towards the end of the season as championship contenders. There's a driver who I think you could bet your house is going to be part of that fight. Alfie Davidson starts on pole position. Let's head down to the grid. Let's head down to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now, as we know with the Water Swifts, this battle right here on the front row between these two teammates has been like nothing else today. It has been Mason's and then it has been Alfie Davidson's, but the person to get pole position today has been Alfie Davidson. Alfie, let's for starters talk about yesterday. You've bounced back really well, but talk us through that.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit terrible. You had a good day in the heats, and then the final was pulling away a bit, and then lost my head a bit that he was catching me, and then end up in the bark. So, oh well, we've come back today and hoping for a better day today, really.
It takes a lot to admit that as a driver, though. What have you gone and regrouped? What did it take to regroup and get in the right mindset, clearly, for today?
Just like thinking that I was gapping everyone yesterday and the fastest on track in the wet, really. The team have helped me a lot, and my mechanic keeping my mindset good, and let's see how it goes, really.
And this championship battle that's forming between the two of you, what do you think's needed to continue your streak?
Maybe a little cheeky win if we can get it.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
There you go, Alfie Davidson is looking for a little cheeky win. Let's interrupt though and have a quick chat with Mason Hibbert. Mason, let's go to before this round. You had a really good run in Euro Series. Coming off the back of that into this round, were you feeling confident?
Yeah, quite confident.
And then yesterday in the heats, talk us through how that day was, because it wasn't looking great for you at the beginning.
Yeah, it wasn't. Obviously, first two heats, came through quite well, and then just lost my head a little bit, went into the bark, and then in the final started P14, second to last, and then kept cool, calm, collected, and just made my way back up.
That's right, and that has worked well for you because you still managed to come out in that championship lead. This is your teammate right here that you're battling for the championship. Do you think that makes this dynamic harder?
Yeah.
How so? Is it within the awning, on track?
Both, to be fair.
Okay, no problem. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to hear that from our front row. This is going to be the battle to watch for today. We're going to have a quick word, though, with Dimi Uzanov, who's also been really fast today. Another driver who didn't have a great round yesterday. It's kind of been a really up and down weekend, especially with the conditions we've been in. Dimmy, how are you doing after yesterday?
I've been doing okay today. It's just I got really annoyed yesterday. So, yeah, we'll try our best in this one.
It's all about kind of regrouping and going again, isn't it? What did you do to get in the right mindset for today?
I mean, I did my breathing techniques, everything to get my mind ready, drunk my electrolytes, everything.
And it has absolutely paid off for you. You're starting here on the 3rd row. Do you think you can win from here?
I think I can, yeah. If I overtake everyone first lap or something, I might be able.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for chatting. There you go. Our Water Swifts are each feeling confident after a miserable round and day yesterday. It's time to go racing in the sun. Back to Andrew.
Thank you very much, Kiel. Great chat there with Dimmy Uzanov. When I asked Dimmy yesterday what had happened, I can't broadcast and repeat what Dimmy said, but he'll be hoping for a better run in the final today. It's a starter motor issue for him. We'll put it at that. But yes, this race is going to be one with a lot riding upon it. This is another category that at this stage of the season is very open in terms of who's going to be looking good for the second half of the season. Alfie Davidson does have the championship lead by our calculations here in the box, but not by a lot ahead of Mason Hibbert. And then you've got the others as well. You've got the likes of Uzanov, Sammy, Forks, all looking for big wins here. Let's get into it then. This is the IAME Water Swift final. This is how they line up then, here in Cumbria for Water Swift. Alfie Davidson, Mason Hibbert on a lockout of the front row for Fusion Motorsport. Chester Forks, your winner yesterday, starts alongside Hero Tse on row 2. Dimmy Uzanov and Albie J. Stubbs, they go from row number 3. It's Charlie Clough and Evan Owen on row 4. Harry Chapman and Ilya Sami go from 5. Oliver Tse and Rudra Gokulnath go from row 6. Ivan Svoronins on debut this season starts on row 7 alongside Bodie Batch. Hugo Williamson, the privateer, completes the 15-strong field. Formation laps underway then. Crucial moments for these drivers. Dry tyres for everybody. And there'll be plenty of grip for them in this one. The result yesterday, if you weren't here at the circuit, Chester Forks took his first victory since Three Sisters 2024 when he was in the restricted category. And Albie J. Stubbs second, Mason Hibbert third. Hibbert had driven from the back of the field, gained 11 positions. Alfie Davidson, as he talked about there with Kiel, was in the lead of that final. Had that off down at the bottom end of the circuit, came home P12. A lot happened yesterday. What are we going to see here on Sunday? The lights are green, we're racing, and look at that straight away touch between Davidson and Hibbert. The teammates as they run towards turn 1. Drivers are off, Clough is off, Harry Chapman goes wide as well. That's not the cleanest of starts from the IAME Water Swifts, but it was a bold check across there from Alfie Davidson. Wow, they may be teammates, but this is the stage of the year where drivers have one thought and one thought only. That's their own aspirations. There's a little bit of a wobble there on the front of Evan Owen's kart. Is that a problem for him with the front fairing? Through has gone the 1-1-2 there of Evans Voronins. Voronins, the driver from Latvia, has had a really good start to this race. Here are your top 3. Hibbert going in on Forks there. They're going to be side by side off of Sunny Bend, end of the first lap. Alfie Davidson leads. Chester Forks in second place. Third now for Mason Hibbert. Hero Tse fourth. Dimmy Uzanov has got further already than he did 24 hours ago. He's there in 5th place ahead of Albie J. Stubbs. Ilya Sami is up to P7. Here goes Stubbs down the inside. This is for 5th place, and he's got it through past Uzanov there. Uzanov drops down below Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch had a really tough start to the week in his time qualifying session. Had an off. The kart was full of bark. It looked like he'd been through a forest. Louis Diamond had a lot of work to get that one ready for his next session. But since then, Batch has bounced back, and we know that he's a tenacious little racer. He has raced here before at Rowrah back in his Bambino days. And keep an eye on him, currently running there inside the top 8. There are some of our IAME Water Swift restricted drivers. They're done for the weekend. They've worked hard and they're enjoying this IAME Water Swift IAME Water Swift Inter final, end of the second lap. And as Mason Hibbert got through past Chester Forks, I think Hibbert's got through past Chester Forks for second place. So the Fusion 1-2 is restored. Chester Forks is the DK Academy flying the Fusion ointment at the moment. Chester Forks, who is a little bit further behind in the championship. His scores at Lark Hall were not what he was after. He'll be looking to make them drop scores later on in the season. There's his teammate Ilyas Sami now ahead of Bodie Batch. So Ilyas Sami fighting hard here. This is good to see from Ilyas. He's had a really tough weekend. It's not been going his way, but he's looking to finish it strongly. He's up to P5. End of the third lap here, Keel. This one is properly in the balance. Davidson, Hibbert, Forks, evenly matched, and Hero Tay, the surprise this weekend. A big step forward from Hero, is there in fourth place.
That's right, Hero Tay, brilliant, as not expected at all this weekend for those two brothers. But what a strong start for the Fusions, as always. Alfie Davidson, Hibbert, Forks, Tay and Sami. Good to see Sami back in the contention once again. This is such a competitive field that each weekend you do see such a chop between them all, because there is no time between these drivers.
So it's a busy time of the year for them. Many of them will be heading to PF International next week for the British Kart Grand Prix. They'll then be back in action at the same circuit later on, a fortnight after. We've got campaigns in Europe to wrap up as well in about a month's time. Getting momentum going at this stage of the season. I remember back to Austin Newstead's championship run in 2025. It really was this stage of the year. It didn't go his way every single day through the summer, but he dug deep. He pulled the results, and it meant by the time we got to the autumn, Austin Newstead was well clear of everybody else.
That's right, 8 minutes to go, and this is not as far ahead as I don't think these two Fusion teammates would want to be. Change for third place, as we hear that Hero Tay takes his way through to make it a 1-2-3 for Fusion at this stage of the race. This is what we're talking about. These two drivers want to get ahead of the three Fusion teammates. Now we're going to try and push to take Chester Forks, of course, experienced driver, out of contention here. But his teammate Ilyas Sami isn't going to be far behind if we see these battle this early on.
Changes further down the order. Dimi Uzanov has got through past Stubbs and Batch. There are Batch and Stubbs. So Batch now up 7 places in this race. This is a good run from the Argenti Academy driver, racing with Fusion Motorsport. Similar setup to Aaron Richardson in the juniors. A little shake of the head there from Bodie Batch. I don't think he liked that attempt by Albie J. Stubbs to get down the inside. A little bit further back, there's Evan Owen. As looks like Owen's got past Ivans Voronins and is up into the top 10. Oliver Tay is also in that group, running in P9 at the moment. That's going to be one of the best results so far this season for Oliver. Hadn't had a result higher than 10th before the start of this race weekend. Was 7th in the final yesterday. There are some of the Fusion members, the team members. Well, they won't like this piece of news. Plus 5 second penalty for Bodie Batch. That's just popped up on our screens here in the box. So that will drop Batch at the moment down from 7th place. Probably down to around 14th.
This is the next sort of pack leading into hairpin 2 would be Ilyas Sami, followed by Dimitar Uzanov. We heard from Dimi earlier on. Difficult day for him yesterday, but he managed to regroup with all of his advice. And now he is putting some pressure on Ilyas here. Ilyas is trying to catch up to his teammate Chester Forks, but it looks like he takes a look behind him and he is under pressure. It's now the question whether Dimi is going to try and go in or make it to Chester.
Well, I would imagine that those two will work together at this stage of the race. They know each other very well. They've done a lot of work with one another, and they can see their pal, Chester Forks, up the road. He's going to get dropped here, I fear, from the Fusion train. If they can work together, catch up to the back of Chester Forks, which doesn't sound like a good thing for Chester Forks, but in the longevity of this race, I think it's what he needs. Because those three Fusions will fight. They will fight later in the race because of the championship situation. And Mason Hibbert just wanted to keep this winning streak going. And that could then be the opportunity in, say, the last 90 seconds, the +1 lap to bring the DK Academy drivers with a little bit of a friendly hand from the Jade Racing team in the hands of Dimi Uzanov, that could bring them back into play. Dimi does race with the DK guys out in Europe as well, so that's where they know each other from. They know how each other race. Dimi did a great job at Wera earlier on in the season in a race won by the DK Academy. He kind of stood as the Gandalf and didn't let anybody else through as Sammy and Fawkes took themselves down the road. So keep an eye on that over the next lap or so. This is just bubbling away now with Davidson still leading from Hibbert, Tay and Fawkes. That's your top four.
Well, exactly. We can see someone there keeping a strict eye on live timing. But you mentioned Europe. That's exactly what we see, what the Fusion are doing now from usually Ilias Sami and Chester Fawkes. Dominating, pushing together at the front. That is what Davidson, Hibbert and Tay are doing right now. However, you have to give Chester the credit. He has not let them drop him in the slightest. He's giving Ilias the chance to catch up, but he is not getting dropped. He is not needing it right now. In fact, it looks like he's gaining on Tay slightly, so it'll be interesting to see how this battle unfolds.
Here's how close this championship battle is, folks, thanks to our motorsport timing team in timekeeping. Davidson with this race position, this order as things stand, would leave Cumbria with a 1-point advantage over Mason Hibbert. It would be 7:25 to 7:24 with 4 rounds of the championship remaining, 2 more weekends. Uzanov would be 3rd, Sammy and Fawkes 4th and 5th, so plenty could change with a position here, a position there. Here I'd say is a little bit further down. He's 8th in the live championship scores right now. We've got 3.5 minutes of this one remaining, and Alfie Davidson continues to lead this one, but a penny for his thoughts at the moment, because he did a lot of this at Lark Hall. He's done a lot of this season, but it hasn't always gone his way. Took his first win of the year at Wilton Mill at round 2. Backed it up with another one on the Saturday at Lark Hall. Hasn't had a final win since then. And will that moment yesterday, which had happened by this point of the race, through this corner here, will that be on his mind? He's looking very assured at the front of the field. I've got to say, I made a prediction earlier that Chester Fawkes was going to get dropped out of this this group. I couldn't have been more wrong. Chester Fawkes has dug deep here and is still there in P4. There's Noah Wolf watching on. He knows what it's like to be in this kind of championship battle. A British Kart Championship winner himself at this age category back a few years ago. 2.25 minutes of this race now remaining. Other changes down the order. Evan Owen, I think we mentioned, was up into the top 10. There's been a penalty as well for Harry Chapman. So the E-plate holder won that plate 1 week ago at Shennington. He's going to be dropping down the order as things stand. Here is the duo of Sammy and Uzanov, and well, that's the prediction that we did get right. They are working together. They're just hoping that something happens that disrupts the run of this top 4 at the moment and brings them back into play. The trouble is, time is starting to run out. The gap has gone up as well. The gap is now 5 seconds between Fawkes in 4th and Sammy in 5th. Fawkes has just done a 51.280, assisted by the triple toe that he'll be getting right now from those 3 fusions. The top quartet are, well, I think they're 2 to 3 tenths quicker than everybody else in this race. So at this point, it's looking like a long shot for Sammy and Uzanov to rejoin this battle. But hang on a minute, because the battle's changed. And what's happened here? Hero Tay has got to the front of this order. Hero, now was that through? I think that may have been through Iredale's. Did Hibbert go for the move on Davidson? Either way, Hero Tay now leads in the British Kart Championships. We said the Fusions would fight. We said they would go wheel to wheel. This could give Chester Fawkes his chance as well. He's hung on in there in P4. 2 laps to go then. Hero Tay has never been in this position before. Before this weekend, in fact, still up to this point, it's round the outside, has attempted Davidson. Can he make that move work? Yes, he can. Hibbert may get involved as well. Push his teammate through, back into second place. 3 wide between the Fusions into Iredales. What racing we're getting here at Rowrah. Look at the speed off the corner for Say. Say back into the lead of this race. Hibbert nearly on the grass. Forks is up to P3 now. Oh, we're going to get a grandstand finish once again here today in IAME Water Swift, but we've got no idea who's going to win this race. Here goes Davidson down the inside. Clash. Round goes Hero Say. Out of the race. Out of contention. He can't believe what has happened there. The run for Hero Say goes on. He will have to wait. Chester Forks now leads this race. Chester Forks now leads going on to the final lap. Could it be a double for Forks here at Rowrah? He's got a gap to Mason Hibbert. Hibbert runs wide, nearly hits the wall out of McRae's. Chester Forks, he hung on in there. The Fusions looked to drop him. He dug deep, showed his talent down towards the Stuart S's. Could this be, for the 3rd time, a win for Chester Forks in the British Kart Championships? If it is, it'll be his finest victory today. So 4th victory in this championship. Out of the final corner will come Chester Forks. What a drive! Championship alive! DK Academy win again in the hands of Chester Forks, who takes both finals here at Rowrah. He wins by a second ahead of Mason Hibbert. Alfie Davidson 3rd. Ilias Sami fights into 4th place. 5th for Dimi Udinov. Championship battle is on. Do not rule out the former E-plate holder in this class. Danny Curl and the team will be delighted with that. They have stolen a win away from Fusion Motorsport. You had to say, with 6 laps of that race to go, Forks had no right to win that race. But this kid is special. I've been saying it since he was 6 years old, since he was in the Bambinos. Chester Forks does not know when he is beaten. Lesser drivers would have been dropped by the 3 Fusions. He's taken the Fusion train on and beaten them. It's still a double podium for Dan Hazelwood's team. But oh, there may well be some discussions after that. On balance, on paper, that is a race that they should and maybe could have got a 1-2-3 finish from. They instead get a 2-3. There are the 2 teammates, Ilias Sami and Chester Forks. They will still, in this championship, be the underdogs. Hibbert will leave Cumbria with a 4-point lead over Davidson. 724 to 720. Udinov 3rd in the championship, 697. Sami 695, Forks 694. But that win for Chester Forks, his 2nd this weekend, will light a fire behind the wheel of the 138 that will believe that he can become British Kart champion. Mason Hibbert P2, Alfie Davidson 3rd, Ilias Sami and Dimitar Udinov in the top 5. Albie J. Stubbs, Oliver Tay, Evan Owen, Bodie Batch and Charlie Clough in the top 10. Harry Chapman 11th. Ivans Veronins, Hero Say. Your heart has to go out to Hero Say. Hero Say had driven an almost perfect race. He could have won today. In the end, P13. 14th for Rudra Gokulnath and Hugo Willington. And look at the smile on that young man's face. This 3-generation family who live and breathe motorsport, live and breathe karting, have got 2 wins on the board here from Rowrah. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. We said it was going to be a cracker. It was a very different race to what we had 24 hours ago. This was the race start. Nearly went all wrong for Mason Hibbert straight away. Did very well to hold on there. That was the end of realistic hopes for both Charlie Clough and Harry Chapman. It would not be a win for Harry Chapman here today. Ilias Sami, thought you've got to give credit to Ilias Sami here today as well. That could be a very important 4th place for Ilias. This was the point where you thought, oh, Chester Forks, you're in a bit of trouble here, pal, because these 3 Fusions had control of the race. This was the move around the outside from Davidson, trying to go through on Hero Say. Hibbert working with Davidson. They're used to that across the course of the season. And it was at this point that Chester Forks, you just started to think he's still there. These top 3 Fusions are so focused on one another that they could let this slip here. Tay with a brilliant move off of Iredale's, and this was the key point. Just a little touch there. Hero Tay out of it, and then in the breakdown of all of that, Forks nipped through, kept his foot in. Look at that. Chester Forks nearly got collected there in that instant with Hero Tay. That could have been absolute disaster for Chester Forks. Just look how he steers down to the right-hand side the moment Hero Tay starts to spin round and nips through there. Oh, he's on full opposite lock, avoiding that 124 kart with Hibbert to his right, Davidson to his left. What kart control that was. Real shame for Hero Tay, and then he took the final lap. He's had great pace all weekend. Takes his 2nd win of the weekend, 2nd win of the year. There will need to be better performances later on in the season across the whole weekend. There is a points deficit, but that is a massive, massive result. Let's hear from our drivers. Let's head down to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, Chester Forks, you Water Swifts never disappoint. That was intense.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was a bit, at the end it was a scrap, but I came out on top, so I'm happy.
And please tell us about how you got the lead. Tell us about that entire lap, because that was really choppy and changey between you all.
Yeah, they started, Alfie defended, then Hero went round the outside, then I sort of knew it was going to be a scrap. So then they came together and I got through, and then I had enough of a gap in the last lap to not need to defend, so yeah, it was good.
And you did a really good job of holding on to them 3 Fusion teammates. Were you expecting being able to do that, considering the 3 of them were working together?
I knew they were quick, and I knew that I was quick, so I knew I had the pace to be able to keep up. It was just a matter of fact if I could just be able to keep on the back of them to be able to push, and I was, so yeah.
Well, that's right. And were you expecting the teammates to push that hard?
No, not really. I didn't realise they were going to start battling that early, but yeah.
Well, thank you, Chester. We'll see you shortly.
Thank you.
That is it then from the rest of our young categories. We are on to the big karts next with something completely different, but I'll take you back to Andrew and I'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much, Keogh. Great racing from all of our young drivers today, and I say there's some special drivers in that IAME Water Swift category. Whatever you're doing next Sunday, if it's not watching those drivers and all the other classes at PF International for the British Kart Grand Prix, cancel it. Cancel whatever you're doing. We will be there, and those drivers will be too. We do move on then to the big karts and to KZ2 now. Situation in KZ2. We were wondering at the start of the weekend whether Noah Wolf could secure the championship going into at the end of this round. We're pretty sure that the case is no. Charlie Turner's 2nd place, or 2nd of the regulars, earlier on today in the pre-final means that he has got enough points already on the board that he could have a drop today, he could have a DNF, and he'd still be able to score enough points with a clean sweep at Silverstone that if Wolf was then to have not a good weekend, or not really score at all and use up all of his drops, Turner could still nip the title away from Wolf. Now, a little correction from earlier. We've read the rules. It's always important to read the rules. There's no attendance points this season, so it is just straight fights on track for the drivers, which I know the purists will definitely like in that regard. So apologies earlier. That was me speaking a little bit in 2025 mode. Yeah, this is just going to be a race for the final here today. This is not necessarily going to be a championship decider. Another driver who was involved in the championship decider last year was Ella Stevens. She's back with us here this weekend, and we caught up with her on Friday.
Here in the Jade Racing Morning, catching up with 2025 KZ2 runner-up Ella Stevens. Ella, it's great to have you back. As many know, you have made your transition into Formula One Academy this year. Tell us how that's going and what made you come back.
It's been a bit of a tricky start so far. I mean, it's my first season in cars, so it's always going to be a little bit difficult. But generally, it's just an amazing opportunity. It's amazing to be racing for McLaren. So.
And I know everyone in this paddock is thrilled to see you back here this weekend. I'm guessing the goal for you this weekend is going to be different. Last year, you were racing intense for a whole championship. This year, it's a one-round wonder. Is that going to change how you race this weekend?
Probably, yeah. I think just no pressure, just having a little bit of fun is going to make all that difference, you know. No pressure, just no one thinking, oh, get a good result. I'm just here for some summer fun, so.
And the gearbox car around this circuit, it's very physical. There's a lot of gear changes with the elevation changes. Is that a challenge for you this weekend? How are you finding it?
I think the elevation makes it a really cool track. It's definitely one of my favourite tracks, hence why I'm here, and I happen to be free for it, so I think it's just a really cool track. It's got all the different types of corners and different gears.
Speaking of this track, your teammate Jess Edgar is another local driver to this circuit. We know she's fond of it as well. Jess Edgar, of course, has been through the Formula One Academy experience. How nice is it that you get to come back, return to the British Kart Championships and sort of share the experience that you've both had now?
It's great, yeah. I mean, we used to be teammates when we were about 13, so then obviously Jess went off, come back with some tips, and then now it's my turn, so it's great to be teammates again for the weekend.
Full circle moment for you two. Well, thank you very much. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Ella Stevens before the start of the race weekend. There is your front row for this KZ2 final. Alan Kenyon, another returnee to the championship here this weekend, has been on fire. He has been incredible so far this weekend. Could this be a first British Kart Championships win for him? Could Noah Wolff continue the run from Shenington at round number 2? Let's find out. Let's head down to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you, Andrew, and well, KZ2 around this circuit definitely does not disappoint. If you've watched our build-up show, you've seen the behind the scenes from Ralph Youngling, and it is impressive. The amount of gear changes on a technical circuit like this is challenging, but the person who's come out on top within all of that is Alan Kenyon. Alan, let's grab a quick chat before the race. We've not seen you at the British Kart Championships in a while. Is it nice to be back?
Yeah, it is quite nice to be back. Really surprised to be this competitive, so yeah, definitely good to be back. Looking forward to the final.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Were you expecting to come in and be this dominant? You won everything yesterday.
No, thought if we could just get near the pace and have a race, we would have been quite content, really. But yeah, so surprising to be this quick, really. But yeah, and wet and dry, it's been a good weekend.
And with you not scoring points, were you expecting the other drivers to maybe not count you, or were you expecting just as much of a hard battle as you've had?
That's completely up to them, really. I'll race my race, and then they've got to fight for the championship.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Good to see a returning face. Not seen Alan since, I believe, last year at Kimbolton, but Noah Wolff. Noah, how's it going so far?
Yeah, not bad. We've definitely got the speed to fight in for the win. Just had some challenges in Heat 1, but showed mega pace, so keep working through it and hopefully a good race in the final.
The story for you this round has definitely been one. It was possible for you to win the championship this round. It wasn't anymore since Charlie Turner got that podium in the heats. Was that kind of your goal heading into this round?
Not really focused on the championship too much, because I want to go race at Silverstone either way. It's going to be an incredible race, but I just want to go have some fun and enjoy it, really.
That's good to hear. And talk us a bit about how you found yesterday, because it maybe isn't as dominant as we've seen the rest of the year be for you.
Yeah, I tried a few things that definitely didn't work. Lots of learning, still learning, but showed mega pace to come. I must have done 20 overtakes yesterday, so I can come through all right. So just, yeah, keep chipping away, really.
Well, it's all about the trial and error. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's catch a word, though, with Charlie Turner. Charlie Turner's result in the heat stopped Noah Wolff from winning the championship this round. Considering you're in the championship battle, Charlie Turner, that must have been a relief.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to be in the battle. But obviously, my focus now is on the final and going to attack for the win. I've got nothing to lose.
And we've not heard from you since one of the starting rounds of this year. How's your season been as a whole until this point?
Well, compared to where we were 12 months ago, I'm really proud of what we've done as a team. We've got the chassis working where we were. So, it's been good, wet and dry, but the weekend was a bit hit and miss, but now my main focus is on the final.
Another person who you've been competing closely with is Miles Murphy. Of course, he's no stranger to you. His result earlier on in the heats, do you think that's helped you championship-wise?
I'm not really more worried about him, more focused about going forwards than backwards, but yeah, I'm just focused on the final.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, it is time for the KZ2 start. Not too much to say about this one because it's as impressive when you watch it itself. So let's go back to Andrew. We'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much, Keel. Yeah, so this is going to be a really, really interesting one. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on in terms of this championship. Actually, doing the recalculations, apologies, this is in the box. There could be a way, actually, of Noah Wolf winning today because there's no longer the 20 bonus points in play for drivers across the course of the season. We'll do our best. It's drop scores. It gets a bit complicated at times, particularly when you've got drivers on the grid who are not scoring here today. There is Alan Kenyon. Alan Kenyon has got a very, very good chance of taking a first ever British Kart Championships race final win here today. He had his best run back in 2021 and had some fifth places. There is Ella Stevens. Ella, a lot of work to do in this one. We'll start from the fifth row of the grid. It is difficult to overtake around this circuit as well. Much better conditions for the KZ2s across today than they had yesterday. Race starts were tricky for them. And they had changeable conditions left, right and centre for them, really. And keep an eye on Jess Edgar in this race as well. Kart number 17 there, the third kart on the left-hand side. She was very strong yesterday in the heats. Noah Wolf just focusing now on looking to get another victory. Who's going to win this one then? It's KZ2 up next. Here's your grid then for KZ2. Alan Kenyon starts on pole position. Noah Wolf alongside on the front row. Charlie Turner and Ryan Green, they go from row 2. It's an all-Jade Racing Team, row number 3. Jess Edgar and Harry Walsh, they go from 5th and 6th. Next up on row number 4, it's Ralph Youngling and Lee Ward. Ella Stevens returning to the championship. Starts this one from row 5. Is joined by Ashley Lewis, Miles Murphy and Sam Ward. Crashed out of the pre-final. They will go from row number 6. So last few moments then for everybody to get up to speed, get their tyres warmed and get ready for this race. 2 warm-up laps for everybody. Dry track for them, but still quite cool here. 15 degrees air temperature. So Noah Wolf could put himself in a position here where I'd almost describe him as champion-elect, leaving Rowrah. 2 more events where we'll see the KZ2s this year. First of them will be the weekend of the 17th to 19th of September. Both of them will be at Silverstone. The first one, though, is described on the championship calendar at the moment as a special event. It won't count towards the championship. But do hope you can be with us for that one. Do hope you can see as many national KZ2 drivers as possible in that race. In the championship finale on the 8th to the 10th of October. Back again at Silverstone, which, if you're not aware, has very much been designed as a circuit with these karts in mind. It's great whatever you're driving, but we are really excited for the KZ2s at Kart Silverstone later in the year, but that's all for the future. We've still got a final here at Rowrah to talk about and take you through. Championship scores going into this one. Noah Wolf, 697 on the board. Charlie Turner, 664. Miles Murphy, 637. Realistically, I think it's only Turner who can mathematically try and challenge Wolf here and take this one to Silverstone. That incident in the pre-final for Miles Murphy really has taken away the opportunity for him to win the title. He can still very much get a good final position in the championship. He still has been a seeded driver at the end of every single season of the modern era of this championship. We've been loving to get a best result when we get to the end of the year. What can Alan Kenyon do as well? The surprise package here this weekend. Very experienced KZ2 racer. We've seen him sporadically in the British Kart Championships in KZ2 over the past couple of seasons, but he has been lightning fast this weekend. There is the scene in the starters box. Nigel Edwards waiting for the last couple of karts who are now in position to get this race underway. You know what it's time for. 15 minutes and 1 lap here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club Rowrah. For the penultimate time this year in the British Kart Championships, we're going to count those lights on. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4, and we are go for the KZ2 final. Was that too good a start for Alan Kenyon? It's a calm one through the first couple of corners. Ralph Youngling's had a good one. He's up into the top 5 immediately. Wolf's on the attack straight away down the inside for the race lead. Turner's going to take advantage of it though. That is what Charlie Turner does best. Oh, a little bit of a touch there through Ardales. Returns Alan Kenyon to the race lead. Noah Wolf second. Oh, there's problems for Miles Murphy. He's got together with Ashley Lewis in the number 6. What a torrid day it has been for Miles Murphy. Through the first couple of corners then, Alan Kenyon has led this race. Noah Wolf has led this race. Charlie Turner has also led this race, all on lap number 1. There's Ella Stevens. Oh, as Harry Walsh is in trouble. Harry Walsh off on lap 1 as well. So Kenyon leads from Wolf. Turner, Youngling, as here for the race lead once again. Harry Walsh gets back into the race. Did Wolf get that move done on Alan Kenyon? No. No, he did not. No, Wolf had the battle with Marcus Kayak to try and win round number 1. They clashed. Charlie Turner stepped up, took the race win. Since then, every single final has gone to Noah Wolf, through Shennington, through Kim Bolton. But if he's going to make it 3 on the spin here today, he is going to have to fight past Alan Kenyon here, who is here for one reason and one reason only, and that is to spoil the party a little bit for the regulars in the championship. Wolf looks again. Oh, not quite able. Now he's been able to find a way through. Through goes Noah Wolf into the race lead. Further extends his advantage in this race. Remember, though, Alan Kenyon does not score championship points. He also does not take championship points away from any of the regulars. So that is a change for position on the road. It does not change the situation for Noah Wolf in terms of the championship. He would move to 762. Charlie Turner would move to 726. Heading into the final round, it would be a very good position. This was the replay of how it happened for Noah Wolf. Oh, now there was a little bit of a close moment there between Kenyon and Wolf through the first hairpin. That's Harry Walsh just pulling over. He's seen the blue flags. He will be out of this one. Miles Murphy did get going again, by the way. He's currently running in 10th place. There's an almighty scrap going on as well for 4th place. Ralph Youngling's just got through past Ryan Green. Jess Edgar there in 6th place. It's a great opportunity for Jess Edgar to leave her home circuit, potentially 3rd in the championship here this evening. Ella Stevens is the fastest driver on circuit as well. The trouble for Ella at the moment, she's got a traffic jam ahead of her in the shape of the run from 4th place down to 8th. Sam Ward's had a decent start in this race after his scary crash earlier on in the pre-final. Sam's come back and is up to P8. Drama though, plus 5 second penalty for Alan Kenyon. Now, I did wonder, Keol, as we were looking at that shot from the starters box, we could see quite clearly when Nigel Edwards, our race director, hit the start buttons, and I thought I saw a little move forward from Alan Kenyon. Either way, it's a plus 5 second penalty, but I think, Keol, remember, commentators are not officials, nothing we say is official, but I think that's a jump start penalty for Alan Kenyon. It would make sense. There's nothing else that I've seen in the last 5 laps that would start the armchair steward in my head to go through the motions, but oh, that is a real shame for Alan Kenyon. very unlikely now that he can win this race.
Well, that's right. He had to work hard before, but he definitely has to work hard now because he is in that second position to Noah Wolf. This is where we see Noah Wolf excel. He's out in front, and all we have seen from him since that second round of the year is out in front, gaining, maintaining gaps. If Alan Kenyon is going to give Noah Wolf a run for his money with this 5-second penalty with 10 minutes to go, that would take a holy lot. Charlie Turner, though, that number 4 Kart, optimised well after that one. He is the person that prevented Noah Wolf from being able to win the championship at this stage.
So, 10.5 minutes of this race to go. There is a move coming in from Jess Edgar. Oh, not quite able to draw alongside Ryan Green there. Ryan's had a top weekend. Really, really good weekend from Ryan Green. Got his best score of the championship so far yesterday. Backed it up with another this morning in the pre-final. The driver who's on the DR machinery, he's one of the only drivers in the UK who races that particular chassis. Right, I think we can bring you a replay of the race start. Now have a look at the movement there. There. I think there was a little move there from Alan Kenyon. We're talking milliseconds. But I think that is what the 5-second penalty may be for. If it's not, we'll update you in due course. Alan Kenyon now under investigation. Now that's a second notice on our screen. Not quite sure what that is for. Oh dear, there could be more bad news coming the way of Alan Kenyon. It is something that we often see in KZ2, all that energy for the drivers. As we're looking at the battle for 4th place, Ralph Youngling, a bit of a blockade at the moment for everybody else, but I don't think Ralph will be too bothered about that. In fact, now he's started to pull away from Ryan Green. This has been a strong showing, a stronger showing from Ralph Youngling here today. Look at Sam Ward go. Well, last time we saw Sam Ward in detail on our screens, he was upside down through that corner. Well, he's just overtaken and got up to 6th place. There's Ella Stevens going through past Lee Ward. Jess Edgar just ahead as well. This final's not going the way I expected for Jess Edgar.
Well, that's correct. Ella Stevens and Jess Edgar, of course, former teammates together, both went through the Formula One Academy experience. That's what Ella's doing right now with McLaren. Now back racing together. It's good to see those two being able to share that experience. Jess Edgar, unfortunate after her strong start to the year. Local track as well, you know, their family is there, a bit frustrating, but she is putting the pressure on Ryan Green, so we'll see where she's able to climb to with the remainder of this one. Ella Stevens takes a kind of look down the inside of her, and it looks like she's not going to quite get the run because she's now under pressure of that 80 Kart. This gives Jess Edgar the chance to pull away ever so slightly, put some more pressure on Ryan Green heading into the Stewart-S's.
Harry Walsh, just to note, is a lap down on the other competitors directly ahead of him on track, so that is not for race position. 7 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Well, this would be quite a result for Noah Wolf, who's not had an easy week. It was all a bit topsy-turvy yesterday, had spins in both heats on lap 1. The second one was tough. He got such a good start that he had to go down the inside. It was either into the back of another driver as, oh, well, Stevens around the outside of Jess Edgar. That's a mighty move. And through will go Lee Ward as well. Jess had a little problem, I think, on the apex of Iredale's, and Ella Stevens showing that, well, she may have been out of proper race competition since Kim Bolton last year in KZ2. She did have a little go in one of the club rounds at Sheddington earlier on in the year, but didn't run the meeting all the way to its conclusion. So this is the first time that she's been in a final since that Kim Bolton race last August. Well, she's not lost any of her kart racecraft, has she, Keogh?
Absolutely not.
Oh, problem for Harry Walsh, sorry.
Oh, no problem at all, Andrew. I think there was a gearing problem for Jess Edgar there, which we've seen at the start of the year. Noah Wolf, that was a huge disadvantage for him. Ella Stevens strikes again, gains another position. Ryan Green, she had been putting the pressure on. Ryan Green then drops down another position to that 8 car of Lee Ward. Jess Edgar, though, trying to regain those positions that she lost. Like we were saying, that is the intense part about these KZ
Yeah.
karts. If you get that gearing wrong, especially on a run around a track like this, that long straight, you lose all the momentum compared to the rest of those drivers.
Battle for third in the championship effectively on our screens. Miles Murphy is back and has just overtaken Jess Edgar. So Miles doing absolutely the right thing. Sometimes when drivers have an incident early on, they go, you know what, I'm done for the day. I'm not going to pedal this for the next 12, 13 minutes. But that's not Miles Murphy's style. He is he's fought back to the pack here with some really, really good pace. Miles is going to go forward, I think, in the last 5.5 minutes of this race because he's fired up now to try and, well, as I say, he may be out of the realistic contention as there's a change for fourth place. Sam Ward has got through past Ralph Youngling. If Miles Murphy can't win the title, I'm sure he'd like second place in the championship. He's never finished second in the championship before. Third last year was his best seeding in his KZ2 karting career. The man who describes himself as colouring in for a living. If you don't know Miles, he's a very, very good graphical designer, has done many things. Oh, Alan Kenyon's down the inside. Now remember, he's got a 5-second penalty, so he's got through past Noah Wolf. So Alan Kenyon has taken the position on the road, but as long as Noah Wolf stays within 5 seconds of Kenyon, he's going to win this race still. And if he goes 5.001 seconds behind, then he's still going to score 65 championship points because Kenyon is a guest, will not take championship points away from anybody else. Likewise with Sam Ward, he's also a guest driver here this weekend, and Ella Stevens. Miles Murphy's got through past Ryan Green, if we hadn't noted already. 4 minutes of this race to go. Sam Ward pushing on. Ralph Youngling's just done a personal best so far in this race, 42.796. Ralph Youngling being caught by Ella Stevens here. This could be enjoyable to watch. Good line through Iredale's corner there from Ella Stevens. Through and out of the shortcut version of the Stewart S. It's not really an S's section for the KZ2s. It shoots them towards these corners here. Lovely shot there, looking through the gates of the pre-grid. 3.25 minutes remaining. This is your closest battle on circuit between two drivers who know each other very well. Youngling and Stevens. Youngling got a great overtaking on Ella during the heats yesterday. I think Ella might be about to return the favour here, but won't want to affect Ralph Youngling's championship course in terms of seeded positions. Youngling moving up to 6th place at the moment in the championship standings with his results here today, but only by 1 point over Harry Walsh. Down through St John's. Before we finish that word, we're through Sunny Bend up towards Paddock Turn. Ella Stevens back in the groove here. Ralph Youngling has been in this number 9 Sodi karts throughout the course of the season, but has tended to finish finals pretty strongly. Think back to Ward and Law, the first round of the season. Youngling had a bit of a tough time through the heats of the pre-final and the first half of the final, and then it all just seemed to knit together in the latter stages. Down the straight into the Stewart turn once again. No move at the moment from Ella Stevens. In previous years of this championship, on single lap pace, Ella Stevens was right up there. And her racecraft improved a lot over the 2024 and 2025 seasons. Took a lot of pole positions in time qualifying, did Ella. And a race win, a final win at Dunkerswell last year also. Ralph Youngling checks over the shoulder and sees that Ella is there. Out of Iredale's, down towards Stewart's once again. Sodi getting off the slower corners very nicely indeed. Good traction there for Ralph Youngling. Good control of the gears and the power that these engines have. The fastest karts here in the British Kart Championships. There's Sam Ward going through your shot. I tell you what, Lee Ward's having a good finish to this race as well. He's closing in on these two. Youngling again defends into McRae's. Good clean racing between these two. Down towards Iredale's again, and now it's three of them as Lee Ward has joined the battle for 5th place on the road. 10 drivers on the lead lap still. There is Charlie Turner in a bit of a lonely 3rd place right now, but for Charlie, this is going to be a 16th podium, you would think, in his time in the British Kart Championships. For Alan Kenyon, it will still be his first. I say the 5-second penalty right now would drop Kenyon to P3, and I must say that is well-deserved a podium, at least for Alan Kenyon. It's a shame that this 5-second penalty from earlier on in the final is, at the looks of things, going to take it away from him. But a podium, and also, oh, Stevens is through. Stevens through past Youngling. Lee Ward's going to have a go now, and Miles Murphy might join in. So that looked to be down through Stewart's turn, as it is for the KZ2s. Ella Stevens on her way. Miles Murphy having a go at Lee Ward. 2 stalwarts of the category. Lee Ward goes, hang on a minute, Miles. Do you mind? Back with our race leaders. We're on the final lap now. Well, 5-second penalty or no 5-second penalty, Alan Kenyon can say today he took on Noah Wolf, an international KZ2 driver who's had a very strong season, and on the road, he beat him. Alan Kenyon comes out of the final corner. He's got a 5-second penalty, so the win will go to Noah Wolf. Celebrates over the line. Kenyon takes it on the road. Wolf P2, Charlie Turner 3rd. Great effort today. Sam Ward 4th, Ella Stevens 5th, Ralph Youngling 3rd of the regulars. That is good points today for Ralph Youngling, ahead of Lee Ward and Miles Murphy, who holds on to 3rd place in the championship, leaving Cumbria. Alan Kenyon wins it on the road, but as things stand, a 5-second penalty will mean that Noah Wolf, for the 3rd time this season, is your KZ2 winner. Charlie Turner will go up to 2nd place. He was 3.5 seconds behind Kenyon. However, Sam Ward was 8 seconds behind Kenyon, so Kenyon will get a podium. Will get his first podium in the British Kart Championships. A brilliant drive there from the privateer. Sam Ward, what a drive in the final. Was on his lid in the pre-final. Comes back up 8 positions to take P4 on the road. Ella Stevens 5th, the 3rd of the guest drivers. That means that the points for 3rd place will shuffle down to Ralph Youngling 6th on the road. Lee Ward will take the points for 4th in the championship. Miles Murphy will take the points for 5th. Jess Edgar, Ryan Green, Harry Walsh. That is your run down to 11th place. Harry Walsh off the lead lap. Ashley Lewis was the single retirement there from the KZ2 final. Well, there is Noah Wolf, who will head to Silverstone, knowing that he just needs to get through the meeting effectively, and that will be job done for the championship. First job will be getting rid of that 12th place finish on the scoreboard from Warden Law. And as I say, we can't officially say that he is champion at this stage, but in terms of the points accrued, 762 on the board now. This is the first championship of the year that has got to its full complement of how many will count, in that it's best 12 from 15 at the end of the season. They've now all got 12 scores, the regulars. So 762 for Wolf, 726 for Turner. The technicality is that you can't drop a DQ, of course, in circumstances. So that's why we can't officially say he is champion. Just hearing in my ear as well that we may have some changes down there. As Noah Wolf, I'm hearing in my ear, 5-second penalty. 5-second penalty. It won't change things massively in terms of what we've just described there in the championship, but it may well mean Charlie Turner may have got his second race win of the year. Well, I think this is in even more dramatic fashion, in a way, than the win at Warden Law. Charlie gives us a little wink there. He'll take that P1, yes. Charlie Turner once again. He's done the same as what he did at Warden Law. You've got to say, this is what Charlie Turner has been doing all season. He has been there to pick up the pieces when things go wrong for Wolf. Oh, well, that is going to be quite frustrating. Now, let's look at the times. Noah will drop to third as a result, and he will still take championship points for second, because, again, remember that Kenyon is not scoring points and not taking points off anybody else. So Turner P1. This is very provisional, folks. I'm just reporting what I've been told in my ear. Not been told what the 5 seconds is for Noah Wolf, but that doesn't really matter at the moment. And for Charlie Turner now, I'm going to put on a limb here. I think that's the first time Charlie Turner has had a race victory in the British Kart Championships, not at Warden Law, or at least not for a while. Whilst we unpack all of this, we will have a look at some of the highlights from that KZ2 final. This was the race start. Really good start for Alan Kenyon. Ralph Youngling had a near miss there through the chicane. Initial attack from Noah Wolf. You knew he was going to go for it. And this is what we were talking about with Charlie Turner. This was him taking. Now I do wonder as well. That point there between Kenyon and Turner. Could that have been what the 5 seconds was for? Also hearing in my ear that the reason for the 5-second penalty for Noah Wolf is an overtake under yellow. Okay. Well, we'll take that on as official when the formal results come out. This was Ella Stevens getting down the inside of Lee Ward. Ella Stevens with a good drive there, up into the top 5. Sam Ward's drive should not be forgotten. Super run, up 8 positions. This was Stevens versus Green. Edgar versus Green initially. That was then Stevens around the outside. Stevens then on the move through past Ryan Green, who still had the best championship score haul of the season so far here at Cumbria. That was Sam Ward getting through past Ralph Youngling for 4th place. This was how, and oh dear, Ella Stevens, there'll be words about that afterwards, I'm sure. Ella Stevens through past Ralph Youngling for 5th place. Celebrations over the line there for Alan Kenyon. Yeah, well, still a podium either way for Alan Kenyon. Noah Wolf there as well, but if you're just joining us, penalties is what we've been told for both Kenyon and Wolf, plus 5 seconds each, promotes Charlie Turner from 3rd place to his 2nd win of the year. Apologies, no, he has had wins. It's his 2nd win at a circuit that is not Warden Law, the other being Kimbolton 2 years ago. Shall we head down to Keol Lynch? Keol, unpack all of this for us, please.
Charlie Turner, our KZ2 winner this time out. That was unexpected for you. Can you explain what happened to Alan and Noah there in front of you?
Well, first of all, I had a really good start, got myself in the mix, and got into hairpin 2. They both did a bad exit. I got right alongside Alan. I got past, and then whether it was a bit of contact or not, I don't know, but I missed the apex. I dropped back to 3rd again. And I saw Alan was coming back at Noah, and I think he was under a yellow flag. So I don't know if that's for the 5-second penalty for someone else, but he's under investigation for someone else. But yeah, I mean, we made a change for the kart in that race, new tyre. It didn't really work. I was with them, and they just pulled away. So I was a bit disappointed in that bit. But I saw they were battling, and obviously coming into the end of the race, I finished 3rd on track, but then Noah got a nose cone. I don't know what for, but then Alan's got a penalty. So yeah, not how I really want to win a race, to be honest. But I've still got to take it. Now we can take it to Silverstone.
Well, exactly that. You had a brilliant start to the race, and like you said, the changes you made may not have worked, but it was enough to pick up those pieces. Heading into Silverstone now, has this changed your view on the championship?
Oh yeah, massively now. This is going to go down to the final wire, sorry. But we've got a bit of work to do, some pace to find, but I'm very confident we can still be there.
What is that? What are you going to work hard on specifically now that this is even closer than it was before?
I think it's just generally the whole package, the chassis as well as the engine. We've definitely made a step forward, but we definitely need to close the gap. But I'm hoping still to be wet, because I think the car looks really good in the wet. But yeah, it's October time as well, so hopefully it might rain, but we'll see what happens by then.
You must have enjoyed yesterday in the wet then.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much, Charlie.
I'd also like to thank Rush Performance for the weekend, Ollie Cave, my mechanic, did a great job as always, Brian Rush, team manager, SRP, factory team Formula K, their engine supplier as well, and my dad for Great Off Track Sport all weekend.
Thank you very much. We'll see you at Silverstone.
Great, thank you very much.
That is it then for the drama of the KZ2s. I'm going to say that it's getting grey out here. I'm not sure if we're going to see rain for these next few, dare I say it, but on to the next. Back to Andrew first.
Thank you very much, Keel. That is a very good question indeed. The little whisperer in my ear, who is providing lots of important information in the last 10 minutes, has just told me it started spitting out there for the juniors. The X30 Junior final up next. It's the local derby on the front row of the grid. Before we get into that, let's take a short ad break. Here we are then at Rowrah. City versus United, Arsenal versus Tottenham. Who loves a local rivalry? We all love a local rivalry. Well, we're going to get one here between Edgar and Richardson. And, well, there's a bunch of other drivers on the grid as well who'd love to get themselves in the mix for this X30 Junior final. There is Aaron Richardson on the right-hand side of your screen, Rocco Shenton. Well, if there's one driver in this entire field who'd be like, yes, give us the rain, please, it's going to be Rocco Shenton in that number 6 kart, because he has been lightning quick in the slippery conditions today. It's the dry conditions that have been his nemesis so far here at Rowrah. There is George Edgar on the left-hand side of your screen. It is the two local boys on the front row of the grid. Keel, down to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Junior X30. Let's see what the weather does for us right now. But your pole sitter is George Edgar, the local. George, talk to us a bit about yesterday, because you've had a brilliant comeback, but that can't have been nice.
Yeah, a mistake from my side. It was unfortunate. I clipped the barrier on the exit of the chicane at the top, but we've come back strong starting from pole position today, so we'll see what we can do.
I mean, you've been in the top 2 all day. It wasn't hard for you to come back. What does it take, though, to keep your head screwed on and not go into today all hot-headed?
Yeah, I think after yesterday it would be easy to go into today thinking that I have to win, have to be on top to bring it back, but I think we just got to keep cool. I think this is probably one of my best tracks, so I've just do what I've learnt here over the past many years and see if we can come out on top.
Of course it is, and you've mentioned you have your family here watching you today, with it being such a local track for you. Would it mean that much more to be able to give them a show and come away with the victory?
Yeah, obviously with all my family here, it would be good to come away with a win and let them see that happen, really.
Well, best of luck for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Let's talk to who's joining him on the front row, though. We'll come to you, and that is your championship leader right now, Aaron Richardson. Aaron, it's the battle of the locals right now, isn't it?
Yeah, me and George are both from the same part of the country, and we're both on the front row, so let's just see how it goes.
We saw in the heats you were like slightly frustrated because you just missed out on pole position due to where the person finished in between you guys. You're not starting in a bad position though, are you?
Well, no, it's not too bad. Obviously, pole's a lot better because second's on the outside, but in the last one I didn't have a very good start. It put me back near the outside of the top 10. I came back through the P3, so I'm fast enough to see how it goes.
I'm guessing though for the remainder of these rounds, we're over the halfway point this year. It must be the championship battle really in your mind this year.
Yeah, well obviously yesterday I regained the championship lead after a bad 2 rounds at Lark Hall, and hopefully I can keep it out at the end of this weekend and win the championship at the end of the year.
Thank you very much, best of luck.
You're welcome.
Now, not only is this a battle to watch, but the top 10 out here today have been so competitive. We have the likes of the rookie this year to this category. We've got George House, Sukmani Kira, who we've seen do really well this year. Freddie Wood took his 2nd podium ever in this class yesterday. Let's get a quick thoughts on that. You must be thrilled with how yesterday went.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how yesterday went, but hopefully today we can go 2 better.
I mean, you've been looking really promising so far. You're starting on the 2nd row. Do you think you can win from here?
Yeah, well, yesterday I started in 7th and finished there, so might as well have a go from here.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And I feel like it would only be right to talk to one more driver before we leave, and that is Rocco Shenton. Rocco, we know that the wet conditions are your favourable ones. You took a really emotional win yesterday. How was that?
Yeah, it was a really good win. We were rapid in the wet, but just the dry we're struggling a bit on this kart round here.
Yeah, we've seen how hard you have had to defend, especially in that first heat around here. Are you kind of looking to push on today and then you'll have to defend where you have to?
Well, if I can keep with them and they don't just pull away, then we'll fight it out on the last few laps.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, whistle has blown. We have used absolutely all of our time here with the juniors. See you in the box.
Thank you very much, Keel. Well, this could be another really dramatic one for the X30 juniors. George Edgar on pole position. Aaron Richardson alongside on the front row. Aaron Richardson has driven in a very mature way here this weekend. There was a lot of pressure on both of these drivers and everybody else ahead of this, the X30 junior final. Here we go then for the final in X30 Junior. George Edgar, Aaron Richardson, 2 young men who live mere minutes from this place. They lock out the front row. Freddie Wood and Rocco Shenton, they're on row 2. Sukmani Kira and George House, they start on row number 3. On row 4, it's Jacob Backler and Finlay Lyons. Max Endicott and George Clark, teammates there on row number 5. Harley Musk and Alex Riley, they start on row number 6. In the second half of the field, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Luca Narroway on 7. George Quinlan and Katie Donaldson on row 8. Max Tay and Colby Patterson start on row 9. Ryan Meta completes the 19-strong field here for X30 Junior. And, well, this is... I can't call this one at the moment. George Edgar and Aaron Richardson have been very evenly matched so far this weekend. But if that rain starts to fall, I think Rocco Shenton then becomes your favourite. In the dry, I've got to say, he's been struggling, and the kart still doesn't look all good. I know they were struggling with it on Friday. But when you get wet conditions, you want the kart to move around. You want it to be compliant. That is where Rocco Shenton could then win this race. And everybody else, don't rule out the likes of George House and Sukmani Kira starting there on row 3. Don't count out Freddie Wood as well, who's on a streak at the moment in finals of getting to the podium. Now the games begin. George Edgar is looking straight to the loud pedal of Aaron Richardson's number 3, trying to get the jump on him to the start. We are racing in X30 Junior. It's a good start for Edgar. Good start for Freddie Wood as well, who's straight up to 2nd place. Aaron Richardson 3rd. Looks like it's been a good start as well for Sukmani Kira. She's up from the 3rd row of the grid and is 4th after the first few corners. Rocco Shenton 5th. Jacob Backler down to 6th place. The rest of them run through the hairpins. George Edgar making an early break for it. Maybe he's gone for a setup that brings the tyres on nice and early. The rest of them filing through the Stuart S's. All 19 drivers running here, but this is exactly what George Edgar wanted as Rocco Shenton goes down the inside, picks up that inside rear wheel once again, gets through past Sukmani Kira. That's Shenton back up to P4. Kira tries to go for a move. Oh, that was a little bit rash from the Alpine Racer Academy driver. That wasn't going to work in all realism through the final corner, but she's still there. She's still in 5th place and still got a good chance in this race. Here comes Backler down the inside, going for a move. George House picks up 2 positions out of all of that. George House didn't need to do a lot there. Kira shuffled down the order. Finley Lines is also moving forward. That's a good switch back from Finley Lines. Lines, who was on the podium yesterday for the premium karting team, has quietly got on with his work this weekend. Very, very well indeed. Down towards St. John's and into Sunny Bend. So, end of the second lap then of the X30 Junior final. Edgar leads, Woods second, Richardson third. Mick Barrett Racing from Fusion Motorsport. Rocco Shenton, the privateer, running in 4th place. Then it's George House in 5th. Finley Lines 6th. There is a move going in from George Clark. It was from George Clark down the inside of Sukmani Kira. She's looking a little bit out of rhythm, unfortunately, at this stage of the race, but she's a fighter. She can come back strong. She's shown that already in her X30 Junior racing this season. Thinking about some of her racing in Europe, where she's had some great drives through the field when others have counted her out. As there's a move for the race lead. Wood goes for it and has got it. Now who can beat Edgar here? Edgar trying to keep Richardson at bay. Wood will try and break away at this stage of the race, Keol, but that's a big, big move from Freddie Wood, and you don't often see a move through that part of the circuit.
That's right, he has been in with a bang today. He has been so strong, and it looks like there's going to be another move for 2nd place. Your championship leader, Aaron Richardson, overtakes George Edgar there at hairpin 2. The 2 locals are going head-to-head. It looks like George Edgar's not going to have that. He's going to go straight back in on the entry to the Stuart S's, and he is going to make that stick, so Aaron Richardson slots behind him once again. Freddie Wood here, he's gaining a massive advantage out of this. These 2 need to acknowledge there's 8 minutes plus a lap still to go, and Freddie Wood had one goal in mind. That was to win today. He has been looking so fast so far this weekend and pulling some really brilliant overtakes. So to have him out there in front with the pace he's had is going to give him a serious advantage here.
Max Tay is the 222. You saw on your screens there on the digi flag. That's what the drivers all read to get their communications from race control, plus 5-second penalty for the Fusion Motorsport driver. Is running in 19th place at the moment. Freddie Wood has not had a race win, a final race win before in the British Kart Championships. He got his best results ever in these championships, 3rd last time out at Lark Hall. Could this be a breakthrough result for the young driver from Bledlow Ridge? George Edgar's coming back though. George Edgar's just set the fastest lap of the final so far, 46.58. Here's the fight for 6th place. George House up against Jacob Backler. Looks like Finley Lines, yeah, Finley Lines has got through and up to 5th place. But what is happening right at the very front of the order? Drives up through the order. Archie Rogers-Tyler is up to 11th place. 2 positions gained at the moment from where he started. 7.25 minutes to go. Here are Sukmani Kira and George Clark. 2 drivers who've impressed across the course of the season so far. They're currently fighting for 8th place.
Freddie Wood comes straight back in with the fastest lap. Here's a move though on Sukmani Kira. That is George Clark going in for 8th position, I believe. Sukmani Kira, another really strong driver within this field. Not exactly at the weekend that she would have wanted, and that's a driver that's the end to the final early. That's one of the X-Helmets.
Colby Patterson, who has had an absolutely torrid weekend. Now, I thought, did I see a tyre in the road there, or was it the decibel microphone hanging from one of the vantage points? Oh, now it's a wheel off. Colby, I don't think you're going to get that one back to the pits here today, mate. It's been a torrid weekend for Colby Patterson. Never really got going this weekend. Such a shame for a driver with a lot of talent. Here he race leaders. Freddie Wood clear by 3/10 ahead of George Edgar and Aaron Richardson. But it's still all to play for. Change for 4th place. Rocco Shenton losing out there. Finley lines through into 4th place ahead of George House. Jacob Backler having a good run as well here. Jacob up to P6 now.
This group of drivers does not want to battle too much because Wood, Edgar and Richardson, it's only a matter of time before these three are going to battle for this race lead. Here is George House though. George House running in 6th place. Brilliant drive from him so far this weekend. He was 6th place yesterday after a couple of penalties were given. Here though is your race leader. Edgar goes in for the race lead with 5 minutes to go. Gets the move done on the exit of hairpin 1, and that is Aaron Richardson giving a signal to his teammate there in the Fusion Kart, Freddie Wood, to continue to work together. They have to keep their cool now. Wood knows the position he's in. He's between Edgar, they both, to be fair, 2 locals here at this circuit. He needs to keep his head in the game, keep calm and wait for his opportunity. With his teammate there behind him leading the championship, he's still in a good place. George Edgar though, this is exactly what he would have wanted to do. On home turf, Freddie Wood takes a look, nearly a bang of the 2 wheels there, but not quite. George Edgar manages to cover him off and he leads into another lap through the first chicane once again. He takes a slight look behind him. Not much breathing room between the 3 of them now, is there, Andrew?
No, not at all. And this is more than just winning on home soil for George Edgar. Right now, he's closing the championship gap to Aaron Richardson to a single point. Aaron Richardson could really do with at least 2nd place in this one, but Freddie Wood has got his own championship aspirations. Long shot championship aspirations, but you just never know with so much racing still to go here in this championship. George Edgar has had to fight for race wins before. 2 rounds ago, as Richardson's got alongside his teammates. No, not enough speed towards turn 1 to safely get by past Freddie Wood. The Saturday round at Lark Hall as Sukmani Kira's out. Sukmani Kira out of this final. That is a real shame, and that is a big blow for Sukmani Kira's hopes of a top 3 in the championship. She's going to be on the back foot leaving Cumbria here today. Retires from this one with 4 minutes remaining. George Edgar still leads this race. They go past the stricken 2:44 of Sukmani Kira. I tell you what, Aaron Richardson is being dropped here. Aaron Richardson is in trouble in terms of if he wants to win this race. He cannot, for whatever reason, at the moment, live with the pace of Edgar and his teammate Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood is not just going to jump out of the way of his teammate for championship team orders or anything like that. Why? Because he's never won a round of the British Kart Championships. He's never had a better chance of winning a round of the British Kart Championships. Rocco Shenton is leading in the pack for 5th place. There was something on the track there through the 2nd of the hairpins. Not quite sure what that was. Finley Lyons has cleared off in this group. Finley Lyons is in a bit of a lonely 4th place right now, 3 seconds up the road from Shenton, the Shenton train, and is 5 seconds behind the top 3. Warning flag for George Edgar has just come up on our screens. Now, is this for a little bit of just a reminder to George Edgar that not to over-defend? Not that Wood cares about that. Freddie Wood back down the inside, retakes the race lead, and game back on for Aaron Richardson as well. That move brings him back onto the rear bumper of his championship rival. Now, with 2 minutes to go, there's no better team, there's no better results spread than Fusion Motorsports' ability to win one of these races. Have they set Aaron Richardson's kart up to be quick in the last 2 minutes of the race? He has suddenly come alive. He's just put in a 47.385. He is still the fastest lap holder in this one, but all of a sudden he's looking really racy behind George Edgar and behind Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood leads with 90 seconds to go. I'll say it again, he's never had a better opportunity than this to win a British Kart Championships round. And he knows it, down towards the Stuart S's. Subtle defence there from Wood. Over the rise, down towards St John's once again on this brilliant, undulating, testing circuit for these young drivers. Into Paddock Bend, 3 more laps. 3 more laps for Freddie Wood to try and hold on here at Rowrah to get himself up to 4th place in the championship. As, there was a go there from George Edgar. He tried to get down the inside and Freddie Wood shut the door. This could be Aaron Richardson's chance to get ahead of his title rival at the moment. Richardson still leading the championship, but only by 4 points. Oh, but he's going to push Edgar through. Edgar up in the air. Wood survived. They all survive. How on earth are these 3 drivers still in this race? Wood still leads. Edgar Airlines took off here at Rowrah, and somehow George Edgar's still there in 2nd place. Aaron Richardson hasn't made his move yet. 2 more laps to go. Here comes Richardson though. That wasn't the best exit from the final corner for Edgar. Oh, he's recovered well. He's recovered really well to still hold on for 2nd place. Let's have a look at a replay of that moment between our 3. Oh, wow. Edgar, so lucky. Wood, so lucky as well to not have damage to his engine. Look at that. That was nearly all 3 of them out of the race. And once again, Edgar's now attacking Freddie Wood. Richardson just waiting for his opportunity, knowing that he's got the championship lead. Doesn't want to force this one, doesn't want to throw these points down the road in the closest title battle that we've got at the moment here in the IAME categories. Freddie Wood has kicked. Freddie Wood's, I don't think George Edgar's got the pace coming into the final lap. He's looking a little bit scruffy through the chicane there. He's looking over his shoulder. He's intent on keeping Aaron Richardson behind. We asked through the course of the week whether it would be one of these 2 local boys here at Rowrah who take the race victory. At the moment here on Sunday, it looks like neither of them are going to take the race victory, but this could be so important for the championship. This could be so important for those fine margins come the autumn. Richardson's run wide through the Stuart S's. He's lost his chance to take Edgar's 2nd place, but Freddie Wood, who has worked so hard over the past couple of years, has waited for this moment for so long. Freddie Wood can finally say he is a final winner in the British Kart Championships. He's taken on the local heroes and has beaten them. Freddie Wood wins at Rowrah. It's his maiden victory in these championships. It gets his season back on track. What a win for him. What a win for Fusion Motorsport as well. George Edgar 2nd, 3rd for Aaron Richardson. A double podium for the Cumbria faithful who've come to watch those 2 lads here today. But for the first time, Freddie Wood will be on the top step of a British Kart Championships podium. Edgar and Richardson will see him there. Finlay Lines, Rocco Shenton in the top 5. What an effort from Rocco Shenton today. That has not looked easy. He will be 3rd in the championship standings, leaving Rowrah here tonight. George Clark, P6. Archie Rogers-Tyler fights back. Up 6 places, was your biggest mover, up to P7. Jacob Backler, George House, Max Endicott is the rest of your top 10. Harley Musk, P11. Alex Riley, P12. George Quinlan, Katie Donaldson and Lucan Narroway in the top 15. Orion Meta, Max Tay were the last of the finishers. 2 retirements from Sukhmani Kira and Colby Patterson, who I imagine that is Colby's wheel on the rear right that made an unscheduled break for freedom. But there he is, Freddie Wood, in his 2nd year in X30 Juniors, and not just to take a maiden win, but on a circuit like this. These tighter technical circuits were not Freddie's forte 18 months ago. And I tell you what, this could be a little bit of a problem now for the rest of the order, because Freddie's got his first win, and we now go to the kind of circuits that are a bit more open and flowing. PF International, Silverstone, two very quick circuits that are more akin to the European kind of circuits that Freddie Wood has performed better on in his racing history. This is a huge, huge result for Freddie Wood and his family, who have backed him, brought him into the Fusion Motorsport team. He had a very good start to the year in the IAME Winter Cup, and then had a few races where it wasn't quite happening for him, but he's bounced back here this weekend. This has been his best performance, I think, I've ever seen from him. Here are some of your highlights. George Quinlan had problems at the early stages. It was quite a calm start to the race. That was Freddie Wood's move down the inside initially to take the race lead through Sunny Bend. You don't often see a move through there in the full-size karts. George Edgar, what will he be thinking off the back of this weekend? It was George Clark down the inside of Sukmani Kira. For Edgar, oh, well, there was the end of the incident for Colby Patterson. The problem had already happened. So what I had saw was the decibel meter, but then the wheel did make a break for freedom later on. Preparations going on for others. Sukmani Kira would have technical problems. Oh, that is a really, really big blow for Sugars in her hopes of being as high up the championship order as possible. She'll still be in the top 5. Wood down the inside of Edgar there. That was another move for the race lead. Firmly closed the door there to make sure that Edgar couldn't get through. Richardson was waiting for his moment, and this was the close moment there. Wow, that could have been a lot worse for both Wood and for Edgar. The rear wheels touch. The rear of the kart is wider than the front of the kart. Freddie Wood takes his first Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships victory, and that also means he's now been on the podium in the last 3 finals. He's getting a bit of form going here, is Freddie Wood, and if he can keep winning, you never know with 4 rounds to go here in this championship season. Let's head down to Keogh Lynch though. She's in Park Fermé.
Thank you, Andrew. This is a very special one here in Junior X30. Freddie Wood, it is your first win within this class. That must feel so special.
Yeah, it's really good. Thanks to the team, my mum, my parents, everyone that supported me. It's really helped for this win.
And what's adding to it right now is this was your first ever race at this circuit, is that correct?
Yeah, it's my first ever race here. This British was the first ever race weekend I've done around here, so I think it's quite good what we've done here to achieve it.
Absolutely, and you've done it against 2 local drivers. You've beat them on home turf. How special is that?
I mean, they both know this track well, and I now do as well, but it feels good to know that I've beaten people that know this track very well.
That's right, and who do you have to thank over at Fusion for helping you get to this point?
Thank you to Wedge, my mechanic, T4, Gossie, Chris, everyone that's helped me, Dan, everyone that's helped me get to this point.
And I'm guessing this is only the start for what we're going to see from you for the rest of the year?
Yeah, it's only the start. We'll see what we can do now for the rest of the championship.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
All right, it is time for Senior X30. We have got through most of the categories here without the weather playing a big factor just yet. Let's go for Junior X30.
One race to go then here at Rowrah, and this is going to be another tantalising race in prospect for us. The Senior X30 final, the second one of the weekend, race number 34 in our programme for event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We'll take a short break. More racing here from Rowrah after this. We're back here at Rowrah for the final race of the day, final race of the weekend for Event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We've seen some stunning finals, some dramatic stories as well in terms of the championships as we go into the second half of the season. And, well, we may have left the best till last. There is Freddie Lloyd on the left-hand side of your screen. Can he get another race victory? Can Lewis Bird make it 2 from 2 after ending his long wait for a British Kart Championships win yesterday? Oliver Danaher on the spanners for him once again this weekend. Now, we have a little replay for you. It may have confused some of you. It confused myself when we saw it as part of the junior highlights because it was going on during that race. Let's have a look at this replay. That's an engine being rebuilt. That is Morgan Moore's engine being rebuilt in the assembly area before the start of this final. If you're new to karting, this doesn't happen every week, but it can happen every week that these mechanics are thrown into the deep end and have to do major work to the karts mere minutes before they go out on circuit. So well done once again to Fusion Motorsport. It was a very famous one from Fusion Motorsport in Water Swift 51 weeks ago. But at Kart Masters, we'll be there next week, of course, for the 3-day British Kart Grand Prix. Myself, Henry Baudet and Keel will be there with the Alpha Live team for all of the action. But, well, Morgan Moore then has had drama, quite major drama, before this race has even begun. Let's talk about how things have occurred through the heats so far in this round. Remember, this is a fresh round of the championship versus what we saw yesterday. Freddie Lloyd will be on pole position for this one. Lewis Bird second, Harrison Whitcomb third. In terms of points, I have at the moment, and we'll have this fully confirmed in a moment by timekeeping, I reckon the points lead could be down to 2 points here between Whitcomb and Bird. Lewis Bird has really pulled himself back into contention here this weekend. Whitcomb did not have a good day yesterday. 7th and 19th in terms of the race results, or points for 19th. He didn't actually finish the race in the final yesterday. In terms of Freddie Lloyd, he's still at this kind of stage of the season where, because he wasn't at Wilton Mill, he's got 4 zeros at the start of his score card, as it were. Now, they will disappear at the end of the season, as long as, you know, Lloyd does all of the racing at PF International and all of the racing at Silverstone, and scores today as well, of course. And, well, it still means he's a little bit further down in the order. He is on a rich run of form. He is still in title contention. Let's hear, though, from the drivers. Let's hear from Keol Lynch down on the grid for the last time today.
Well, I believe, Morgan, we've just seen a very impressive engine change there from Fusion. Why has that had to happen today?
Harry just tried to fire it up in the tyre bay and just start him out. It went, so Spike, Harry and one of the other mechanics helped us out. We changed it quickly, so yeah, thanks to them.
And you said you've not necessarily been happy with how it's run so far this weekend, so I'm guessing your hopes are set high for this final?
Of course, yeah. We were struggling a little bit in the wet. It's been a tough weekend so far, but definitely looking to move forward in the final.
Well, as you say that, the sun's come out right in my eyes, so on for a dry race. Do you think you can do much better with that?
Definitely, 100%. We're fast in the dry, so I know I can move forward.
Best of luck, Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you for chatting. Let's move along the grid. Morgan starting just outside the top 10, but with that engine change, one to watch out for this race. Another driver, though, who's been incredibly fast so far this weekend, showing what he's like as a rookie in this category this year, is Nat Johnston. Nat, come over here. Give us the rundown of not only this, but your year so far, because we heard from you at the start it was looking really promising. How's it been?
Yeah, it's been a really good year. Obviously, I'm still new to karting on the whole. It's only my 4th year. But yeah, stepping up to senior's been really good. All been made possible with the help of Dan and Mick and everyone at MBR and Jack. So yeah, big thank you to them for making the transition so smooth. But yeah, we've sort of hit the ground running, and we'll see what we can do for the rest of the year.
And with that said, in the likes of yesterday, you're battling people like Freddie Lloyd, who's been in this, dominating this category last year. That must fill you with confidence.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, they're all like very fast, very experienced drivers. So yeah, it's good to, you know, learn off them and see what I can do. But yeah.
yesterday on the podium. Do you think you can do a bit more today?
We'll see. It just depends how the start goes. I mean, everyone's sort of a similar pace, so see what we can achieve and then go from there.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Let's move along then to the front row of the grid. We'll make our way through everyone. Harrison Whitcomb, of course, starting on the second row alongside Aaron Brown, the number 6 seed. Let's talk to Lewis Bird because it was a very emotional win for him yesterday. Lewis, congratulations for yesterday, for starters. Tell us how great that must have felt.
Yeah, obviously it's really good. It's first win in the British Champs, so couldn't really ask for more out of the day, to be honest.
And I believe you hurt your hand celebrating. It's good to see you're on the grid. Is that hindering your day at all?
No, it's not. It was just a mistake from my behalf, to be fair.
Okay, good. And starting on the first row, what do you think you can do? Do the double?
Don't know, just see what happens. It's a race, isn't it? So just play it as it comes and see what happens at the end.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's talk to no stranger to this category, nor these screens, because we spoke to him very recently, only 2 weeks ago at Kimbolton. We're seeing a lot of you, Freddie. Pole position, confident?
Yeah, we've been good and dry so far. Today has been decent. Quali was wet, but now it's dried out, so hopefully it's played into my hands a bit.
What's important to note about today is that you can still win the championship, so I'm guessing from now it is really just consistency is key for you.
Yeah, it's like top 3s always, P1s be nice, but consistency.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
There we go, whistle has blown. Final event of the day, let's go.
Thank you very much, Keol. Great work down there on the grid, talking to a number of our drivers in this Senior X30 final. It'll be another long race for them. It'll go back and forth, I'm sure. And don't rule out Aaron Brown there, sat on the second row of the grid in the PF International karting machine, kart number 6. Aaron has been very, very quick so far this weekend, particularly in the sunnier conditions. The sun has come out for us here at Rowrah. Let's get ready for it then. The Senior X30 final is next. Here's a grid for the 6th final of the year. Freddie Lloyd, Lewis Bird are on the front row. It's a premium karting lockout of that front row. Harrison Whitcomb starts 3rd, Aaron Brown 4th, Nat Johnson and Joey Brown go from row number 3. Levi Sangera and Sam Lewis go from 4. It's Morgan Moore with a fresh engine after a starter motor failure before the race. He starts on row 5 alongside Luke Taylor. Jacob Marples and Scott Riley, they go from the 6th row of the grid in this one. It's Max Yule and Theo Lestrange on 7. Dylan Patel and Macy Hitter go from row 8. Ryan Green and Alexander De Benedictis go from 9. Adam Bourne completes the 19-strong final field here in X30 Senior. And the clouds rolling over. We said the weather would be unpredictable here at Rowrah. We've just had a blaze of sun over the circuit, but I don't like the look of that. That is coming towards the circuit, that big, threatening, dark, potentially rain-filled cloud. Could that put a spanner in the works for some of our drivers here in this final? Freddie Lloyd warming his tyres there, has not finished a championship stage so far this season outside of the top 3. Can he get his 3rd win of the season in X30 Senior? We are not racing. That is a falsie, and we'll go around again for an additional formation lap. Race director Nigel Edwards not satisfied with the amount of parity or lack of parity across the front row there, so everybody gets another lap to warm things up. But if that rain is coming in, could that be an extra 45 seconds, 50 seconds? And they're quite important here in the story of this race. Keol Lynch joins me here in the box. Premium Karting 1, 2, 3, but they've not got as firm a stronghold on this class as, say, they did yesterday. They actually had the inside line of the first 5 rows yesterday. 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and it was a big part of the start here. Today, you've got Aaron Brown in the PF, number 6. You've got Nat Johnston there for Mick Bout Racing, and Joey Brown has been really good in race trim today. This could be a quite interesting start.
It definitely will. It's been really close here between the top 6, really. That second row is really strong, but Lewis Bird is running off a high. He felt that feeling of the win yesterday, and there would be nothing better for him than doing the double right now.
Absolutely. We're under starters orders then for the Senior X30 final. Lloyd versus Bird on the front row of the grid. Whitcomb and Brown on row number 2. We're into the tram lines. We're green on our screen. We're racing for the last time this weekend here at Rowrah. Freddie Lloyd leads them into the chicane. Harrison Whitcomb up to P2. Not a good start for Nat Johnston. Johnston down to potentially outside of the top 10. But that's a good one for Lloyd. It's a good one for Harrison Whitcomb as well. This is going to be interesting to see how these two championship protagonists play the opening stages of this race, Keol. That is exactly what Harrison Whitcomb wants, though. Starting from P3 on the grid. He wanted that run up the hill through the chicane. Now he can settle into his rhythm.
That's right, arguably his biggest competitor right there in front. Good that he doesn't lose out at all. 3 premium karts now out in front. But Aaron Brown isn't too far behind, clinging onto the back of that pack. We've seen earlier in this weekend that is possible to follow a train of teammates. But Lloyd leads, Whitcomb, Bird, Brown, another Brown, Sam Lewis, Sangera, Moore, Taylor, Johnson then into the top 10. Johnson not with a good start, but we have seen him work his way through the pack. Going to be a bit of a recovery drive for him. Lloyd takes a look behind him into the second hairpin, sees that he's got 2 teammates behind him and the rest of the field ever so close after this first lap.
Good move from Luke Taylor there, 3 wide out of the second hairpin, and I think he's got up to 8th place possibly in all of that. 10.5 minutes of this race to go. Nat Johnson there in 3:15, looking to recover now after the problems on lap number 1. Freddie Lloyd looking quite comfortable at the moment here, Keol. Not looking flustered, not looking panicked, as there is a little look from Lewis Bird on Harrison Whitcomb. Apologies, Luke Taylor now up to 6th place. I did him a disservice with that move out of Ardale's hairpin. Rest of the field running through a little bit close there. I think Levi Sangera and Jacob Marple's getting involved as here goes Lewis Bird down the inside for second place. Harrison Whitcomb does the cut back there. Deft driving to avoid Aaron Brown in all of that, but that is the first time we've seen Lewis Bird going on full attack in this race. Didn't quite make it work that occasion.
That's experienced driving there from Whitcomb, but that is not the last we're going to see of Lewis Bird. Brown is now hot on his heels, so we probably won't see him go in this time, but these 4 are closer than ever. Freddie Lloyd, in the meantime, pulling himself a bit of a gap already. This is not what Whitcomb will want to see. They come over the line into the first chicane, and the gap is currently 1.3 seconds. Whitcomb and that pack want to get their head down. Bit further down, though.
Problem for Harrison Whitcomb. Sorry, Keol. For the second final in a row. It's a mechanical failure for the Welshman. What disaster for Harrison Whitcomb. And is that a 2026 season-defining moment? Out from second place. It's lightning has struck twice in the space of 24 hours. Freddie Lloyd leads this race. Lewis Bird could lead the championship, leaving Rowrah. What has happened there? You saw it straight away from Harrison Whitcomb. He looked down to the rear right. He throws his hands in the air to say, what on earth has happened? How has this occurred again? That for the second day in a row, in the first third of the final, Whitcomb is out.
You have to feel for him there. That is gut-wrenching. That is horrible. No driver wants to experience that. Lewis Bird inherits that second place. That is not only a loss in this race, but that could, like you say, that could determine the championship here. Freddie Lloyd has been on fire, and he is leading this race now by 1.8 seconds to Bird, with Brown hot on his heels. These two could stop battling, and at that point it really is going to be even more difficult for Whitcomb. Just as we say it, Aaron Brown gets into the second place of the race. Lewis Bird slots in behind him there, heading into the first chicane. Now our next Brown, Joey Brown, is right behind in the meantime. Joey Brown been working from the back of the pack today, absolutely clawing through the field, to be fair. Here to work hard this final and on for a podium so far.
Aaron Brown has not had a Senior X30 British Kart Championships podium since Three Sisters 2024. He's never finished higher than 3rd. This, though, is the kind of performance as to why the team that has won this championship in the hands of Gus Lawrence 3 times. This is the early stages of a new project for the PF International karting team, but Paul Fletcher and Pod on the spanners. This is why they have backed Aaron Brown. They have seen his talent running smaller operations, running privateer operations where he does the engine tuning himself as well. He's a very intelligent young man, and he's a born racer as well. Also a born racer is Joey Brown, who pumps himself up now. He's up onto the podium, and look at Luke Taylor there as well. Luke Taylor having a storming run for the DK Academy. The green and white and black of Danny Curl's team, the former world champion. He's up into the top 5 now. We wondered whether there would be some best results of the weekend so far in this race. That is occurring right now. But just thinking back to Harrison Whittaker, when we're talking about the drop scores, we're talking about Lloyd and how he's used 4 of his scores up by not being at Wilton Mill at event number 2. From this weekend, Whittaker's 2 DNFs, he's effectively used 2 of his 5 available drop scores. Those drop scores are starting to run out. You're starting to see a bit more parity now between Whittaker and Freddie Lloyd. And let's not forget, neither of them are going to be leading the championship as things stand here this evening. That man there, kart number 7, Lewis Bird, yesterday's winner, he is now in the lead of the scores, and he will say to everybody, hey, don't forget about me. There's not 2 drivers in this premium karting awning going for the British title this year. There's at least 3, and I'm one of them.
That's right, Premium have had such a strong weekend with, like we said, filling out the top 2 rows earlier on in the heat. Each driver really pushing each other. You've got the likes of Whitcomb working alongside Bird. Bird looking for that 2nd win today. Not too sure if that's in striking distance for him just yet because of Freddie Lloyd's start and advantage due to Whitcomb not finishing this one. However, he still could be on for a podium. Look at this, it's close as ever. From Bird to Nat Johnston, who didn't have a good start, back up into 7th place. Morgan Moore, after the brilliant engine change there, quickly from Fusion, up into 6th. That's turning his weekend around for the end race.
It is indeed. Luke Taylor, what a drive this is from Luke Taylor as Nat Johnston, oh, goes down the inside of Morgan Moore and they're out. Big incident, both of them okay. Morgan Moore puts his thumbs up there, not to say, well, that's not congratulatory for Morgan Moore. Nat Johnston went for the move there. It did not work out well for either of them. And, well, that's an outside bit of a podium gone for both Moore and Johnston here today. More drama once again in the Senior X30 final. Luke Taylor, just saying, Luke Taylor, you have to go back to 2023 for the best result in Luke Taylor's time in the British Kart Championships, and it was a P10. This is way higher than we've ever seen him before. Let's have another look at that incident between Moore and Johnston. Johnston will say, well, the gap was there. And, oh, yeah, it's just the rear axles locked down. Oh, I hope Morgan's okay. That was quite a hit to his right shoulder. What a final journey for the Irishman here today. Nearly out of it before it began with that starter motor failure. They got that fixed, and then that is how his time here in Cumbria ends this weekend. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Lloyd leads by 2.3 seconds ahead of Aaron Brown, who should note has the fastest lap at the moment. Don't think he's closing in at a rate that would worry Freddie Lloyd right now. But he is closing. Joey Brown 3rd, 4th for Lewis Bird, 5th for Luke Taylor. Then in 6th is Sam Lewis. Levi Sangera having a best weekend in his time in the British Kart Championship so far is there in 7th place. Theo Lestrange, Jacob Marples, and Macy Hitter up into the top 10 as well. Great drive from Macy on her rookie season in the British Kart Championships. Has gained 6 places in this race, Kiel.
That's right, a bit unlucky there in the heats. However, she's showed great pace this weekend. Let's continue looking a bit further down the grid, though. We've got Dylan Patel up 4 places. Adam Bourne a bit further down, but up 7 places already. Unfortunately, the XL Kart, Scott Riley, not feeling too well this weekend, down there into 13th. Ryan Gill, Alexander Di Benedictis. But it is all down to Freddie Lloyd now to take the win. It's textbook for him at this stage. We've seen him do it recently over at Kimbolton, the other half of the British Kart Championships. He really is going for the double this year.
He is indeed. He has just picked up the pace as well. I wonder if a little bit of communication from the sidelines from his mechanic at Premium Karting has gone to Freddie Lloyd, because we noted that Aaron Brown was catching, and well, the gap was down to 2.2 seconds. 2.1 seconds. Lloyd has just brought his pace back to a 45.9. He was in the 46.1s. He was losing about a tenth and a half per lap to Aaron Brown. Now he's matching Aaron Brown's pace, if not a little bit quicker. So a bit of race management going on right now for the reigning Senior X30 champion. There is Luke Taylor once again on the back of the, or nearly on the back of the rear bumper of Lewis Bird, who's had a tremendous weekend. And I'll say it again, it has been a joy and a pleasure watching Lewis Bird race this weekend. Got his maiden British Kart Championships victory yesterday. Long overdue, very well deserved. At the moment, he is leaving Cumbria as the championship leader. He could even afford to lose fourth place here to Luke Taylor. He's got a 4-point advantage over Lewis Bird. The incident between Morgan Moore and Nat Johnston, it will not surprise you to hear, is under investigation. That's just popped up on our screens. 3 laps to go then. Oh, as Taylor goes in, Taylor not satisfied with 5th place. Well, if he's going to get a career best finish in the British Kart Championships, he's going to do it in style. Down the inside, takes another spot there. Up to P4 now, Joey Brown. What a weekend Joey Brown has had, the young man from Sherburn Village. Had a podium at Lark Hall. He's on for another podium here. He's actually had a very solid weekend in terms of championship scores. 6th, 5th, 6th and 3rd is what Joey's looking at right now. We'll get him up into the top 10 in the championship standings. Aaron Brown, though, is wanting to hold on to this 2nd place. Change for 12th place, just to report. Scott Riley has got through past Adam Bourne. Scott Riley back to where he started this race, and he will hold his position in the top 10 as we go towards Lincolnshire, towards PF International in a few weeks' time. For the next round of this championship, a lot of them next week will be heading there to the same circuit for the British Karts Grand Prix. Time is up. Freddie Lloyd is on his way to see the final lap board. Still not yet in the top 10 in the championship scores, but this run will continue where he has not finished any stage which gives drivers championship points. He hasn't finished one lower than 3rd so far this season. Here's Brown and Brown, Aaron Brown with an E and Joey Brown with no E, trying to find a way through. There is Joey Brown to take 2nd place. Aaron Brown having to work quite hard at the end of this one and gets over to driver's right-hand side. If Joey Brown wants to take this position, he's going to have to go around the outside into the Stewart S's. That's well covered off by Brown. Oh, and that could throw Joey Brown into the path of Luke Taylor. Luke Taylor could pinch a spot on the podium here. They're nearly locking wheels as they go through St. John's. Joey Brown has got it back, but Freddie Lloyd has done it again. Fast Freddie does it here at Rowrah. P1, another perfect day. That's 3 perfect days out of 4 so far in his X30 senior campaign this year. Aaron Brown is back on the podium for the first time since the end of 2024 with 2nd. Joey Brown gets another podium in his strongest weekend this season so far with 3rd. Luke Taylor, a personal best finish in the British Kart Championships with 4th. Lewis Bird with 5th will lead the championship here this evening, but it's all smiles once again for the reigning champion. That is a 3rd win on the season so far for Freddie Lloyd, just in Senior X30, his 12th in his time in the British Kart Championships. Once again, the rest of the Senior X30s will be asking the question, what do we have to do to stop this young man? Aaron Brown, great result, P2, his strongest so far in his time with the PF International karting team. Joey Brown, P3, Luke Taylor and Lewis Bird in the top 5. Sam Lewis, Levi Sangera, Theo Lestrange, Jacob Marples and Macy Hitter all in the top 10. A number of those drivers getting their best results so far in their British Kart Championships careers. 11th place for Dylan Patel today, 4 places gained from the start. Scott Riley was 12th, Adam Bourne up 6th to 13th, Ryan Gill, Alexander de Benedictis in the top 15. Nat Johnston did finish the race in 16th. There were 3 retirements from that race: Morgan Moore, Max Ewell and Harrison Whitcomb. Muted, calm celebrations there for Freddie Lloyd. The job is only beginning in his quest to retain this British title in a wider picture of trying to do the double of both senior titles in the British Kart Championships outside of the gearbox classes. But for the 12th time in his career, Freddie Lloyd poses for the photograph for Claudia Short on the social media duties here today. He'll have a chat with Keol Lynch in a few moments' time. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that Senior X30 final. This was the race start. Good one for Lloyd, good one for Whitcomb as well, who held there in second place in the early stages. This was Bird's move down the inside of Whitcomb for second place, which at first didn't quite work. Whitcomb got the cut back. This was the big moment though. The rear right of the kart going down. I wonder, is that a puncture? I wonder if that's a puncture for Harrison Whitcomb, because the back end of the kart didn't look right to me there, but for the second day in a row, Whitcomb does not finish the final. Aaron Brown down the inside took a position away from Lewis Bird on his way to a first podium in probably around 18 months in the British Kart Championships. Joey Brown was through as well. Luke Taylor having a storming run. This was one of the big flashpoints of the race. Nat Johnston and Morgan Moore clashing at the final corner. Both drivers were okay. Morgan Moore not happy about that one at all. He would pull into the pits. Nat Johnston would rejoin. This was the reverse angle of it. My goodness me. Johnston very nearly going over. Morgan Moore taking the front right wheel of Johnston's kart to the shoulder. Do hope both of those drivers are okay, but particularly Morgan Moore. That's never nice to see. I've got to say, Luke Taylor, absolutely brilliant here today. Came into this race, the best result so far in his time in these championships, P10. Well, he smashed that. He's finished 4th in this one. This was the close exchange between the Browns. Brown with an E, Aaron Brown, got the better of Joey Brown and held on to that second place. Luke Taylor holding on ahead of Lewis Bird there in that battle for 4th place. But there was no touching Freddie Lloyd, who continues in 2026 to be a strong competitor wherever he races. He will head next to PF International in terms of this championship on the weekend of the 14th to the 16th of August. Could he well have a GP plate by the time we get there? That we'll find out next week. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme and over to Keol Lynch.
Well, Freddie Lloyd wins in Senior X30 once again. Do you think these are going to start getting old at some point?
I like winning, so I'll keep doing them.
Once Brown there in second place picked up the pace a bit, we were kind of wondering, was there communication with you and your team going on once he kind of set the fastest lap? Did you try and maintain that gap?
No, not really. I was just head forward, just do laps and literally lights the flag. Yeah.
It's been a really mixed weekend for the weather so far today. Is this definitely the preferred conditions for you?
Yeah, I mean, around here I definitely like the dry a lot more. Struggling a bit in the wet, but yeah, it's good.
And who have you got to thank for this one today once again?
Marv, the GOAT, got Joe, Ventus, Premium and family.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll see you shortly.
We will indeed.
Thank you. That is it then from our Senior X30s, and that is event 6. That is a wrap with us here at the British Kart Championships. Thank you very much for joining us with our IAME categories, KZ and Bambinos. It has sure been an up and down weekend and really getting heated in terms of the championships. From myself, Andrew Mather and the team here at the British Kart Championships, we will see you shortly.